sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya
sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran ku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahar di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan mesti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di ujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
So food delivery, grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Tora.
Get your official MPL Malaysia merchandise at a Todak booth or online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak, empowering the next generation through Todak Academy and its industry-focused TVET and STEM education programs.
Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun.
Our strategic partner, Ferry TNT Co., ObSpot, PSM.
Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Bersiaran langsung dari Stadium Juara, masa yang ditunggu-tunggu telah pun tiba. Masanya untuk kita saksikan PlayOff MPL Malaysia musim ke-17. Setiap impian layak memiliki sebuah simbol dan cincin serta pingat juara yang dihasilkan oleh Ferry telah selamat tiba. Simbol kegemilangan dihantar khas oleh Grab.
Era baru, matlamat yang sama, kejuaraan yang dipertaruhkan.
Ramai pandang rendah pada kami di awal musim.
An error not only breaks an immortality and takes a kill, but escapes with his life intact long enough for his team.
Tak kisah pun, kami akan berdiri lebih kuat dari sebelumnya atas Dream Stage.
Musim ini penuh dengan dugaan dan rintangan. Ada kekalahan, ada pengorbanan.
Cukup menyaksikan GB 2 lawan 1. Sekali saja pun didapatkan juga GB dapatkan media.
Tapi di atas Dream Stage, kami akan berjuang dengan skala yang kami ada dan membuktikan diri sekali lagi.
Walaupun perjalanan kami di regular season tidak berakhir seperti yang diharapkan, kami masih percaya bahawa perjalanan kami baru sahaja bermula.
Guys, berjaya untuk mendapatkan juara terbaku. Akan memberhentikan pergerakan lagi. Melawan yang akan dikorbankan. Innocent saja yang tinggal untuk kali ini dari berpasukan Siska.
5 pemain buangan yang tidak pernah bermain bersama sebelum ini kini berada di upper bracket.
Kami akan melakukan Dream Stage dan merealisasikan impian ke Paris.
Kami gagal mendapatkan perfect season yang kami harapkan, tapi kami dah kembali untuk merebut piala kelima.
Tombak sampai! Innocent! Terus saja memulakan pertempuran!
6 pasukan berbeza, namun berada di laluan yang sama untuk menyerlah dan mencapai keunggulan, untuk berdiri di puncak tertinggi dan menjadi juara MPL MY musim ke-17.
Pentas ini bukan sekadar milik pemain. Di belakang setiap pasukan ada penyokong yang setia bersama mereka. Hari ini pasukan dan super band Walk as One. Marilah kita jemput pasukan MPL Malaysia musim ke-17 untuk masuk ke gelanggang. Cabaran demi cabaran menguji tim Flash. Walaupun perjalanan musim ini telah berakhir, api perjuangan tetap menyala kerana setiap kejatuhan mampu mencipta kebangkitan. Inilah Team Flash. AC Esports hadir dengan harapan yang tinggi, dan meskipun perjalanan mereka masih belum sempurna, potensi all combo tetap tidak boleh untuk dipandang rendah. The future still bright. Berikan sorakan untuk the game changer AC Esports. The King of Jungle are here. Bangkit dengan semangat baharu selepas musim yang mencabar. Sang harimau kembali memburu dan Kingdom terus mengaum di belakang mereka. Viva RRQ Tora! Mereka semakin panas pada saat yang paling penting. Red Robot telah menghidupkan enjin mereka dan bersedia untuk membuktikan segalanya di atas pentas terbesar. Always program to win. Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality. Setiap playoff ada jalan cerita sendiri. Persoalannya, adakah para pencabar mempunyai apa yang diperlukan untuk bangkit dan mencetus saingan paling sengit musim ini? Satu demi satu kemenangan. Mereka bukan lagi pasukan kejutan. Mereka kini ancaman sebenar kepada setiap pencabar. Dengan momentum dan sokongan super fans yang setia, siap sedia untuk menyengat. Inilah dia, Team Rey. Seluruh liga, generasi baru yang kelaparan kini telah tiba dan mereka datang untuk memburu mangsa pertama mereka. Make some noise, Team Vamos! Puncak dua bukan kebetulan. Puncak dua adalah hasil kerja keras, keyakinan dan prestasi yang konsisten. Kini Invictus Gaming bersedia untuk cabaran seterusnya. Always believe in this is Invictus Gaming. Satu legasi, namun sang gergasi merah masih belum puas. Mereka datang untuk menambah satu lagi trofi ke dalam koleksi mereka. Merah kuning lambang kebanggaan. This is the Selangor Red Giants. Impian akan direalisasikan, legasi akan tercipta dan perjuangan menuju takhta bermula sekarang.
Higher, the energy is louder dan bersama dengan talent anda setiap team fight, setiap kemenangan dan setiap kisah playoff akan dibawakan terus kepada anda. Hello Stadium Juara! Woo! Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang playoffs MPL Malaysia musim ke-17. And of course, bersama dengan saya, kita ada my side reporter. It is none other than Papa Pauji! Apa khabar Stadium Juara? Make some noise! Wow, Poji, Rose sangat-sangat excited untuk playoffs kali ini. And of course, as much as you guys know, kita pun sudah kembali ke Stadium Juara di mana kita ada impian baharu. And of course, kita pun akan tahu siapa yang akan mewakili Malaysia di EWC in Paris 2026.
Betul Ros, tapi satu benda yang pasti, backstage, from stage, talents, production, audience, semua dah bersedia untuk play-off hari ini.
Okay, Poji, I rasa it is time to make it official. Tapi, you ready ke?
Saya macam tak sabar sebenarnya Ros, tapi kita tak hari. Full house.
Hampir full house dah, and it's still early. Confirm ada lagi yang agak lambat datang, all that kind of stuff. So you know what, Poji? Let's go.
Make it official.
Let us make it official. The MPL Malaysia Season 17 Playoffs starts now.
Welcome back, everybody.
This is the play-ins here at the MPL Malaysia. My name is Getting Q, of course. Here with me is going to be Stafa here at the desk. Thankful that after 8 weeks of grueling competition, we have now boiled it down to the top 6, and only 2 of these teams move on to the double eliminations.
It is an exciting time to be here and a great way to conclude the brand new era of MPL Malaysia. 5 days of epic MLBB action is all that stands between our top 6 teams and the 2 that will represent the region to MSC.
Oh boy, now those 2 tickets are still up in the air. We don't know who's going to get it just yet, but for the early days of the playoffs, we need to see who qualifies for the double eliminations first. First 2 teams on the chopping block here, it's going to be Team Vamos and as well as RRQ Tora. And the real question is whether or not Vamos is going to maintain their performance now that we've already seen what MPL PH has brought to the table. I don't know even if RRQ Tora is ready for this meta.
Yeah, all things considered, our break this time between regular season and playoffs hasn't been as long as it used to be, and yet it feels like a lot has changed since then. So have these teams been able to adjust?
It might be difficult, especially with these so many variables are being played, but one thing is for certain, is that the power-up with Cellcom DG Prepaid 5G Power Pass, you could go limitless with the unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeeds made for the Gen Now. Of course, you can also redeem player trading cards here. Come to the venue, go check it out. It'll be a good time. Look for the Cellcom Digi booth. Trust me, you're going to see it get cracked later down the line.
Yeah, we're going to see plenty of that. We've already witnessed plenty of too many of our viewers popping open card packs, seeing who they get. And speaking of viewers, we've got quite a few here today, even though it is a weekday. Thank you to everyone who showed up at the arena. But of course, we don't forget you guys watching at home as well. Thank you for tuning in. And hopefully, we'll get to see you guys somewhere down the line, because this playoffs venue setup is awesome.
Yep, it is looking phenomenal. The dream stage is, as they say, the dream stage for a reason. The only place that you want to be is here today, because let me tell you, the fans are out in droves. Let's throw up the bracket here, just in case you are just tuning in. For those watching from across the world, here's what's going on. In the upper bracket quarterfinals, we already have the play-ins starting to begin. Vamos will face off against RRQ. Team Rey faces off against BTRM. All of this was based off of the standings. Now, keep in mind, the upper bracket semifinals is what everybody's looking for. As soon as you qualify for it, you have that second life.
Indeed, that's why all of these teams want to be able to make it as far as possible, get that second life, put themselves in a better position. Because now that you've made it this far, you do not want your story to end on the very first step of the playoffs. There's going to be a lot on the line right here. So things are about to be tested, right? Some of these teams did pretty well towards the end of the regular season. Some of them not so much. But there has been a bit of a time gap. Who knows what kind of training arc these players may have gone through.
Hey, we don't know if it's the hyperbolic time chamber here, but what we do know for certain is that these teams are going to be fighting for their survival. And obviously, it isn't just the 2 teams who showed up on board. There is also Bigatron alongside Team Rey. Again, most people would have imagined that the standings would look a little different at the beginning of the season, but coming towards the end, now we have conclusive evidence about who's moving on and who's not.
Yeah, there have been some serious back and forth this season, and we knew that things were going to be interesting in this brand new era of MPL Malaysia, but I think that it has already surpassed our wildest expectations. 4 teams, only 2 slots into the playoffs. Once you're able to make it in the top 4, you have a little bit of breathing room, that second life as you mentioned, right? But you got to get through this phase first, and these are going to be best of 5 series. No more of that best of 3 that we had in the regular season, which means more time to adapt to your opponents, but also more time that could be spent getting beat down and sent home.
Yeah, no, it could be pure domination. It could be 3-0 days here today. We don't know what the landscape is going to be looking like, especially since we have a couple of new changes. And with those patches, and thankfully, MPL PH had their playoffs first. We saw the grand finalists, their 2 EWC representatives. But then we start comparing that meta to what's going on here. In the regular season itself, Vamos alongside with RRQ, Vamos taking them 2-0 in both of those games. RRQ Tora on the decline. I don't know whether Dyron playing Paquito is going to be enough to really change their situation.
It definitely seems like a type of hero that he would be suited for, right? The aggressive playmaker. But then you look on the opposite side. It's literally Paquito himself, right? How long has it been since we've witnessed this man play? I hope we get to see him in the main lineup because Vamos hasn't exactly settled that yet. Is it Sabat? Is it Zeno? You know, there's still a question mark.
Yeah, I think for now, from what it seems, I feel like they're going to be running with Sabat, right? We don't have enough games with Zeno to really say that he is the one that they're going to be leaning on as cornerstone. That's just me. That's just me. Because at the end of the day, we're looking at the junglers here. Both sides, great junglers, and overall have been a big way for the meta kind of propel itself forward.
Yeah, we've seen very active junglers. I think that Error44 especially, as still a very, very young player, has really proven himself this season in particular, finding his stride, his confidence, the ability to clutch up games for his team. And overall, Vamos just looks really, really solid. I think if we just base off of regular season performance, Vamos should be the favorites here since the Kingdom were still a little bit struggling, but that's where we want to see if they've done enough.
Yeah, with that being said though, we did get a very special guest coming in all the way from Indonesia to join us on a call. We're throwing over to Poji to talk to Koleos.
Hai guys, anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang istimewa hari ini, RRQ, apa khabar?
Baik.
Baik, sebelum kita pergi lagi jauh, tahniah sekali lagi sebab tercalon untuk Best Jungler for Dream Team Award season kali ni. Jadi apa perasaan awak bila tercalon? Awak rasa awak boleh menang ke award ni?
Saya rasa bangga lah. Cuma saya rasa ada yang lagi hebat dari saya season ni, untuk season ni.
So maksudnya awak dah hebat, belum cukup hebat?
Ya, belum cukup hebat.
Humble. Saya suka. Tapi untuk awal season kali ni sebenarnya ramai orang tak expect pun Vamos ni adalah satu pasukan pencabar apa sebenarnya. Sebab sebelum ni korang ada kalah awal dan sebagainya. Tapi korang buat kejutan demi kejutan dan kali ni korang dah layak dekat playoff kan. So, kali ni awak rasa Vamos boleh pergi sejauh mana? Sebab orang memang expect untuk Vamos boleh pergi ke EWC Paris.
Untuk sekarang target kita orang memang nak EWC dulu lah. So, ya main target tu EWC, kalau dapat champion tu bonus lah.
Champion bonus?
Ya, bonus.
Maksud champion masih susah ke macam mana?
Masih susah. Cuma kita akan buat yang terbaik lah.
Okey. Dan kalau kita sentiasa faham, playoff adalah satu tempat yang penuh dengan kejutan. Mungkin korang dah pernah kalahkan RRQ sebelum ni dekat regular season, tapi kali ni mungkin RRQ akan buat kejutan. So untuk bertembung dengan RRQ hari ni, anything ke yang korang akan lakukan untuk pastikan korang terus layak untuk ke next stage? Sebab kali ni kalah balik.
So kalau diorang ada kejutan, kita pun prepare lah kejutan. Kejutan lawan kejutan. Kejutan mana yang lagi banyak dia menang. Macam tu.
Anything nak kata kepada semua peminat yang datang hari ni? Ramai nampak ni semua untuk sokong Vamos.
So terima kasih yang dah datang support, and korang ready beli tiket next ke? Kita akan menang.
Alright, itu saja daripada saya dekat RRQ. Jom kita masuk ke dalam game.
Oh, forgive me there. Unfortunately, Koleos not on the line. It was just a little too excited to say hi to him, revealing it early. But once again, we did get to talk with Error44, and basically what he's saying, buy tickets for the next game. They're going to win this one. That's how confident they are coming into this, and more importantly, they put in some hard work to try and get this ticket into Paris.
Yeah, you certainly can't argue about that confidence because Team Vamos has been firing on all cylinders. Natko, Ziki, Klokun, Error404, and Sabat on the starting lineup have been a force of nature towards the ending parts of the regular season. Definitely the favorites coming into this, and I hope to continue seeing that aggressive gameplay from them.
They're very well positioned for the meta right now, but on the opposite side, RRQ Tora with Ruff, Witty, Kim, Gary, and Dyron, a star-studded lineup, and yet coming into this as one of the underdogs for the play-ins. I think that RRQ Tora really have to show us what they can do with the meta, because if it is going to be the exact same thing as the regular season, it's not going to be a good time for them.
Yeah, I have been very vocal in my streams about my thoughts on RRQ Tora, straight up thinking that this team, based on their gameplay, did not feel like they deserved a playoff spot. It might sound harsh, but I think a lot of us can agree that they have not been hitting the level we expect of a squad like this.
It's tough, hard not to agree, but before we go any further, we're going to go into the ping test mic check to see how both of our teams are feeling.
Kim nak main apa hari ni? Aku rasa nak main Kimi lah. Nak main Kimi? Kau main Kimi. Tak nak main Celena ke?
Kiri balik.
Nah, kalau dari aku...
Buat tukar ni.
Apa ni? Apa ni? Kalau saya gelisah sebelum match, saya selalunya selawat aja.
Okay.
Ya,
Itu
terus baca surah-surah yang bisa bikin hati saya tenang. Ya, dulu sekolah agama di pas SD, terus diajarin ustaz. Ya gak hafal banyak sih, ya gak banyak surah.
Nobody believed they'd make it this far. Nobody expected them to survive. But this fearless new generation refused to listen. For 8 weeks, they fought every obstacle to prove they belong with the best. Now they are here, chasing their first championship in a new era. They are no longer the future. Their era starts now! Make some noise for Team Vamos!
The young, star-studded lineup packed with veterans as pillars, Arrow 4 and 4, and Z keeps stand to make sure that this young generation is now and here today to play. Unless we see something else. Our veterans have done so much at this point. Now they want to book that ticket. Even kings can lose their crown. They began the season with purpose, conquering the league. But the victories, and when everything was on the line, they set the competition ablaze. The kingdom trembled. Week after week, they searched for that fighter to make them unstoppable. So ladies and gentlemen, the king of the jungle is ready to roar once more. Let's go, RRQ Tora!
The kingdom that everyone had eyes on when the season began and started their run in an impressive streak, but unfortunately found themselves floundering through the midpoint. Is the decision to start with the Kim Witty mid duo the correct one for their very first match of the playoffs? Can the kingdom rise up again, or will this be the end of their legacy? Now, of course, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match up on stage, joined by our head marshal, Rez, who will ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For Team Vamos, we got head coach Baldo and assistant coach Pakbet, and for RRQ, head coach Sasa and assistant coach Link.
Woof. But the brains and the bronze already ready. Look at them walk up to the dream stage where our competitors are waiting. Fist bumps will be passed around as this is the last point of physical contact before they make war in the land of Dawn. Good luck as both of our competitors head on into Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat is right. Because at the end of this best of 5 series, we will witness a fatality. The end of the journey for one of these two squads. Vamo is going to kick things off with first pick in game number 1.
The stakes have never been higher here at the playoffs. For the first time ever, especially after the partnership, I think that a lot of these organizations are looking to make that very big impact here on the very first season of this partnership, just to make sure that that lasting legacy will be felt in the next 2 or 3 years.
That is always going to be the ideal situation, right? I think going into this, a lot of us were wondering, hey, this is a big shift in MPL. Are the teams really going to be prepared to play at max power when most of their lineups are quite new. The organizations haven't really experienced this league before. And I think some of them have definitely impressed us, but there's also been teams who've tried a little bit too hard to make that splash effect happen.
That splash effect is all that we're looking for. We have a player quote coming in from Ruff. Experience gives us the edge. Last season, when I was with MV, we never managed to beat Homeboys during the regular season, but when playoffs came around, we were able to defeat them. So I think we have a chance to beat Vamos today as well, because we're fired up and motivated. Now, I've heard plenty of veterans say that in my lifetime. Motivated, fired up, whatever synonym you want to add to it. But coming in from Ruff, at least he has the perspective. Hey, we couldn't beat Homeboys last time, even though MV was looking to be one of the favorites that season. This time, even more so, except the odds have been completely flipped.
It's always true that the playoffs represents a big reset here. There is that gap, a rest time for you to really figure out what happened during the regular season, what you did right, what you did wrong. We've seen teams completely flip in power level when we were expecting basically nothing of them when the playoffs begun. So it's not impossible, but I guess we'll see.
Yep, let's see, because our next player quote comes in from Supat about a meaningful playoffs. In S14, I didn't get the chance to play in the playoffs. In Season 15, I was not able to reach the playoffs with JP Niners. And after that, I was in the MAL. So this playoffs is very meaningful to me. I want to test my limits and see how far the team can go with the hard work and sacrifices we've made. I want to see the results of our scrims and training. A great quote coming in from Supat, and honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Out of all the careers that we've seen so far, I would say that Supat's pretty tragic if we're talking about local.
Yeah, Supat has had a lot of up and downs, and he has been in the MPL for quite a long time. I still remember him debuting that first season. I believe it was with Homeboys around the same time as Chibi, and they've definitely had widely varied trajectories. So it is great to see him being able to make it back onto this stage in a meta that honestly suits him very, very well. The Paquito, obviously going to be the question marks for everyone right now, right? Is he going to play it? Is this the return? But there are so many possibilities on the table.
Yeah, way too many possibilities, especially when we're talking about the in-game meta. And I think that people are starting to... They figured out the past two metas. This current new meta with the new relationship of Paquito coming into the... Sorry, Paquito, Fredrin, alongside with Carry. Again, these three huge game changers that we saw from the MPL PH. I think a lot of it has to do with the drafting. And I really hope that these teams are mature enough to recognize that.
I hope so as well. We have been granted a great boon of being able to watch these other MPLs, these MSLs, all these other leagues going on at the same time to determine their MNC representatives and learn from them. It's just whether or not that translation will actually take effect, because ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time to get things going. Our very first draft, our very first match of the MPL Malaysia Season 17 playoffs.
All right, the random map draw tells us dangerous grass. Again, dangerous grass, not exactly the best to deal with. A lot of our MY teams who hate this map, but now with the first three bans already through, Marcel, Phovius alongside with the Kalia. Good thing that Phovius is gone. Freya alongside with Fanny, pretty similar bans. And again, two bans that they've successfully done every single time against this team.
Yeah, and why not, right? Especially with Phobias gone, Freya has to go, and so does the Harif. But it means that various heroes are going to slip through the cracks here. The Guinevere going to be the one I have the biggest eye on, because I think Vamos piloted basically the best with their big AoE CC comp. But looks like they are instantly going for the Paquito. Paquito makes his grand return.
What a surprise. What a surprise. Now, Paquito made 15 appearances in the MPL PH in Season 17 playoffs, boasting a 66% win rate. And it's finally time to unleash the Paquito. And you're right, it is, because this is one of the few times where I feel like he's so uniquely positioned in the meta that he can turn tables.
Paquito is definitely very, very strong right now, and teams have finally started picking up on that fact. But is he truly first pick worthy? We've seen it here and there in MPL PH, but picking your EXP lane first is typically a risky bet. Only heroes like Freya or Phoveus can usually get by this. RRQ gonna keep it safe. Zeusin, Claude.
Yeah, and now here's the risky part, right? Because now that you've shown your EXP, it's gonna be difficult to have your traditional things in your previous compositions, like being able to cancel out some important abilities. Most importantly, the Blazing Duet as of right now, no Charizla access to that. So you're gonna have to find a new solution to those types of problems. And I think for the most part, right, with Phoveus kind of out of the way, Paquito just gives a lot of pressure, like an insane amount, even if you are losing. So going alongside with the Guinevere and Valentina, both great choices here. The Valentina, I'm only guessing because they're leaning back into the old point. Hey, Dyron, lock in that Sora. Try it.
They are expecting it. This was a hero that was consistently banned out against Dyron after he popped off the first 2 weeks with the hero pick, and since then, it's never really been the same. So you're right, it is a form of denial to make sure that RRQ doesn't get the chance to play those sorts of heroes, and also in case Vamos decides they want something a little bit later on, they're a bit safer to do so. And since they know that it's a Zeusin mid, they don't have to worry too much about mages that have super high wave clear compared to the Valentina. It seems like a pretty safe bet.
Yep, I would agree with that. Ooh, we get the Gatot here for the side of RRQ. Interesting, they go Gatot. Why would you go Gatot? Do you really need that much space? Are they worried about they can't deal with the engage from Guinevere, so they need a disengage mechanic rather than just taking Purifies?
It is possible, but I am also scratching my head along you. Gatot is perfectly solid, but not really the best hero still left in the pool under current circumstances.
Like, they could have gone things like, oh, force out Purifies in the gold lane by getting things like Cho. They could have gotten the glue for themselves if they wanted to as well, now that the mid lane has already been shown as well. So I feel like this is a hard prediction coming up from RRQ's side, right? They know what they want. They want space. How do we generate that space? If you have to sacrifice Gatot, sure. But at what cost? We're going to see it here.
Could be a bit of a save your teammate button, I suppose, since they know that the Guinevere is going to be catching people left and right, having the AOG to fly in, give him a hand, maybe pop that Revitalize to save them could be the idea they're thinking of, but it still does feel a bit conservative.
Yeah. Vamos now attacking the jungle. Not a bad idea so far. Make sure you get rid of the scaling ones. Is it worth banning out? I feel like Suyo isn't worth banning out if you're in Vamos' position. I get the Yi Shin, and even then, it's still a little questionable because you already got Paquito, right? Once you get Paquito, he gets first 2 items, and Yi Shin even falls slightly behind. He can't touch the turtles at all.
Yeah, I think most likely that ban is to deny global presence, right? They already have the Gatot Kacha. They just don't want to give them Mountain Shocker so that they can play around with formation, since Vamos already wants to play ambush threats. It's literally dangerous grass. They have Paquito, they have Guinevere.
Yep.
So I think that's probably the idea. We do see the Clint banned out to try and give Ruff a good time. I think right now RRQ is just trying to play your standard front to back, buy time, don't play overly risky, and just allow Ruff to farm up.
Okay. That is the case. They're going to be playing very traditionally, and they're also getting rid of Clint, one of the few lane bullies that we have in the meta so far. Not the only one, however. There's still a possibility for... Actually, do they even care? Yeah, they don't. Depends on what RRQ picks right here.
RRQ still going to be looking for their jungler and their EXP laner. Already are aware of who their direct oppositions in both lanes are, unless Vamos suddenly pulls a fast one and flexes Guinevere.
I don't know. I feel like unless we see Harley Suyo come out from RRQ, I think that RRQ might just end up just waiting, right? I think that Gary's here. I think they're trying to figure out whether or not they can actually pick that Nolan right now. So they're going to wait for it, right? Yeah, Esme. All right. Don't really agree with the Esme necessarily. It's pretty bad. I wouldn't... In terms of laning, right? The 1v1 isn't as interactive as you think it is.
Yeah.
They actually don't touch each other at all. Paquito just clears the wave at level 1 and just buggers off.
Yeah, after the recent buff as well, I think we've seen a lot of cases where Paquito actually wins lane against Esmeralda. So this could potentially be a bit risky. I can understand going for this over something like Arlet or Terizla because you don't want the ults to be stolen away. So that's also another genius of the Valentina pickup. But if this is Vengeance Esme, then you are actually a pretty easy target for the Guinevere. And if you go Purify, you are just not tanky enough. I think this should be a carry angle for Natko.
Yeah, it feels like a carry angle. He can also go for Moskov if he wants to, but it depends, right? And now they get the Atlas, and it makes a lot more sense now. They don't want to deal with the frontline tankers overall, and better yet, I think they are less afraid of people quote-unquote chasing, knowing that RRQ just wants to play traditional front-to-back.
This does make things difficult. Liam or Tsuyo both gonna have a lot of difficulty into a Guinevere Atlas, so it might have to be the Harley at this point.
I don't even think Harley feels that great as well.
What else is there? Nolan, as you pointed out earlier, is a possibility. We've seen some teams go back to the Lancelot, but that's more out of necessity than anything.
Yeah, they need something with damage.
I would sail across the cosmic sea.
Yeah, they go
okay.
So here's my logic behind it, right? Because I think that RRQ perceives that Nolan and as well as Yi Shin kind of provide the same amount of pressure in the game, right? Fast mobility. Unfortunately, Yi Shin scales a lot better compared to Nolan, but Nolan's snowball capability really compensates for that fact. I think here, really intelligent drafting coming out from Vamos' side. They're really going back into old information and picking up on their habits.
Yeah, I think Vamos already showed us they had really good drafting ideas towards the end of the regular season. It seems like they've kept that around. This is very Vamos DNA team composition, and it's also very balanced overall. I would say that RRQ Tora's lineup is pretty okay as well. Very balanced, solid front to back like we mentioned. Play off of Gary, then scale for Ruff. But can they hit those timings against Vamos, who have been going strong? Ladies and gentlemen, the Land of Dawn opens up once again. Our very first game in the MPL Malaysia Season 17 playoffs. Give it up for Vamos versus RRQ Tora.
And things have already initiated here for our playoffs. Vamos and RRQ Tora, we're trying to make sure they maintain lane dominance, and that's the important thing. So far, we don't see that Sapat actually gets the proxy. He's forced into lane, which is not that great, but look at the Purifies coming out from the side of Tor. Oh, no.
Speaking of which, Kalakun already getting taunted pretty hard. Now, of course, got taught Zeusin, one of the age-old mid-duos. Gonna be hard-pressed to trade that, especially with an Atlas on your side. So that's something RRQ can play for.
Oh, and they're making sure that they can control the weak side of the map here. That's again, very good ideas from RRQ. Use your mid pressure early on, get these trades down, get the early invade, and also help out Dyron at the same time. So again, this early game seems very well rehearsed from RRQ Tora. I want to see it transition into mid, because the first turtle is going to matter a lot for Guinevere, and we want to see whether Air 404 actually finds an engage down bot side.
Yeah, we know that Vamos really likes playing around that Guinevere level 4 timing, so we gotta watch Error 404. Currently level 3, should be hitting 4 soon, but based on their movements across the map, I don't think they're trying to hit that too hard since their mid-duo, unfortunately, not having lane prio.
Oh, let's see whether they find the recovery gank here. We see that Guinevere doesn't bother going down to the bottom side, goes straight to top side, and is now in position to try and attack somebody, but RRQ isn't giving them the bait that they're looking for.
Zakiev gonna jump in, though Huidi should be fine under the tower here. Atlas does provide pretty good setup for Guinevere, but he's gotta land it.
Yeah, fun fact. Atlas, especially when he's... Oh, wait, hold on.
Error playing a dangerous game, nearly dies to the Fracture. Down to 20% HP. That's gonna make it hard to contest Turtle, but he'll be able to heal up off the crab.
This should be a no contest now. Yeah, they can't walk up.
Good zoning from Kim.
There's nothing they can really do about this. They're going to take this for free. Oh, wait, hold on.
Gary secures it. They're going to try and force the fight, but RRQ is disengaging. So far, positioning is very clean from the Kingdom, just not choosing to fight at all.
Okay, Air 404 calls it off because I saw Kalakun. He was in the right position to make something happen if necessary, but decides to back away knowing that Air 404 just can't cover that distance just yet. He needs to be within the lethal range of that magic thumb. Early recall here from Natco, preventing a dive onto RRQ's side, and things are actually going very smoothly, despite RRQ Tora actually having a bit of a lead.
Yeah, all things considered, this is the benefit of having this kind of comp. Ruff in trouble though, BMI already used into the retrieve. Violent Requiem a little bit awkward there with the combo. Ruff still purifies, gets out.
Interesting, interesting. All right. He clearly doesn't have the damage yet. More importantly, it's just not landing super magic, where a majority of his damage is actually going to be in. Time Sapat, he is, yeah, this is tough. This is tough. If you don't get that proxy level 1, you lose control over this lane, and it's such a big tax to deal with. And I love the fact that RRQ Tora is actively communicating problems. Hey, carry's diveable on bot side. Gary's already in position. Hey, I have control over top side. He might try and force. He's already on that top side, ready to cover.
Even towards the end of the regular season, one of the stronger points for RRQ Tora was that early game. They are a very good snowball team, and so far, doing a great job of playing for that timing. Dyrant, though, might be ganked here. 3v1. They get the freeze in. Error 404 forces to Purify. Dyrant walks away.
Beautifully played by Dyrant. Again, very patient. He doesn't need to use his Purify unless absolutely necessary. And seeing Sapat use all of his cooldowns already gave him a good idea. Hey, as long as it's not Natco or at least Clawhood needs to join, I should be all right.
Keeping his wits about him. Gary spots Sapat. Rector comes in, but he gets caught in the Violent Requiem. First blood to Error 404. And now they have Turtle Prio.
Shouldn't be challenging Sapakito just yet. This is his strongest point. He was going to get hit by this.
Yeah, this is a lot of freeze damage. Forced out the Crimson Beacon. Taunt coming in from Widit to keep Sapat away, but should be a very free turtle for Team Vamos. Yup, secured.
Very nice. Very nicely done here. Overall, things are going as smoothly for Team Vamos as it possibly can. They got the kill. Sure, you don't get the turtle, but it's not the end of the world, right? Gary's sole purpose right now is to look for these ganks constantly. Any lane advantage, he needs to be able to cover it or press it. He needs to be what they call in the business a first responder.
This is where, though, I think we need to really see how well RRQ can respond. They've lost a little bit of that early momentum that they were playing with, and they have a tendency to retreat into a defensive stance when that happens towards the regular season. So far, they are keeping it safe. I want to see if they up the ante again.
Oh, unless I see that gold lane increasing, we need to see a huge influx in the economy. Because right now, the people who are holding the leads are Rough alongside with Dyrant. They're the only ones currently holding the leads if I'm looking at this correctly. And it's a very tiny lead, right? Very minuscule in the big picture. So until we see like maybe mid-tier 1 go down, Witty shouldn't die here. Yeah, it's a wet noodle fight for the most part. They're moving as 4 now. Now Vamos is making sure that trying to cross the river is going to cost RRQ something.
Their zoning makes sure that RRQ can never really walk into the bushes. And again, this is one of the reasons why Yi Sun-shin was banned, to deny that information control so that Zkeep can just perfect match himself into bushes and constantly zone.
Now we see first items start to come through. Concentrated energy for Error 404. He's not going to go for Genius 1, so he's not looking for damage. He's looking to just sustain through it, which means the rest of his build is probably Bruiser. Zkeep? I don't know. When I think of Atlas, the hard part is how do you know when exactly he's going to dive? He's kind of like Tigreal, where as long as he gets the ult off with the flicker, there's a 90% chance you can catch him.
Oh, hold on. Nearly catches Rough there. Forces Purify early, and another ultimate from Kim in the mid lane. Already a two-pronged attack. Falling Star Moon, unfortunately, doesn't really connect with anyone. So multiple resources spent on RRQ in exchange for basically nothing.
Very nice coming in from Vamos here. Again, synchronize the attacks to create the space, and now they should be able to take this away no problem as they're looking for another engage.
Sapat flickers in, looks for Kim, goes for the wall, 1-2, finds the Zeus in, and this is no response. Where is RRQ? Why aren't they helping him?
They just kind of watched. They didn't want to get caught up in the fire of that knockout punch. Kept away from it. They have to sacrifice anybody. Apparently, Kim had to take the damage. But for the time being, Vamos, this is going exactly how they wanted to. This is working like clockwork right now. Now with mid-tier 1 broken, the accessibility of the purple buff comes into question for RRQ Tora, right? They needed to use that mid-pressure early on to control the rotations. And now that they've kind of lost that foothold in the map, Team Vamos can now start pressuring the side lanes if they wanted to. Most likely not going to happen. It's going to be like a 4-1 split most of the time.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about when it came to RRQ. They had a good start, but you can see how when things don't really go their way, Sabat's gonna try and dodge Falling Star Moon. It's surrounded by 2. I don't think he'll get out of this one, so the Kingdom finds one back.
He whiffed. It's very tight mechanics. They have not increased the hitbox of that knockout strike. So if you whiff it, you're not going to get your charge back. In the meantime, Vamos again. That 4-1 may have been broken, but that 4 is strong. And look at the coverage. Even Clawhood making sure that there's no real way to have access to that back line.
Right now, Natko already out farming Ruff, and we know how scary he is on this carry. Zkeep gonna go ahead and freeze Dyren in place. Natko already doing a lot of damage. One hit from the kill, but they find another more valuable target. Gary gets spotted in the tri-brush.
Oh, very nice, very nice. They're making sure Natko is the main damage dealer, and they can't do anything about him when his ult is popped. Witty scared to walk up at just the off chance he walks into Natko's autos. At this point, Vamos in full control. 1.7k now turning into a 2.1k lead as they extend it further into RRQ territory.
It's slightly slower, but a lot more deliberate for Vamos. You can see Natko can literally stand in the bush and ambush Siren, and here comes Zkeep to last the final blow. Another free tower fed into the carry, and this is now looking scary for RRQ.
Yep, one more component away until we see the full complete build from Natko. He's almost got Trinity at this point, and he's doing a very good job. He's holding people off. Unfortunate that he missed out on his mechanics earlier, but he's covering the waves, and that's what Paquito brings to the table. He's the fastest clearer, and he travels around the arguably faster than Vendetta.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of panic seep in. RRQ clearly not really knowing what they're supposed to do on the map right now, especially after that gank failed up top. They literally traded objective control to try and pick off this Paquito, and honestly, even if they succeeded, I wouldn't have said it was the most worth it.
Yeah. Don't know what the cost analysis is going to look like here, but look at the full items and exactly how I envisioned it to be. A 4.1k, 3-item carry. Natko is going to be the main focus here.
Oh, look at just how aggressively Natko can position. He knows his team has his back. This is Natko's carry in a nutshell. The gold lead, 1.2k in favor of the carry of Wide Berth, already done with the Trinity, working on the next item. And that 4.7k gold lead looking dangerous.
Yep. Now looking at Sapat's build, he is following almost one-to-one how Sanford was building his matchup against Mr. Flap on the Esme, right? First item, you're looking for that Hunter Strike. Second item, some people are thinking maybe Malefic Roar is good. Here, instead, we go for the opposite. We go for the Heft. Wait, hold on.
Zkeep, he's looking for it. No, not even going to commit Fatal Links yet. He doesn't need to. He does get lifted up, so he will die, but his job is done because Witty falls in return. Look at Natko. The Lord collides into the crystal. Still, it's only 10 minutes in, but they do get the lift up. Natko in trouble, has to flick around. Blazing do have to chase them, but there's just no damage. Natko survives despite it all. And Vamos sticks around.
Oh man, Natko able to out-sustain with the help of his autos. But that was a little messy coming in from Vamos admittedly. Like they should, and they need to make a decision. Are they walking in for the fight or not?
Sabat actually winning out that 1v1, getting away. Natko definitely went a little too aggro right there. Could have been punished hard for that one, because Vamos does need their goal laner to keep pushing, but we can see that hold on, mid lane, they find Witty, AOG comes out, Gary tries to go for the gank, PlayOff cancels out, Subbot comes in from behind, punches him, but Natko actually does fall. RRQ Tora found their quarry, but can they survive? Two-man Fatal Link from Zkeep, picks up the 2 tanks, and the 2 tanks are gone, no longer existing on the field, even without the marksman. Clockwood nearly dies to Fractor, but he'll be able to escape. Retreat keeps Subbot away. Meanwhile, Zkeep gonna tank the tower. Violent Requiem gonna be committed, they find another. Ruff goes down, only Gary left standing. Does Vamos want to end right here? Fracture doesn't get the kill, they get the knockup. Gary just barely survives, clears the minion wave. They'll hold for now.
Woo! All right, at least Aaron 4-4 didn't end up trading over. Sabat, I think it's clear. He's a little rusty, but he's got the instincts. He's doing everything that you want the Paquito to do. Sometimes he whiffs just a little bit, but it's not the end of the world.
Just Paquito things.
It's just Paquito things, right? It's either you hit it or you miss it. Neither way, Sabat at least is getting the correct target priority. Hey, I'm trying to zone away Gary. I'm trying to make sure that Ruff is afraid when I have my cooldowns up, and that's the thing. It's all about maintaining those cooldowns. He's not weaving auto attacks in every single time. He's not actively trading to maintain war axe stacks. No, he's in and out. Simple as that.
But look at where Gary is. They do commit the Fatal Links. They'll catch Witty, but they miss the Violent Requiem. AOG used defensively to get out. Meanwhile, Gary from behind fractures the lineup for Vamos. 2 of the cores are taken out instantly. Subba trying to play the hero 1v4 in the back line. But Kim able to run away this time. Double kill for Ruff while Dyren zones. And that is a throw if I've ever seen one from Vamos.
Unfortunate. Missed mechanics. That's the only way that they lose this. They have a composition that can deal with RRQ Tora quite easily if necessary, but it all depends on whether or not they make sure that they don't miss. How? Fatal links into magic, now that should be an easy combination. You have all the time in the world to set it up and even watch the animation in slow motion to land it.
But I think we gotta give props to Gary for that one. The ambush play setup, Vamos was not expecting it. And Natco has been dead early in these fights, twice in a row now. This carries momentum being halted heavily, and Ruff just got a double kill as well. That'll even up the net worth.
Let's see whether he's actually caught up in terms of net worth. Actually, he has. He's only 200 off to catch up to Natco at this point, which is more than enough because that means his Trinity is also complete. With a dead even 41 to 41, we now have to look at the people who scale, and this is my biggest problem with RRQ Tora. Sure, Dyren can make the fight last long as he wants to, but I think it's Natco who wins that out. Ruff, on the other hand, needs to burst out Natco, but it's Winsome nature that he has to deal with.
Pretty much. We know that Claude is very much fail-safe if things go wrong as long as he's able to scale. But he is basically the only late-game core that RRQ have to play around with. You can see it still takes him a while to actually burn through Zeke. Gary, once again... Oh, error! He knows! He found him! The Violent Requiem locks down the Nolan, and they take him out! The same trick won't work twice.
Wowza. Wowza. Make sure. Keep it. Again, great instinct. Great instinct from Arrow 404. That's how he should be looking to play this Guinevere. And once again, Subba trying to hold his own onto the mid side.
Oh, he survives. That's a heavy left punch right there. Gets the shield back. Zeke now looking for a pickup. He sees them. The freeze comes through and Ruff goes down. Window Nature not going to save him in that case. The final fatal links on Widdy. Going to pull him forward while Subba zones the back. AOG going to be used. Widdy gets out. Dyren will tank a good amount here. So RQ only loses one.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Really sick tech coming in from Zeke. He comes on and trying to make sure that he guarantees the stun, knowing that he's been sticking on to the same target for long enough to try and trigger the passive. So again, there's multiple layers that somebody has to do, like Ruff thinking, wait, do I purify right now? He still has ult, but again, the bodies haven't combined yet, but his passive is about to go off.
And even the Wind of Nature couldn't save him because Clawkun just comes in and blasts him in the face full of lead. Wishing Lantern, Divine Glaive hits like a truck. And now, last item completed from Natco.
I disagree with the Rose goal, but I'm assuming that he's got way too much money.
Maybe. Because, yeah, you probably wouldn't want to build that against Esme, but...
The only way you die is either to, like, Gary and Ruff ulting you at the same time, right?
Yeah.
You seed, and then you get hit by either Ruff or Gary, you die anyway, so that there's a no-brainer there, so it's just the wand that you need.
Well, we'll see whether that works out for him there, because it's a lot harder to item swap off a Rose Gold than Immortality, for example. But Vamos will take control of the Lord first. Net worth difference is still even, I will say.
Yep. Looking at item builds as well, already completed. Majority are getting into their max build as well. Vamos, prime position here, but just look at the way that they're going to have to think about this fight, right? Because no matter what, Subbat is always going to be able to clear faster than Dyren. So they can play this game forever.
Dyren doing a really good job of holding the mid side, actually doing some good poke as well. Clawkun. Zeke gonna start zoning. Because Dyren is around, Subbat can't just go willy-nilly and start split pushing waves. It's always gonna be a 4-and-1 split from both teams.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming out from RRQ. Again, the push and pull is important. This is what we call the Lord Dance, right? And it's for good reason. But at least we're expanding it from outside of the Lord Pit and pushing and pulling closer towards the mid lane of the river. Oh, here we go.
Subbat coming in. He's gonna aim for Ruff. Does a lot of damage to Claw straight away, but gets stopped. Meanwhile, Zeke gonna be freezing the fight in the middle of the river. Subbat gonna get slowly burnt down. AOG used defensively. Subbat somehow actually gets out of that situation, and they find the Light of Requiem. Gonna force Dyren to purify out of the position, but beaten Vamos used a lot. Fatal links on two into the knockout strike, but Ruff comes in blazing towards in the back. Natco gonna be able to survive. Clawkun picks up the mega kill. It is an absolute back and forth. Subbat, how is he still alive? Subbat going back in, trying to brush down Kim, but that's gonna be the end of it. Finally, Clawkun nearly trades for Ruff, both on very low HP, and the rest of Vamos coming in. RQ gonna need to disengage from this position, but Kim probably not getting out of this one, logically speaking. Natco gonna flicker away from Lantern, picks him up, Fracture comes through, Ever falls to the respawn of Gary.
Not sure whether the flicker was necessary coming in from Natco, but take what you will. Take as much as you can. We're already getting into the ultra late game, and finally we see the item swap Oh, this is dangerous because again, the push and pull is amazing, but at the same time, look at how unprepared like a majority of the members here from Vamos actually are on the re-engage, right? Natko, no spinning light wheel. He already used it early on into the middle of the fight. Subpot also had already used his cooldowns as well. This is a very coin flip moment for Vamos, and that's why Zkif is great. He finds those little moments to try and table flip it against RRQ Tora, but it comes at a certain degree of risk.
It really does, and we can see here why Atlas is being prioritized so much for his ability to just control momentum in kind of a similar way to Marcel, just not as flashy in the way that it happens. Team Vamos will regain control over the Lord, but RQ now are the ones holding the slight goal lead. Still, Zapat not able to split push evenly.
But show top side right now because they're taking control over this Lord Pit in the most critical areas. Without it, until he shows, RRQ Tora ain't gonna move out too far. And I think that Vamos right now just need to start bluffing. They gotta bluff as if he's here.
Well, the conceal gonna come out, but literally pops it in front of the... Hold on, Violet Rock, they find Witty in the bush, revitalize, keeps him alive for a while, but Nako is there. The carry is literally designed for situations like this. The Katana goes down, Sapat's in the back line, he finds Rough, Sapakino! He found the target, and now Vamos is going all in like a steamroller flicker. Fatal Links catches Gary as well mid-air. He's gonna have to use the Winter Crown, but we all know that Gary is not getting out of this one. Vamos have taken out 4 members of RRQ, and now the Kingdom is looking to drop their first game. The crystal is open. They're literally diving the fountain. Vamos takes game number 1.
No Lord, no problem. Just come up with one hell of a good fight, and that should be that last nail in the coffin. But it's not over just yet. RRQ Tora now recognizing, hey, this similar game plan that we've been trying day after day, 2 times in the regular season against Vamos, it just does not work. But I gotta give it to Vamos though. Good drafting on their part.
It wasn't the cleanest game, but having a solid hero composition made it easier for them to make up for some of those mistakes. I will give props to the Kingdom. They look a little better. They're able to respond to some of the things that Vamos is doing and actually punish them to drag the game out longer. But there's still some things that need to be worked on to deal with the current version of Vamos.
Yeah, I think that it's not that Vamos is not prone to mistakes. They've got really good ideas. The question is when they roll the dice, is it in their favor? Sometimes the mechanic says no. And I don't mind that coin flip as much, but let's hear this next segment.
Ooh, what a game that was. We can have a look at the highlights once again, but I think you are right, Gideon. Sometimes it is that coin flip. I think what really makes the difference, though, is that Vamos takes that coin flip every time. They are not afraid to gamble. And a lot of teams fall into that pitfall where it's like, oh, I don't want to take the risk of losing, so I'm just not going to do anything.
Yep, and they're not afraid to try. And I don't mind it, but they do it with a short leash. They're like, okay, if somebody's going to try something, it's either Zkif or Supai. Or Error, you had your chance. You whiffed it the last time, and Zkif was probably like, that's also on me, that's also on me. But overall, the combos need to be consistent. That way, RRQ Tora truly are scared because you can see the moments of which, hey, we can start getting a little disrespectful. Moments like this, for an example, which ended up pretty good for Vamos. But at the same time, how many of these holes do you want to expose?
Exactly. I think RRQ was willing to make some things happen, but when things didn't go their way, it's just instantly back into safety mode of like playing to not lose.
Yeah.
Right? And that can work, but it does result in situations where Sapat just comes into your back line and punches Rough in the butt and he's dead and you no longer have damage, right? Team Vamos is able to make these sort of things happen. So you cannot just hope that they'll fight you honestly.
Yeah, I also think that people need to relook at the Esme problem. It's not as well, I wouldn't even say it's a problem. I just think she's not that good in comparison to Paquito.
Yeah.
She completely outskills him and eventually beats him in that 1v1, which is totally fine. And that's assuming that Paquito didn't take the War Axe to begin with, right? That's the only thing that differentiates that matchup. It's just that the late game team fight, she kind of provides nothing here. The only person she could technically really absolve is Claw Kun.
Pretty much. Like, Esmeralda's a really good 1v1 opponent for the Paquito, right? She beats him early in lane, she can match his split pushing, and she doesn't die to the 1v1. But that's about it.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you want someone to sandbag team fights, Uranus is better. Hylos is better. If you want someone to actually 1v1, then you could go into Benedetta. Heck, you could even go to Rizla for the setups. Esme just kind of stands there.
Yeah, and that's my biggest problem with it, is because there's too many times where we see the Esme just... I'm trying to threaten people, but it's a team fight composition in their front line. Like, I can hurt them, but the Natko, that guy melts me. I cannot walk up, and I don't have any battle spells to keep myself alive for that long. So overall, I think that at least for RRQ, once they get back onto that blue side, they need to start figuring out, I want to see what the RRQ opener starts looking like, right? Are they going to give Paquito over to Dairen? What are they going to do? Because so far, it feels like Vamos are following a very similar script to the regular season, and it's a little sad that RRQ still fall within that mold.
Yeah, Vamos knows that their strategy works. They know their players are comfortable with this style of gameplay, so they stick to it. And it happens to be a very good fit for the meta right now. RQ, unfortunately, is still playing pretty standard, and that can work. We've seen plenty of teams make it happen, but you still got to be able to expand your ideas about it here. And they already revealed very early on that, hey, this is what we're going to be doing in the draft.
Yep. And the second thing is that I feel like it's just not enough research has been done, right? Especially when it comes down to, hey, what exactly are we going to be doing in terms of the bans? I would say that there is an honest argument of letting that Harith through if they are on red side. Just to say, you know what? Even if we don't lock in that Claude, at least there'll be a different option, assuming that you prefer that more than the Paquito. And I think that's going to happen in game number 3.
But we've also been seeing across various leagues that Hardest pick rate has actually been taking quite a decline recently. The hero just isn't as popular as he was earlier in the season because there's a lot of ways of handling him now, and Claude still outscales.
Of course. But it comes down to whether or not most of the time, it really boils down to the player, right? I think that some people are just not as confident in their Harith once they have the items compared to Claude just in general, right? Claude has a lower ceiling with how many buttons you actually have to press. Not as many as Harith, unfortunately.
That is true. Rob still ends up as the rich guy since he's basically farming the entire game, but Clawkun, Zekeef, the mid duo from Vamos, once again showing their dominance. They were actually losing lane early on because of the hero picks, but found that momentum. I think Zekeef played a very clean Atlas. One of the best I've seen across various leagues.
Yep, very, very nicely played as well. Again, it's the kind that allows just enough pressure so that you can breathe, but not enough space for your opponents to get too comfortable with. Which is like an awkward space that all roamers need to figure out here. But let's just look at the gold graph real quick. Now, here's where I have my biggest problem. You see them almost starts taking that lead back up into that 5K, and they completely drop the ball right at that 13th minute. And again, a lot of that comes down to that one misplay of, hey, I missed the Fatal Links into the Magic Dump. That is our main engagement combo.
And then they didn't know that Gary was behind them. That's a little bit more forgivable because they probably got a little overconfident in RQ staying on their side of the map. And after that, Error 44 made the really cool read in the bush. But our MVP of Game 1, of course, it's Paquito making his grand return to the playoff stage.
Yep, finding him again, finding the Claude at the perfect moment. Literally, your whole job is just to be in a little attention seeker, you know? You're trying to pull that currency. You want people to look at you. So he shows up mid, Esme comes on over, and all of a sudden, you have all of RRQ moving towards the mid side of the map just to deal with him.
His job is to make you regret bringing a gun to the fist fight, all right? Which is, it's a funny reversal, but it works here. That is the standard build we are seeing for Paquito nowadays. Good mix of damage as well as sustainability, and we can see why this hero has been increasing so much in appearance.
When are we gonna get Paquito, but it's Chuck Norris?
Oh, we already got Manny Pacquiao.
That's the thing. I wanted to make the exact same jokes, but it's way funnier in MPL PH than it is here.
True.
So it's like, you know, cultural relevance.
And we're gonna be getting another collab soon, I heard.
Oh, that's true.
Right?
If it's Chuck Norris. Oh my goodness, Woody. The Expendables 4, except it's an MLBV. That's the dream. That's the dream. But overall, I do want to see what RRQ has to show on the blue side, right? I don't think they're going to go on red side again. I think that the blue side meta is pretty straightforward in terms of what the bans are supposed to be, with an exceptional few scenarios.
What I really want to see right now is just what is the identity of the kingdom still? Because I'm not really seeing that. They had a lot of personality when the season started of being this aggressive team fight oriented comp.
That's true.
Once that failed, it's kind of like they never really figured out what they are as a team anymore.
Well, I think they're just going back to the basics, right? It goes to show that they're looking for comforts overall, and then after that we look into the game, they're highly focused on trying to like make sure that the map rotations kind of work for them, even though the laning phase have not been the greatest. And I think that's like something very reminiscent of what was that particular matchup called? I can't remember the lore accurate name, but Yuzong has got a cool new skin that you guys should probably check out for the 2026 All-Star event available already. So team up and die for the fortune, because again, if you haven't died for it yet, you probably aren't playing hard enough.
All-Stars always brings new stuff, always brings cool stuff, right? We got the new map, we got the new lord, got the new skin. If you guys haven't already started on this event, I hope it's not too late, right? Because
there is catch up, there is catch up,
right? Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Because I haven't.
Gotta make sure, keep yourselves on your toes here. Now we're gonna be throwing it over to our next segment, one that I'm very excited for. We got Poji on the opposite side. Poji, who are you talking to?
Terima kasih rakan kasta, anda kembali bersama saya Poji untuk satu women's call dengan orang yang jauh datang dari seberang. Inilah dia kasta Kolius. Apa khabar Kolius?
Hai Poji.
Jadi macam mana selepas anda tengok prestasi RRQ dalam game yang pertama? Okey ke?
Tidak okey. Because I think early game dari RRQ in terms of objective sedikit kurang. That's why Famos benar-benar melakukan pressure yang sangat amat bagus dari early game-nya. Sebenarnya mereka udah bagus di momen Lord kedua atau di menit ke-12, di mana ketika Gary melakukan flanking tadi, namun ternyata overextend dari Gary membuat map control dari teman-teman RRQ Tora harus hilang.
Faham. Jadi masih lagi banyak yang perlu improvement ke kalau untuk mereka mengunci kemenangan untuk game hari ini?
Pasti Poji, karena memang kalau bila saya lihat selama regular season, Raf dan juga Gary itu sering melakukan gerakan yang jadi merugikan untuk tim RRQ Tora. But memang di babak playoff ini atau di game pertama, gerakan tersebut sudah mulai berkurang. Tapi memang problemnya adalah mereka harus tetap improve. Dan saya percaya RRQ Tora pasti bisa untuk comeback nantinya.
Baik. Kalau macam tu, Kolius, pada pendapat awak sendirilah untuk di pentas playoff ini kan macam awak cakap daripada regular season sampai ke game yang pertama tadi. Awak rasa ada tak peningkatan ataupun improvement yang besar sebenarnya yang berlaku dekat RRQ Tora? Sebab kita faham dekat leg yang kedua mereka sedikit jatuh ke bawah.
Betul, terutama ketika mereka harus bertemu dengan Famos, mereka harus kalah dua-duanya kan. Leg 1 dan leg 2 mereka harus kalah dari Famos. But again dibilang dari segi improvement, saya melihat RRQ Tora ini udah mulai disiplin, udah mulai bergerak itu tidak melakukan gerakan yang terlalu beresiko tinggi. Walaupun memang tadi sempat ada momen di mana Gary harus terpick off di area jungle lawan kan. Tapi itu pasti masih bisa diimprove. Saya percaya bahwa Coach Sasa adalah orang yang pintar dan untuk players RRQ juga pastinya bakal berkembang.
Mungkin mereka akan cuba cari jalan untuk cari kemenangan. Tapi Kolius, anda sebagai penyokong kuat untuk pasukan Indonesia. Jadi hari ini dekat playoff kita boleh tengok dua pasukan daripada Indonesia, BTRM dan juga RRQ lolos ke playoff. Apa perasaan awak lepas awak tengok, wah bagusnya dua tim Indonesia berjaya? Sebangga ke tak?
Sangat-sangat bangga, Poji. Karena melihat RRQ dan juga Bigetron yang berasal dari Indonesia saat ini sedang bertanding nih di babak play-ins untuk MPL Malaysia Playoff itu sendiri. Jadi saya melihat pastinya dengan libur kurang lebih 2 pekan untuk mereka terus latihan, terus improve apa kekurangan mereka selama di regular season. Saya berharap ini bakal menjadi pertunjukan yang sangat amat bagus di babak playoff ini.
Okey, pada pendapat awak sendiri kan, apakah impact yang terbesar sebenarnya bila ada organisasi daripada Indonesia masuk ke MPL Malaysia?
Wah, karena mungkin saya percaya sebelum RRQ dan juga Bigetron masuk pun MPL Malaysia itu udah sangat amat bagus. Karena saya sendiri sering banget untuk melihat MPL Malaysia. Tapi ketika RRQ, Bigetron juga masuk ke MPL Malaysia, jadi banyak nih penonton dari Indonesia yang penasaran dan tertarik untuk menonton dari MPL Malaysia itu sendiri. That's why jadinya banyak banget muncul pendukung atau pensokong seperti dari RRQ Kingdom dan juga Biget Troopers.
Banyaklah lagi ramai fan, lagi ramai lagi bersemangat lah kan macam tu. Baik, Colliers, sebelum kita nak tutup lah soalan dan sebagainya kan. Lepas habis je MPL Malaysia akan ada MPL Indonesia punya playoff. Pada pendapat awak lah, siapakah wakil Indonesia yang akan pergi ke EWC Paris?
Wah. Pertanyaan yang berat ya, Poji.
Yeah.
Tapi jika dari konsistensi, saya rasa tim Onyx adalah satu tim yang bisa mewakilkan Indonesia di EWC. Tapi satu lagi itu yang jujur tim-tim lain pun sedang improve. Tapi jika melihat bagaimana performance mereka di babak regular season kemarin, saya rasa EVOS bisa menjadi kandidat yang kuat untuk mewakilkan Indonesia.
Mantap, EVOS di sini. Alright, itu saja daripada saya dan untuk Colliers. Anything to say kepada semua fan-fan Malaysia ataupun fan Indonesia yang tengah menonton MPL Malaysia sekarang?
Buat para penonton semuanya, keep supporting, keep sokong untuk MPL Malaysia karena ini juga udah babak playoff. Kita juga bakal melihat siapa nanti perwakilan dari Malaysia untuk ke EWC-nya. Dan salam teman serumpun.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye, Colliers.
Bye.
Itulah dia sedikit sebanyak input ataupun juga pendapat dia berkenaan dengan RRQ, BTRM dan juga Indonesia yang datang ke Malaysia. Dan itu sahaja daripada saya di pentas VMix Call. Jom kita terus masuk ke meja caster semula.
Thank you so much, Boji. And of course, we got Kolios on the opposite side. Again, giving his comments and his ideas. And even now making some, I wouldn't even say bold predictions, but his suspicions of who's going to be representing Indonesia this coming EWC.
It's actually a pretty rare occasion for us to be having our playoffs before MPL ID. We're usually the last ones.
Or it happens at the same time.
That's true. Well, this time around, we get a little bit of a head start to find out who our representatives are going to be. And right now, both these teams are vying for that. RRQ gonna swap over to blue side this time around. So now the question becomes, right? You asked already, what is that blue side dynamic for them?
I want to see what their leading strong hand is going to be, right? Because every single time we've seen them, okay, we got to get something good for Dyron, right? Dyron needs to get something great. We got Ruff as well. Also, you got to give us something great. Oh, we also have, oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
I just was not expecting Royalty to be here.
That is quite something. We are a little bit starstruck right now, speechless. But yeah, we're getting a lot of VIPs coming around, I think, for this entire playoffs to kind of brighten up the venue. Especially, I'm sure the grand finals is going to be so full in here. So looking forward to seeing you guys out there who already got the tickets.
Yep, again, still plenty of things and activities to do. Not to mention the watch party that's going to be happening for the last 3
That's true. I need to go see. I haven't seen how big the screen is.
That's the thing. They haven't told us much about it. We haven't had much time to get around. But let's talk about Zkib's growth by the numbers. Because now, obviously, there's a big influx in games. So you'd be surprised that his numbers are actually getting better despite the total volume of games increasing.
I mean, we already knew that Zkib was someone to keep an eye on. What did he debut last season or 2 seasons ago? I can't remember.
I want to say 2 seasons ago.
Probably, right?
It had to be a full year, at least.
Was he in Vamos last year? No. Where was he last year? Arrow. Was it?
Yes.
Yes, Arrow. Yeah. So 2 seasons ago. Still, honestly, a pretty new player overall. But even from his debut season, people were already like, ooh, this new rover is something else, and he is continuing to improve every season.
Yeah, he's same alongside with Nova X Koba, right? Again, both supports have come up from a very long history, but at the very least now, they're going to be competing on the biggest stage and potentially a chance to go to France if they can just win this series out. Let's see what the strong hand from RRQ is going to look like here on the random map draw. Broken Walls.
Ooh, okay. Broken Walls. Always an interesting map to watch. Facilitates a lot of early game rotations in the jungle, especially for slower tanks. And of course, you got those fun objective contests.
Hey, big shouts over to East Malaysians out there, whether from Sarawak or Sabah, Sindakan. We love you guys. All right. What?
Interesting. Fanny Harley banned on blue side.
Is that really the opener? What are we worried about here? I guess they want to play around. Oh, don't tell me that Kim still doesn't feel comfortable playing anything else.
Magic is my life. Your team is...
They ban Harif as well.
I'm going to take a wild guess that either RRQ opens up with Claude or they're going to go straight into the Zushin. That's what I think is going to happen. Because this is a pretty bizarre thing to ban out. Like, I get the Fanny. The Harley, not so much.
Yeah, it also feels like a bit of a waste because these are two heroes that you could contest on blue side oftentimes.
Yeah, or you could just like play Guinevere or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, they could be going Guinevere first, but we haven't really seen too much success in that regard. And Vamos bans the Marcel.
I wonder if Gary is comfortable playing Gwen. And I wonder if Valdo knows whether or not he is or isn't comfortable with it.
We've seen Gary play Guinevere once or like a couple times in the regular season, but I will say it never really felt the best.
Yeah,
he is more of a cleanup jungler.
Exactly. It wasn't anything like too crazy. It wasn't like an Uni style of like big flashy plays or like a more calm and collected style of Arrow 4-4, but he just hits it when you need it. And there we go. Hey, the Zushin, as expected. No surprises there. Vamos.
I mean, of course, it's going to be Guinevere and the Fauve. A very solid opening from Vamos.
I think this game is kind of over
already.
Well, let's see, because here I'm expecting to see like something along the lines of like Uranus and then double it up. I don't know if they're going to get the Gatot all over again, and plus it's not like they have much information to kind of run off. I think that going for the marksman is okay. The jungle, they probably might want to lock it in just a little earlier, but I think their priority is always towards rough, so it might be marksman first, and then potential flex, jungle, or do they just show EXP? Oh, I don't think doesn't really matter though.
I think Claude is a pretty safe bet. So neither of that sounded like Claude. It's Kalaya YSS instead. Okay, RRQ shifting into a more active mid trio.
Okay. Do I like this? Do I like this? I am on the fence on this one. And really why? Because again, it's making a hard call. And I think that what's nice at least is that Yi Shin is still flexible into the gold. That's the only thing that's really beneficial about this overall. Going into that gold lane, you've already affected it because no matter who's in gold, we'll have to take Purify because of the Kalea's existence.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that multiple Purifies tends to be the answer whenever Kalea shows up, so if RRQ is smart, they'll pick up a hero that can punish that sort of situation, things that might necessitate Flicker instead. But Vamos will go ahead and snatch up the Claude for themselves to give themselves a little more late game insurance.
All right, let's see what else. Let's see what else. The carry gets banned out. I like that a lot. I like that so much, in a matter of fact, because this is also showing recognition that there is a possibility that Vamos could just say, you know what, now that carry's out of the picture, let's just move the Guinevere over. We can actually have a tank jungler come in instead and have Guinevere as a support if necessary, and we can wait until the final pick to do that.
That is a possibility, and it doesn't even necessarily need to be a tank jungle. They can still put Quinn Rome and then put like Nolan in the jungle just to farm as fast as the YSS and deny RRQ's early game pressure. With the carry already gone, I'm wondering if they do want to ban the Clint or the Moskov on top of that, just to deny more from Ra.
That's a good point, actually. It's a good point. I'm trying to think if there are any other like potential bad matches, because no matter what, I feel like unless we see them reveal it straight away, reveal bigger indicators, I think that it's either we're going to land on Moskov here or this Yi Shin is going to be a flex. That's what I think.
Have we seen Ruff play YSS?
No, but at the same time, I don't trust it playing Granger in a setup that clearly does not have the damage for it.
Granger just doesn't feel very good anymore at all. So
well, it's not the worst. It's just not the best. It's not like a Harry.
It just doesn't feel very good.
It's not a Claude, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, like he's a little too edgy nowadays.
He's a little too edgy. He's a performative male. He does music and likes guns. Unnecessary.
Maybe he's compensating for something.
Yeah. He's the one compensating. I can't believe it. Talking to the guy who dances around with a monkey. Yeah. It's tough comparisons here.
All right, let's move on from talking smack about Granger right now when he's not here to respond. The Atlas does get banned out with the glue, so RRQ thinks quite likely it is Guinevere jungle. And I am still leaning a little bit more towards Guinevere jungle as well.
I'm fine. It just means that they're going to win out the mid lane just a little bit harder. But what I do think is a bit of a mistake is that instead of the glue, I would have preferred to see the Gatot instead. You're already running Yish and Shin. It's unlikely that you're going to get caught by the glue most of the time. And now the Gatot goes for free over to Vamos, and now this mid doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's the direct counter to the Kalea. Has been for a very, very long time. Not to mention, free way of getting out if you do get caught by that Kalea or Zusin. So very solid. Not to mention the AOG combo with the Guinevere. Right now, they already have multiple knockups to pair with the hero. This is something Vamos really likes to do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But I don't know. This opening from RRQ just feels so weak, right? Zushin into Kalea, like why would you show your mid duo and a mid duo that isn't even like hyper powerful?
Yeah.
It's not like Gato Zushin like we saw in the previous game. It's not even like I lost Zushin, which would have been even more terrifying.
Or even like Khalid Zusin. Obsidia! Ooh. Actually not too bad an idea. If you're able to scale into that late game, catch the claw, then you basically win for sure. But you gotta get there first. And they're gonna have the Terizla in the EXP lane to try and sandbag the Phoveus. So RRQ is playing a slightly more active lineup, but they are still trying to hedge their bets onto more of a late game scale.
Yeah. Does Vamos go... Does Klopko want to go Valentina again? I feel like there's no need. I feel like arguably even Sicilion isn't that bad here.
Wow.
There's like a lot of things he can play. Yeah, you know what? Just play an artillery mage. Play
How about like the Eve is good. Zetian also maybe an option to if you want to match up map vision.
Oh, that's true. And also a great way to kind of set everybody up.
But sounds like an Eve. Very solid duo with the Gatot Kacha. So Vamos has good team fight, has good catch. I am still liking their draft a little bit more, but I think that RRQ can make things happen if they are active with this mid trio.
That's the thing, right? The mid trio, it's just not as good. It's just not as good compared to RRQs. Like, I don't see them winning too many 3v3s unless the side lanes get involved. And thankfully, at the very least, they've got a Terizla to kind of deal with the majority of that problem, right? We need this Terizla to get out of this lane and win us these free team fights to make sure that Obsidian eventually scales at the end. Putting the compositions side by side, it starts to become a little bit clearer, right? Vamos, they want the team fight. They want this team fight to actually drag out as long as possible to eventually get the win.
And we will see whether or not they're able to achieve that. Because right now, Vamos already won a game up in our very first best of 5 of the playoffs. Will they be able to push themselves forward, put themselves at match point, or will the Kingdom find a way back to the glory days? Let's jump back into the land of Dawn.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out. First map already, it's 0-1, and RRQ needs to bring this and equalize the score to maintain some kind of mental and momentum in this game. Did Zekif take taunt level 1? Why? Why would you take taunt level 1? Just,
Maybe it's an emergency upgrade to get away.
It should never be the case, but okay. All right, I guess they wanted to contest this little one, even though they get basically for free.
Oh, well, much stronger mid duo, like you pointed out, for Vamos. Quite easy for them to bring Error over, grab that litho.
Dude, ZK, stop trying to trade here. Stop trying to just clear the wave and start moving on. We don't need a... What are we doing here? What are we doing?
I mean, it depends on whether or not they actually want to make something happen on the map anywhere. If not, then they probably just want to freeze and play a little bit safer since the Yisun Shin does farm pretty quick.
I agree with you there, but at the same time, it's just... It's a matter of how you need to position yourself in the lane, right? If you want... Zekif wants to be in a position where he's punishing Witty specifically. Like, he wants Witty to only punch him. If he punches the minions, he heals up from it. So if he's standing on top of those targets, he wants to make sure that he has the dot on top, and then Clog could eventually add up on that damage, right? That's the most ideal scenario. But if Zekif positions himself like too far away from the wave, he's getting kind of no value at all.
You're definitely right about that one. Dyron gonna be pulled over fairly early on, as we expected the Terizla is going to win that matchup against the Phoveus at this point. But he does also and potentially missing some minions if they try to rush this. We see the Mountain Shocker, RQ want to blitz this. They're going to jump for the jump, get the Violet Requiem on Kalea. RWM comes out. Suppa jumps into the backline, zones Gary away entirely to give the free turtle to Error 404. Diamond going to go down to first blood. Error 404 survives, and now Kim going to be chased down as well. Will the Purify save him? The answer is no. Double kill for Suppa.
What a surprise. Vamos have a stronger team fight right now, especially since their main win condition for the side of RRQ Tora isn't online. Without the Tsunami Slam, not a lot can really happen here. They don't have the quote-unquote burst that we're looking for. Gary doesn't have his items just yet. Ruff still going to be scaling until Kingdom Come. Kim doesn't do a burst. Dyron doesn't do that big of a burst. So they really kind of need to coordinate the attacks, especially with the turtle boat, alongside with the penalty zone to coincide and intersect each other.
Yeah, whereas on the opposite side, Team Vamos has already shown that they're very good at operating independently, and they'll usually draft heroes that don't need to play as closely together.
Yo, what happened to this lane?
Like I mentioned, Dyron missed the wave. He joined the turtle.
You lost so much off of this. I was thinking like at least 50% behind. Not a full level. Which means I would...
Well, Sapat also got 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Sapat got 2 kills, which I think is also fair, but it probably tells us that he also got a majority of the EXP crabs in the lane itself.
That is true. They are leaning more towards his side of the map, so it's a little easier for him to take them. But you would think that Dyron would be able to zone him under tower a little more effectively. For now, Vamo is already a strong lead. Were he able to dodge the taunt? Otherwise, that would have been a sure kill.
Yeah. Let's quickly look at the items, see what people are building. It looks like full tank build for both Sapat and alongside with Dyron. The glowing wands haven't been completed just yet. Gleaming gem purchased by Kim, so he's going to be a little bit slower in comparison to Clockhood.
Why did you say Dyron like it was a... like, why was your emphasis on Dyron so different?
On Dyron so different?
It's like, I'm seeing, hold on, they catch Sapat down bottom, 3v1, but AOG comes in to save him. Revitalize heals him up, and now Sapat's the one taking the fight. Look at the damage! It's adding up so much! Gary goes down first. Sapat's literally diving the tower. He literally does not care. He flickers out, gets the 2-man mark for him again. Look at Sapat! Sapat's still going! He gets a double kill. He'll eventually die, but man, he already did so much more than he needed to. And now the Blazing Duet melts down 2 members of RQ. They are literally under their tower! Dyron picks up his own double, but Error gets the turtle. Nako comes in. Do they really want this kill? Can they get it? No, he wants the gold. Why not at this point? Vamo is making out like bandits.
That's great. This is great. This is how disrespectful Vamos can get. And honestly, it's 100% justified. Ruff doesn't connect the Hunter boat. He was so close. Error 404, good eyes there.
Error, honestly, been reacting really, really well. I could tell that he was a little nervous at the start of game 1, but he seems to have picked himself back together very, very quickly. Vamos 2k gold lead, 5 kills to 2. Sapat is a problem at 4 kills currently. RRQ needs to figure something out.
I don't know where Dyron messed up so badly in his lane that has gone this far. Like, he should be first out of the lane, like always as Terizla. And then afterwards, like finding the engagement after like the laning phase isn't that bad compared to some of the other matchups once Phoveus hits level 4. But at this stage, not even going for a War Axe, straight into Chastise Poljin. He is just trying to play live. Oh wait, sorry, that is Sapat's side. I was looking at the wrong side. Dyron, just components.
They're trying to 2v1, take the tower down bottom, but this is literally the Phoveus. This is the last person you should be trying to do this to. Vamos gets a free tower up top as well. They already have full map priority. They can walk around with impunity. RWM used AOG to get the knockup. Purify forced out from Kim. Meanwhile, Violet Requiem captures someone. It's Witty in the bush. No more Kalea. Blazing Duet into backline. Tower goes down at the same time. Kim just barely survives on 1 HP. Dyron will all be able to walk out as well. Revitalize keeps Vamos topped up, and they'll walk away.
Yeah, this is going to be a really rough game for RRQ.
Yep.
I don't know how they're going to pull this one back.
It's even worse than before. And that is a very unfortunate thing to have to say, because this is now turning into an all-out snowball, and we know how Vamos is with their snowballs.
Yeah, I mean, they're especially playing well around Natco, and the fact that Sapat has gotten away with so much already gives them even more space to kind of do whatever they want, right? Arrow 404 is getting extremely disrespectful, walking into enemy territory in full vision, by the way, in full vision, and RRQ can't do much about it at this stage. So I think that we're in nuclear disaster protocols. I think everybody should understand that Tora, at this point, they're investing everything into Ruff. They're hoping he's a blue chip stock.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to get to that point, because this is going to be a very long-term investment. And I don't know if the Kingdom has nuclear bunkers to deal with what Vamos is going to be throwing at them. They get the taunt into the Violet Requiem, connects with the Terizla Dyren. Gonna land the two-man penalty zone into the Tsunami Slam, but look at the backline being completely zoned out by Error and Zkeep. Sapa's not even part of the fight yet. He finally arrives. Dyren has flickered out of the way. Darkwave picks up Witty. He's been alive for quite a while, but Team Vamos gonna force him back home, and not even gonna allow. How did Error go that far? Killing spree for the Guinevere.
Yep. Once she's targeted you, she's leaping no matter the distance. You just gotta, even a fraction of a second is more than enough for the chase. Really disrespectful coming out from Natco there. Again, most Terizlas look like they're about to die. They're really not. You gotta be careful for that turnaround. That body of Smith passive is really good, especially since damage reduction is by far one of the better stats in the game alongside true damage. But here we go, 36 more seconds until the turtle, until the Lord actually. But Vamos, they're just stealing away resources. 2 levels down between Gary and Era 404.
Oh, Nako in 1v1 blazing duet against Ruff. He is gonna get caught with the Tsunami Slam, lands the Hunt of Bone, but he's healing through quite a lot of it. Will eventually get focused down by 4 members of RRQ. Ruff gets away, RWM locks them down. Sabat forming the front line, pops a Purify on Kim. And Vamos, unfortunately, not gonna find anything here.
Okay, actual mistake coming out from Nako. Very greedy, very bold of him. Yes, they do have a lead, but it's not that big. It's not big enough to really change the course of the game, especially since, does he even have Trinity? He doesn't even have Trinity. He only has the DHS alongside with the Golden Staff. He didn't even have the Corrosion Scythe, and he was like, yes, I can do this.
Overconfidence is always going to be a potential factor when it comes to teams like Vamos. So at least RRQ gets a chance to breathe off of that one.
I'll be a little patient here as we see that RRQ now trying to hold off on this, and at least the endless battle is done for Gary. So he can take these prolonged fights and actually chase down these targets. I just don't see how RRQ is going to poke him out.
Well, it's not impossible. They do have 2 marksmen. Their poke is not bad, even if Ruff is still going to take a while before it comes online. Vamos is going to be the first ones on top of the Lord, but going to keep their wits about them. Right now, they don't really have any information to play with.
Yep, and it's too dangerous to really walk up upon, right? If they start walking up, they fall into the sphere of influence that Vamos could engage upon them. And now look, they're wrapping it around while taking the mid, and you can tell that Tora don't want to fully commit. They know that they are given the underhand.
It's a pretty nerve-wracking situation. We're 10 minutes in. Lord, Zkeep gonna scout out that bush. Try to zone them away. Lord dropping low. Mount Sharka comes out. They see everything. Zkeep doing such a good job. 2-man taunt from Zkeep. Lock them down on the Tsunami Slam going to be used on Sabat, but really, you're not killing that Phobius anytime soon. In fact, Witty nearly dies, is able to flicker out at the last second. They lift up Sabat, but again, this Phobius is way too far. And free Lord for Vamos.
Free Lord for Vamos. Unfortunate. Opportunities missed, but it's all right. At least Tora understand their win condition is basically playing around Witty's cooldowns and whether or not they can break the battle spells, the purifies from Vamos' side. Well, at least for Ruff, let's quickly take a look at where he's currently at, and he just completed his DHS after the Sky Piercer. So, again, 3 items upon 3 items, yet Ruff, we don't know how many stacks he actually has on his bone shards. We know, confirmed, Natco, this is probably the strongest point in the game for him.
Already done with that turn D. Nearly a 1,000 goal lead over the Obsidia, even after the previous mistake. And the RWM locks them down once again. AOG gets 2-man taunt. Mega kill for Error 404 as Vamos runs them down, but Tsunami Slam gonna punish them in return. Zkeep gets dragged under a tower. Shut down from Kim. Picks up the double onto Error 404. They lose their mid tier 2, but they're gonna lift Sabat up as well. RRQ Tora fighting back, but Witty will fall eventually. Ruff gonna take that kill with Blazing to end. He's been holding up to it the whole time, and that's a triple kill for Clockwood.
Yeah, disrespectful coming out from RRQ Tora. They should know Trinity is done. He deals real damage, and now they're looking for the end.
Yeah, this is just a GG angle. It's a 2v1 push into the base. We're not even 12 minutes into the game, but the minions, can they survive long enough? They lose one, but Nako lands the winning from making it to the top 4.
Oh, dangerously close. That could have been an extra 2 minutes there. But luckily, Vamos closed out the game, and it's starting to look cleaner than ever as RRQ need to find their feet. Their openers, weak. Couldn't deal with the openers for Vamos' side, and now they have to challenge it again coming into Game 3.
It was definitely a risky choice to rush for that, because, yeah, if they both died there without ending the game, that could have been a turnaround angle. We've seen that happen plenty of times, but gotta give props. This is what we were saying about Vamos. They are not afraid to take those risks, and it is paying off dividends.
It's looking good. It's looking really, really good. And a matter of fact, all of the winning conditions that they were looking for, it's just not going well, right? They're losing out in lanes where they shouldn't lose. Their mid lane, of course, we were expecting it to lose control very quickly. That's exactly what happens once you get Gaton up and going. But even then, the decisions, right, coming on from RRQ Tora. Why? Oh, they keep saying, hey, we're a teamfight composition that's dependent, highly dependent on their ults. Yet they take the first turtle without the Kalia and then realize, you know what, we actually can't deal with this Phoveus. We can't keep fighting forever, right? We still have to kind of work in a means of, hey, we trade cooldown for cooldown and we just need to get more impact out of ours.
It unfortunately feels like RRQ Tora is still a little bit too reactive. Oftentimes, the ones starting fights are Vamos, and the few wins that RRQ got was when they were able to successfully punish it, and that did not happen particularly often. We mentioned how they kind of need to make things happen with this mid trio and weren't able to successfully do so, especially once Sapat became this force of nature in the early game. If you're trying to play early game lineup and your enemy EXP laner is already this farmed, it's basically done.
Yeah, it's just too much. Too much to actually deal with, realistically. And I think that right now, I have to admit that Era 404, he's got eyes on the back of his head. He's hyper aware of what is going around, everything around him. And it's not just one directional. He's taken off the covers. He's lost that tunnel vision, which is great to see. But I want to see how long he can actually maintain it. Because I'm looking at his BPM, it's still over 100, very similar to Kim on the opposite side. And it's a battle of like who's maintaining that high score.
Well, you know, a fun fact is that smaller animals tend to have higher heartbeats. So maybe it's just
That's hilarious. That's very funny. Is that?
I believe that is true.
That's smaller animals in general?
I think so.
Is there like a formula, heartbeats per like side volume of animal?
Well, heartbeat per volume.
How else would you measure? I wouldn't just say weight, right? You can't just say weight.
I actually have no idea. I'm gonna need to check this out because if I'm wrong, someone out there is definitely proving me already, but...
PETA's already on Twitter. This caster doesn't know what he's talking about.
This caster doesn't respect animals.
Especially the small one. All right.
He's sizist.
He's sizist. I don't know if that's a proper term for this. There probably is one. I'll search Webster's later. But RRQ coming in with this defeat, 8-12 overall. Vamos, I think it's getting to a point where it's like, yes, you are dominating, but like, chill, bro. Like, there are a couple of throw angles there that could have gotten way worse rather than trading 1 for 2, which was still in Vamos' favor. But at the same time, I think that as long as RRQ don't win out their lanes, there's no team fight. There's no way they're coming out of this.
It's a really weird sort of situation because Dyron is meant to be the one lane that has that advantage. So they really should be pushing that more, but they pull Dyron away from the wave that he's already pushing to join the turtle fight, loses an entire minion wave, feeds multiple kills to his opponent, and all of a sudden you just have 0 lane priority on the map. You can tell that RQ literally cannot walk anywhere.
It just can't do much about it. And I don't know what's going on because, again, with the tools that they are given, certain things are expected, like, oh, Ruff's not going to have as much pressure. Big whoop. Everybody knows that, right? But then you start questioning, how do we get to this position? And it comes down to that weird opener, right? I am fine with Zusha. Why are we pairing it up with Kalia? That is my biggest problem. Like, that could have been Tro. That could have been literally anything else. That could have been Glue.
Feels like RRQ is just trying to default to certain strategies that aren't necessarily the most effective anymore, not to mention revealing a lot of their cards early on. Because, yeah, you reveal your mid duo so quickly. It's not even a particularly strong mid duo, as you pointed out. And then you have a Yi Sun-shin jungle show himself too. And then after that, you're not able to get the best side lanes despite leaving them for later. So there's a weird mispriority in the draft.
Yeah, it's strange, but at the same time, hey, we're not the ones playing here. Vamos, more than happy, keep making these simple mistakes. They love it, and better yet, they're 1 point away from punching themselves into the playoffs here and start on that double elimination.
That is going to be a very feels-good situation for Vamos, but also means RRQ Tora are officially backs against the wall. They cannot take another loss, or this will be the end of their journey, and it would be a very unfortunate way to close things out considering how strong they started. But Natco, man is popping off.
I love it. Personally, I love it. And I know some people are going to be like, glazing imports, of course, but he has significantly improved from the first time we saw him touch the MPL to right now, because this is the most comfortable I've ever seen Natco, right? More fluid with these motions. It's not as stagnant, a lot less stutter stepping, a lot less hesitation, which again is why Natco was picked up in the first place by Vamos. We want you at your strongest. No hesitation, and you can just see him just slide through the cracks of the teams.
Yeah, I love the fact that despite Natco has not really been the highest performer for a very long time, Vamos has stuck around with him. They see the vision. They have that idea of this aggressive lineup. And that's why Natco is going to be our MVP for game number 2. He did make one overconfident mistake of trying to 1v1 the carry, but beyond that, man is doing exactly what he needs to be.
I mean, how can you not be that confident with your 0-2 and 5 KDA? How trying to dive with double blazing duet, didn't get any of those kills. And actually, wait, no, he got 3 assists off of that. I think that the 4th one didn't come through, unfortunately, because it took too long, but sad. It's sad to see. Like, it's just like, come on, give me something, anything.
Yeah, that last fight when RQ was actually starting to turn it around on Vamos and actually push out, I was actually kind of surprised Natco still had Blazing Duet.
Yeah,
I thought he had used it already.
No, he tried to flank down to the bottom side, was thinking about going for the dive, but he already used his BMI. So he BMIs backwards and then they push up forward, so he's like, all right, I'll just do it again.
RQ just didn't realize that. Kind of similar to me. You, in the heat of the moment, you would think that Claude had used his big team fight ultimate when the team fight is nearly done, but hey, catches you off guard.
Again, gotta be aware of these things, and especially if you have teammates make them scream at you, he's still got ult or something like that, right? They gotta communicate with each other, which is my biggest problem, because we're seeing too many of these miscommunications resulting into bigger, or at least biting, I wouldn't say biting off more than you could chew, giving bigger handouts than you need to, you know? It's like you show up at the wedding and you're like, here's the ang pao. It's not as big as nobody gave you the memo how much to give.
It's like, what am I supposed to do here, you know?
Here's
that
10K.
confusion.
It's like, yo. Here's 10K. It's like, yo, it's just 1K minimums are totally fine. It's situations like that. That's how terrifying it can be. But with that being said, though, I will say that you guys should be excited, because between the 3rd to the 7th of June, the MPL MY Festival, brought to you by EsportsCon, returns with the Ultra Giant Screen Watch Party, meet and greets, official team merchandise, stage activities, food village, and more. You can also stand a chance to win an Ozbot camera.
Apparently so.
Diamonds through lucky draws. This year, the MPL MY Grand Final ceremony gets a huge upgrade with the Dream Stage, bigger, bolder, and built for champions, as you can see. So don't miss it. Don't miss it, guys. There are still activities to do here at MPL that are completely free without a ticket. So just outside of the venue.
There's so much happening.
Yeah.
And
right outside.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little biased right now. I kind of want this match to end quickly so that I can go and see it myself.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if we can actually, from our talent room, I don't even think we can see the full thing.
I'm not going to see it from the talent room. I'm going to go out there.
I mean, of course we're going to go out there, but just to get a bit of a preview, you know? All right. With that being said, though, we do have word from Poji. He is on the line. Poji, what are you up to? Who are you talking with? What's going on with you?
Selamat kembali bersama saya, Poji. Dan sekarang bersama dengan saya adalah orang yang datang daripada jauh juga, Coach Phil. Apa khabar?
Luar biasa, Poji. Luar biasa.
Jadi, apakah yang membawa awak untuk datang ke Malaysia? Untuk melihat RRQ bermain atau kalah?
Karena mau support RRQ Tora sih. Karena kan memang from the first time RRQ Tora dibentuk itu aku udah antusias sangat antusias atas terbentuknya RRQ Tora. Jadi pengen turut support langsung ke Malaysia gitu.
Faham. Jadi rasa macam ini daripada Indonesia datang ke Malaysia, rasa awak macam kena sokong, tak kisah di mana saja dibuka.
Karena di Indonesia juga lagi nggak ada yang bisa ditonton ya Pak Ji ya. Karena kan ya yang di Indonesia. Ya.
Okey. Jahat. Tapi, alright Phil, sebab semalam kami dan juga production nampak awak datang kat sini untuk rehearsal dan sebagainya. Mungkin sebab itulah kita tak boleh nak mabar sama-sama.
Oh iya benar. Kita biasa ada jadwal mabar ya Pak Ji. Ya,
ada Sunfrost di situ.
Oh iya. Yang bikin kalah terus Sunfrost. Ya. Susah. Guys, mabar sama Sunfrost sangat susah karena yang bikin kalah di rank Sunfrost.
Alright, Phil, sebagai bekas coach lah kan, awak dah boleh tengok naik turun sesebuah pasukan untuk RRQ tu sendiri kan. Jadi pada pendapat awak sendiri kan, apa jenis sokongan yang awak boleh bagi kepada RRQ sebenarnya untuk mereka menempuhi jalan playoff ni? Sebab sekarang dah berada di titik yang paling bahaya, 2-0 sekarang.
Sebenarnya nggak terlalu banyak yang aku bicarain sama mereka lah. Aku sama mereka cuma sekedar ya main bareng, ngobrol-ngobrol aja. Cuma lebih ke mau kasih pesan lah buat RRQ Tora. Coba lebih player yang bagus itu player yang tahu siapa dirinya sendiri gitu. Gimana ketika misalnya dia lagi nervous atau dia lagi ngerasa kayak not in a good condition atau timnya lagi kenapa. Player yang bagus itu player yang kenal, oh aku harus seperti ini, aku harus bisa solving my mentality, aku harus bisa solving my gameplay. Mungkin aku sering mati sendiri karena apa, kayak gitu-gitu aja sih. Jadi itu lebih yang mau aku pesan buat RRQ Tora.
Jangan hilang arah.
Jangan hilang arah. Karena yang hilang arah cukup yang aja. Ya.
Baik, Phil, sebagai seorang yang faham RRQ juga kan. Pada pendapat awak lah bila awak tengok RRQ bermain sekarang di pentas playoff ni kan. Apa perbezaan persiapan yang awak tengok? Mungkin dekat playoff bila tak sebagus ini ataupun dekat sekarang kita dah nampak improvement tapi tidak lagi mencapai ke macam mana? Any perubahan yang awak boleh nampak pada mereka?
Sebenarnya kalau perubahan adalah kalau aku lihat RRQ Tora kan di pertengahan season sempat benar-benar lose streak gitu sampai lupa caranya menang, nggak tahu apa itu turret gitu kan ibaratnya. Tapi makin kesini improvement makin ada dan sempat menang juga. Dan di babak playoff ini di 2 match ini mungkin harapannya mungkin karena lagi telat panas saja. Semoga di game yang ini mereka panas lah.
Bercakap soal panas dan juga maksudnya mungkin ada harapan untuk menang kan. Jadi apakah yang faktor boleh menentukan kemenangan selain daripada mencari diri sendiri tadi? Anything macam kamu cakap, ingat tiang dekat mana, ingat item, ingat kawan.
Main disiplin sih. Maksudnya kalau misalnya objektif udah up gitu kayak ada Lord atau Turtle, lebih ke disiplin aja. Ingat komunikasinya harus ngapain, do something. Tapi jangan terlalu barbar juga karena kan di objektif lebih penting juga gitu. Perannya mungkin bisa dibilang perannya Gary di sini sebagai jungler juga penting. Jadi komunikasiin satu sama lain lah, mau ngapain, do something apa gitu. Kayak gitu. Yang penting main yang jelas, jangan kayak Sunfrost gitu aja udah. Ya.
Jangan jadi dia.
Cukup Sunfrost yang nggak jelas ya.
Alright Phil, sebagai seorang coach, orang yang datang daripada jauh untuk sokong RRQ, sebab kita nak bagi semangat kepada RRQ Tora yang tengah bermain sekarang. Boleh tak macam awak laungkan chanting untuk memberikan semangat semula dengan semua penonton yang ada hari ini? Boleh tak?
Pasti. Shout out juga buat Kingdom Malaysia yang udah hadir di venue, luar biasa banget. Ini weekdays, mereka buat semua supporter juga lah, weekdays, tapi mereka tetap datang buat support timnya kesayangan kita. Tapi Kingdom kita kasih suara kita yang paling kencang, setuju? Oke, kita kasih Chan kita yang paling kencang. Viva! Viva! RRQ! Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Itu saja daripada saya dan juga Coach Phil. Langsung saja kita hantar semula ke meja caster untuk lihat bagaimanakah penamat untuk game kali ini. Jom.
Thanks so much, Poji. There you have it. Coach Phil coming all the way to check out what's going on here at the MPL MY. In the meantime, at least the boys got a little bit of a break to break down what exactly happened and maybe come up with a fresh idea.
And they really do need one at this point because it's clear that the way that RRQ Tora has been playing is not going to work. What was that? Was that art?
It was a cake.
Was that a cake?
I wanna say it was like, I can't tell if it was straight up full on cake or it's just a bunch of brownies and then they cut it up after they've done the art.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, honestly, it's pretty well done.
That's really nice.
I'll get a still image of it after.
What does RRQ taste like?
What? Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it now. We're already 2-0 in this match point for Vamos, and I just saw that they showed the first pick rate. So, sorry, first pick rate win rate. I'm just going to assume that Vamos here, they're going to do the exact same thing. But let's quickly look at the MPL MY Insider by Cellcom Digi, specifically from Dyron. For you, what do you think will be the representatives of MPL ID at EWC? He says first would be Onyx, the second one, I think it would be Dewa United Esports, because some of the players are quite new, but they are really strong too. Interesting.
That is pretty interesting right there. I gotta admit, I have not been the most active with keeping up with MPL ID, so I can neither confirm nor deny that statement. But I think it would be nice to see more new teams on the international stage.
I don't know, something about like, if you thought, well, then again, to be fair, it used to be a lot more stable in MPL ID. Because now, after what happened last year with Alter Ego all of a sudden coming out of nowhere, coming out of absolute nowhere, I think that it's tough to say who's coming out of that playoffs. I know Onyx for sure, but similar to us, it's like SRG +1. Who's the +1?
And maybe we could get surprises, right? I think a lot of us are just waiting for the day when the era just flips and all of a sudden the old mainstays no longer make it. No, that would be a really big shift.
Oh boy. I can't wait. I can't wait. Imagine. Think of it this way.
Okay.
Two partnership teams.
All right.
Instead, Era Esports rebrands the Nongshin. Nongshin Red Force. They're going to be Red Esports, but at least they'll have the same logo.
I see. Okay. A very interesting addition to the scene.
It would make so much sense. They literally have a one-to-one exact same logo.
I'm gonna need to look at this now. I actually can't really remember.
Oh, you can't?
I can't remember. You gotta show me.
It's too good. It's too good not to assume that it's Red Esports. All right, same opener, no surprises. Please don't tell me that. Okay, there we go. Guinevere.
All right. I would be very shocked if they give error Guinevere 3 times in a row.
That would be hilarious.
We got a fun fact. Despite first picking Zusin 9 times this season, RRQ have only been able to convert 2 of them into wins. Should they reconsider their prio?
To what? What would they consider the next thing? Because personally, I think that like no matter how good or bad you are as a mid player, there's no excuse for you to play badly on Zusin. That's the amazing thing about her. She has literally the lowest skill ceiling possible, and yet you can make a lot of dynamic things happen doing very small things.
Yeah, oftentimes I don't really think Zusin is the issue. Maybe it's a single symptom, but there's definitely a bigger story here with RRQ that needs to be fixed up. Vamos, though, instantly switches things up to Suyo Zetian to finish off that first phase.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it so far because now we're finally seeing a somewhat balanced draft on either side. It's not completely lopsided right at the opening, but I think this is one of the better adjustments from RRQ's side. Because now, with 2 power picks of their own, and most of the time whenever you see Zusin, you're expecting Harley whenever it's open on the opposite side, but with Guinevere, then it becomes a little bit harder to lock in that Harley.
It's still possible. We know that Guinevere can be flexed, but Guinevere Zusin wave clear is not going to be the best for that level 1, and we've already seen how Vamos converts that mid lane prio into the rest of the game. So they are posing that question over. RQ most likely not going to snap up on that. They go for the Arlet instead.
Risky. Risky for a couple of reasons. Risky, one, because at level 2, there's an angle. There's an angle that you can kill Paquito in a lane, but it comes at a very dangerous sacrifice. And a lot of it is whether you can hit your level 2 earlier than the Paquito, which most of the time you won't. But if Paquito gets distracted for too long, wastes his charges at level 2 and whiffs the empowered combo, that's when you have the opportunity to hit back.
Not to mention that Sapat has played Arlet. He's played a mean Arlet, in fact, which means he's familiar with the ins and outs of the hero. So that is a bit of a risk there. Now, I understand the reasoning for it, because this is actually a very Vamos setup from RRQ. These are 2 heroes that pair well with Guinevere. They'll probably go for more heroes that can do so. The Atlas actually going to be banned out by Vamos. It is a Gwyn combo.
I guess. But they've already got like the Zushin. Why do they care so much about this Atlas unless this is an indicator for something else? Is it because they don't plan to engage as hard, or are they purely playing for the counter engage? If they are, let's see whether this is Gaton, right?
No, Gaton's banned already.
It's already banned on the opposite side. You're totally right. You're totally right. Wait. What's another playmaker that they could potentially get that does the same thing? They need somebody who opens up the map right now.
There are still plenty of roamers that open up the map. It's just, do they also combo with Guinevere?
I mean, I think it's easier for RRQ to move around. I think that Vamos right now, I'm curious about what the support option is going to be. Because that mid lane...
when I give the word.
Okay, so they also ban out the Khalid, which is great. That's good. That's good.
I feel like this could actually be another Kalea angle for RRQ or Cho.
I don't... Cho, yes. Khalid, no.
Yeah. Like, it wouldn't be a good pick, but I kind of feel like there's a chance RRQ might be leaning towards it, because they literally banned Gatot Glue, you know?
Yeah. Because they don't want their front line to get messed around too much here.
But Cho is definitely the better choice if you're going for that angle.
Oh, is this good enough of an answer? Cho is fast, but is he going to live long enough to make an impact by EXP side, which I think is what I'm trying to figure out.
That's Hilda instead.
Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense.
No, so here's what they're trying to do. So RRQ is debating if anything happens to this Arlet, if let's say for any reason Dyren makes a mistake in that lane against that Paquito, he's out of it. And there's no way of coming back unless somebody comes and helps him, which in this case is going to be Hilda. The only problem is that now that you have Hilda and you're basically going to play something with Concussive Blast to control that mid lane, it's important that your support doesn't get chunked out during those times. Because as soon as you're chunked out, you have to recall, and then you lose the opportunity to run up and actually impact the EXP lane at its most crucial time at level 2.
Yeah, we've already seen in the past plenty of times where if the team is not really able to play around with it, the Hilda doesn't actually achieve all that much anymore. The Cho actually going to go over to Vamos, and they're going to pair it up with the Obsidia. Wow. Not what I was expecting.
Not what I was expecting as well, but I guess it's a lot of respect given over to Arlet, right? It's one of the few that actually has like an inbuilt dash to get away from it, and it creates enough distance to get you away from most final slashes unless there's a flicker involved, but even then, it does mean that no matter what, on the opposite side, we are expecting to see Purifies across the board.
Absolutely. You need to try and make the Cho waste his kick here, because Vamos is heavily relying upon this hero to get those setups. They don't really have a big frontline tank that they can play safely behind anymore. So it does result in a slightly more high skill cap team composition for Vamos to play, which is very much their style. But RRQ sticks with the Claude, which means that they have a slightly easier team to play.
All right, I think that both comps are pretty hard. It's pretty hard to get away with, right? I think that the setups are much better, are a lot easier to kind of recognize from the side of RRQ, and obviously the way the Dragon coming in from Cho. But besides that, like getting into those positions are harder to create compared to their opponents. I think that Vamos this time around, really, they got to think, hey, if we are going in, there should be a moment of hesitation because we need to make sure that when we execute, we get them. We miss, we're out of here.
Yeah, there's no obvious direction for Vamos this time around. When they execute, everyone just needs to be ready to follow up on it at the same time without a clear indicator for them to look at. RRQ, they've got good setup and their backs are literally against the wall. If now is the time to get that final burst of energy, that team spirit from their fans to push them forward in the competition, it is now or never. Will this be the end or a brand new beginning for the kingdom?
Let's find out as we jump right into it. Immediately, we're seeing that Sabat not even bothering to go. Oh, actually, I would like to see what the emblems are. I wonder what Dyren is taking this time around. I wonder if he's like going more sustainable to play for the team fights, or he's looking for something just a little, I'm gonna get in your face and just kill you in lane.
As usual, though, we're gonna be seeing the big trade in the mid lane. Slight advantage over to RRQ's side since level Hilda and Zusin is pretty annoying to deal with. And already Witty keeping an eye on Error 404.
Yep, beat him up, Witty, beat him up.
Yep.
Chunk him for half of his HP, walk away, rinse and repeat this process. And every once in a while, just come back over to mid. Now, it's important that Witty still sticks within these bushes, right? Because if he gets too low, then he's forced to recall and he can't sit around and be important for important contestable fights. One of which such Not being the Litho Wanderers, it's already been taken.
So far, RRQ Tora definitely in control of the river thanks to the Hilda's movements, but Zkeep gonna be the first one to make a move down spot. He gets stunned mid-wave, but Dyron in a bit of tricky spot. Has to dash through, but can he get out of this one? No! The Hilda's just way too late to the party.
Sapat played that perfectly. They split up on purpose. They don't want to be able to kind of reset the passive from Arla to get him free refunds on his dash. So he said, you know what? He's already going to put a mark on me. I don't want him to get in and out, because once he's on top of me, there's a high chance the next mark is going to be back on you, and I can't keep up with that. Oh, that's sad.
That's nice. Well played from Gary to steal the crab there. Actually gets the knockup on Zkeep into the Violet Requiem. Zkeep in trouble. Free kill.
Yep. Oh wait.
Oh, this could be a bit too risky. The flicker forward from Widdy jumping on top of Error 4-4, but the Fury of the Phoenix, nice timing to save your jungler there.
Dude, Sapat is probably balled up, just mad. Like, please.
Oh, never mind. The instant recollapse. Dyron dies the second time in the game. Vamos now have the numbers advantage over Turtle, but Gary still has that ultimate. So I'm gonna 1v1 the Hill down. By time in the back actually knocks Gary out of the combo. The Guinevere having a hard time, but Gary still secures the retry timing.
Very funny. Very funny. Sapat is like, I got a dredge, dump out. The spatial migration. All she's got is spatial migration. Proceeds to forget. Oh yeah, I gotta keep him away. You get spatial migration back in. My bad, G.
But even then, you would think that Error would be able to hit that timing a little bit more effectively. So props to Gary there. We know that he's always been one that can keep his team afloat when necessary. And in fact, he finds the Violet Requiem onto Sapat. Sets it up for the Dyron kill.
Yep, restabilization of the EXP. Dyron thinking that he's got at least a jungler will come by to his side of the map. But in the meantime, Era 404 is now starting to fall behind overall as we always split both ways. I wonder if they're going to spot Era 404 here.
Looks like he's just going to recall in that bush. I think he's actually going to be getting out this fine. Nako highlights will hell up. No, Era's going to return to join the fight. Nah, they're just not going to commit.
All right. Not going to go for it. Not going to go for it at all. He should have just recalled at that point. Like, what? Oh, boy. A lot of
I actually feel like he could have fought that, personally.
It was Widdy. He's not running Revitalize. Maybe it was possible. It's tough to say, right? Because as soon as you start going into the Soul Sever and Widdy decides to cancel you out with, you know, Power Wilderness, that's when it's like, well, I've wasted all my time here then.
That is true. I suppose they just don't want to take that risk, especially since RRQ is having a pretty okay early game. They've evened out a lot of the loss they had in the EXP lane, and Gary is currently out farming Error by a slight bit. Next Turtle going to be up in another 15 seconds.
Looking at first item priorities, seems to be pretty standard all across the board. Except that Zkeep opting to lean more into MR, Widdy leaning more into armor. Makes a little bit more sense considering the problems that they're going to be facing this game, but we're not seeing the conversions just yet. Very first Turtle here. Let's see who's... Sorry, second Turtle of the game here. Let's see who's going to get it.
We know that Vamos probably wants to play for that late game. They literally have Obsidia on their side, one of the most late game scaling marksmen in general. Widdy will scout out two people in the bush. Oh, able to dodge the cake. Fury of the Phoenix comes out, connects in the backline. Kim not going to be able to survive even with Purify. Finally, Way of the Dragon is used. A little bit less ideally though. Dyron going to drop the half HP. Final Slash going to be used. Nako runs out of the situation and Widdy's the one who gets sacrificed. Meanwhile, look at Sapat. Sapakito's going ham in the backline. RRQ, are you not paying attention? Dyron tries to flicker away, but Sapakito right on his heels, double kill, free Turtle.
No words, no words. No words can explain. I mean, Widdy, he finds the timing here to not get kicked. However, why is Kim in that position? Why is Kim on that northern side? Really doesn't need to be there. And of all people, he's trying to peel off Sapat while he still has abilities. Makes no sense to me why he should be there in the first place. If he was going to start zoning people, he probably would be wanting to be a little bit behind, closer towards the pit, not on the complete opposite side.
Even worse off, he's playing Zhu Xin. He could have checked that bush. And for some reason just walks up to it without doing so.
You mean the tri-brush on enemy side? Or?
No, the bush above where Sapat was hiding, right there.
Yeah.
He didn't check it.
Yeah.
Sapat just walks out of there, punches him in the face.
I mean, he also could have checked the tri-brush so that Widdy didn't have to like lose out on his on his speed up, but it's fine, it's fine. It happens, you know? It happens. They can still recover from this. It's not the end of the world, but at the same time, now that they've got this 3.4k lead and Natco has like been uninterrupted, I don't see it becoming a bad... Oh, hold on.
Committing the ult, they're trying to cast a show. The kick into the two-man knockout. Winnie gets set up. Blockhood, Subba, jump backline. It is beautiful! From Vamos, a perfect initiation. They're gonna force Ruff back with the BMI and then chase down Gary at the same time. Zekeep's already there waiting. Dyrant, though, gonna force him back. Somehow, RRQ will not lose more bodies here.
Oh, great timing. Great timing of the Fury of the Phoenix. I think that RRQ Tora doesn't know the timing. They don't know the timing of the Fury of the Phoenix and when it's going to come back up. I think that's the biggest issue right now, because that's 2 for 2 that we've seen a near like 4 to 5-man Fury of the Phoenix ult.
Yeah. Like, they really gotta be a little more aware of that ult's potential, since they're not exactly the most mobile team either. It's very easy for that ult to hit them.
Exactly, exactly. So I'm saying, just know the timing of the ult. Like, you don't need to know whether it's up or not. You just know the cooldown so you know roughly when it comes back up. But here could be an opportunity.
Up right now, we can see Vamos in control of Churl. Zekeep comes in. Violet Requiem used to cancel the kick, but Zekeep didn't even commit it, and now there's no Guinevere ult. Subakito still pushing mid-wave. Clockun successfully zoning. Again, very, very surgical precision from Vamos.
Dang, they're getting everything out of them. So much pressure. I'm trying to think of a solution from RRQ Tora, but if they'll like give away space just like that and they can't deal with Subbot in particular, I don't think they have much of an answer. I think that they need to deal with Subbot somehow. I'm not sure how they're going to do it. I feel like Witty has to kind of like harass him first and then some kind of follow-up, but I don't know if I want Gary more or Dyron to do it.
Yeah, it's a tough situation because Subbot is farmed once again, and we know how strong the Paquito is currently. Overall net worth lead leaning favorably in Vamos in a wide margin. 6k at 8 minutes is very, very snowbally, and RRQ just keeps giving away space. They can no longer walk up onto the map because they know if they get caught, it's just done.
Yep, and they just want to hold them hostage here, right? Don't let them walk up into those lanes. Don't let them walk into the jungle for free. Every single time they show the opportunity to overextend, you just punish.
Oh, look at the way they're zoning right now. Kim trying to get the lift up, but not able to do so, and instantly all the damage comes in from Natco to force them back. Their own jungle just doesn't belong to them right now, and Ruff nearly dies just a poke from the Zetian.
Yeah, and not just that. Let's not forget about the bow coming in from Era 404.
Oh, final slash, they find one, but to get the Violet Requiem in, the lockdown is good, but the damage isn't enough to get the lift up on Zekeep, and the choke will fall with Subbot! The Sepakino 1-2 punch into the base! 3 members of Tora dead!
Holy cow, that was dangerous. Managed to get the double jab, empower jab, regular jab, close the distance, go for the knockouts, trying to pray that it connects, because God, that looked really iffy for a second. I didn't think he could close the distance, but I was just wrong. Literally a frame wrong. But overall, really good initiation here, right? From Dyrant's side. He sees the angle, but the big issue overall is that no matter what, that Fury of the Phoenix will connect.
Yeah, RRQ literally just grouped up on that one, and it was just Zekeep as well. Like, yes, it's a good catch, but do you really need to be grouping up that much for a kill on the Rover when this Zetian exists?
I mean, it's desperation, right? And they haven't been able to absolve their issues, and so far, they have no real way to harass and pulp their opponent. We were expecting Kimmin as well as Witty to be that guy, right? To walk out, to chunk people down before they even get close to the fight. Now, that's completely flipped on their heads. Subbot's the one who's playing the judge and jury and executioner. Zekeep, surprisingly dangerous. Like, this kid's got mechanics for sure.
Subbot actually going for a slightly different build as well. This is Sustained Paquito, going for that War Axe instead of the Hunter Strike Sea Halberd, since there's no Esme that he has to play against. He is gonna get caught in the bush. Violet Requiem on the Paquito, but once again, Fury the Phoenix lands on everyone, and look at Error 404 instantly zones them all back. Subbot's still alive, by the way. Ruff is dead. Gary is dead. Dyrant is dead. The Kingdom are dropping one by one like bowling pins, and they're witnessing their life and legacy flash before them because the Lord is crashing in with the entire combined force of Team Vamos as they clean sweep the play-ins to send RRQ home.
And that's unfortunate. Vamos with our fans in droves, happy for a dominant 3-0 victory. They made sure that at least coming from the play-ins, they're coming in with confidence. For RRQ Tora, however, it's unfortunate, but we have to say goodbye to them.
That is a true feels bad moment, but no one can really deny the results. RRQ Tora were clearly not the better team in this matchup. And Vamos proved it over and over, time and time again. The Kingdom will unfortunately bow out here, and hopefully we get to see them come back stronger next season.
Yep, a lot of expectations have been set here today. But at least for RRQ, it's back to rebuilding, back to looking for the right solutions to make sure this doesn't repeat again in the following seasons. We're still happy that they participated, and a big shout outs here to Vamos on a convincing victory. Goes to show that at least it comes down to the locals here. Vamos as an organization, they figured something else out.
They know themselves. They're well aware of their personas, their team identity, and they play it to the max every single time. We knew that Paquito would probably be a nice buff to Sapat, but to see it work this well is a pleasant surprise too.
Yep, it really is. It really is. It helps that we've got so many fans out here.
Ramai orang mengharapkan yang lebih baik untuk RRQ Tora daripada awal musim lagi, namun perjalanan mereka untuk musim kali ini berakhir di sini. Terima kasih kepada mereka dah buat yang terbaik. Jadi mungkin Raf boleh kongsi dengan saya sedikit sebanyak sebenarnya. Kalau boleh kongsi actually apa yang menjadi punca kegagalan pasukan RRQ sebenarnya, dan apakah yang boleh anda janji sebenarnya untuk kedepannya, musim-musim seterusnya kepada semua peminat, penyokong, ahli keluarga?
First of all, kita orang nak minta maaf dekat siapa yang sokong kita orang, and kita orang kalah dengan agak mengecewakan ni. And for me, saya rasa Vamos prepare better lah daripada kita orang, and kita orang pun banyak buat mistake kecil lah yang tak sepatutnya kita orang buat dekat tournament.
Mungkin boleh diperbaiki benda tu. Untuk Kim, mungkin awak boleh nak bagi any pesanan kepada kawan-kawan sendiri. Mungkin anda masih lagi bersama, mungkin tidak bersama musim depan. Kata-kata pada kawan-kawan.
Kawan apa? Teammate?
Ya, teammate.
Untuk teammate saya mungkin minta maaf lah. Mungkin sebab dekat regular kita orang strong masa week 1, week 2 je. Tengah-tengah tu tak konsisten. So playoff ni mungkin kita nak catch up susah. Untuk Akib pula next match dengan Sun Game
Diren. Baik, kepada Diren, mungkin kita faham ini bukan pengakhiran untuk Tora. Masih ada lagi untuk musim depannya. Pada pandangan awak, apakah yang boleh dijangkakan untuk pasukan RRQ untuk musim yang ke-18 nanti?
Yang udah pastinya kita improve lah. Semoga aja bisa lebih baik lah dari ini.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kepada ahli pasukan RRQ Tora. Dalam setiap perlawanan ada yang menang, ada yang kalah, dan pada hari ini adalah titik terakhir untuk RRQ Tora. Maka dengan penuh rendah diri saya minta untuk anda buat final bow in 3, 2, 1. Dan sekarang kita akan hantar ke mini stage untuk pemenang kita tadi, Vamos dan Rose.
Terima kasih kepada RRQ Tora for your sacrifice this season. Tapi guys, hanya satu pasukan yang akan layak ke stage seterusnya, and it is none other than Team Vamos! Boys, congratulations. Itu adalah kemenangan yang sangat-sangat bersih. 3-0 in your play-ins. Sepat.
Yep.
Sepakito is back. Selepas beberapa musim akhirnya kembali ke playoffs. Apa perasaan to be back?
Of course, sangat-sangat happy sebab boleh guna hero power yang dah lama tak guna. And awal-awal agak sikit nervous lah.
Oh, kenapa nervous?
Sebab kat scrim tak macam ni.
Oh. So ni memang cuba-cuba je.
Yep.
Adakah Pakito ni hidden strat oleh Vamos? Sebab kita nampak beberapa region dah start pick Pakito masa kita lagi regular season kan. So adakah memang plan nak keluarkan hari ni?
Sebab sekarang meta patch pun dah berubah. Pakito sangat-sangat OP. So untuk dah sistem pakai Pakito lah. Nak menang.
Oh macam tu eh?
Free star.
Nanti rank habis kita semua. Thanks do untuk advice tu. And of course tadi dalam satu quote sebelum kita tengok perlawanan, you ada kata you nak uji tahap kemampuan you. Selepas kemenangan hari ini, Rose nak tanya, do you feel like you've already succeeded ataupun still masih lagi tengah cuba untuk sesuaikan diri dengan meta, dengan playstyle and everything untuk musim ini?
Of course masih belum puas dengan performance saya hari ini, and kita orang masih lagi eager untuk ke EWC and still grinding, still test our limit lah as a team and also as individual.
Wow.
Weh, matang lah macam mana?
Matang. Ni beza sangat dengan Sepat dulu.
Oh ya.
Sekarang Sepat dah matang and I think it's you guys play a big part lah untuk train adik-adik ataupun the younger blood di dalam team Vamos. Good job Sepat. Good job. I'm pretty sure your brother is very proud of you.
It's okay bro, it's okay.
Of course, Rose pun nak borak dengan Zikif. Akib, kita tahu Zikif dah beberapa musim memang layak ke playoffs. Your run last season ended in 4th place kan?
Betul.
Tapi kalau kita berbanding dengan musim selepas ni, kita ada 3 minggu break sebelum players bermula untuk season ni pula 1 minggu sahaja. So adakah you rasa Team Vamos sudah pun complete your preparation untuk playoffs kali ini ataupun tak cukup masa lah?
Bagi kita orang seminggu untuk preparation tu cukup. Kita orang end kita orang punya regular season pun dengan kemenangan kan. So itu satu momentum lah. Cuma untuk tim yang kalau baru kalah, diorang susah sikit nak bounce back.
Sebab Vamos dapat close regular season dengan kemenangan. So ada consistency lah dengan momentum daripada kemenangan tu. Winning momentum orang kata. Betul. Okay guys, so tadi kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan bersih daripada Team Vamos. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. Saya nak tanya, Stadium Juara, siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita sama-sama tengok MVP in a count of 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Siapa? The crowd is saying Sepat. Bukan. Siapa? Sepat kita! Wow. Rose just nak cakap daripada lama tak kembali ke pentas MPL. Kali ni di Dream Stage, Sepat perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Apa motivation Sepat sebenarnya untuk kembali and of course prove yourself?
Mungkin pertama sekali percaya diri lah. And then waktu preparation sebelum playoff ni, saya hilang saya punya confidence and also my coaching staff. Tiga-tiga coaching staff tu sangat comfortkan saya tentang apa yang saya dah buat selama ni. And saya just prove lah kat dorang, especially untuk dorang.
Oh, I'm sure Sepat sangat-sangat happy. Now, Sepat, kita tahu Sepat masuk masa transfer window kan. Tapi sebelum musim ni bermula, ramai orang pandang rendah di Vamos. Which honestly, less attention, maksud tu less pressure lah kan. Tapi sekarang, ramai orang tengok. Hampir full house tau dekat side Vamos.
Thank you so much
dengan
guys.
ramai orang yang tengah tengok Vamos, eager to see Vamos pergi ke EWC. Adakah mentality tu dah berubah? You guys rasa lebih pressure?
Especially kita orang tak letak put pressure pun sebab semua orang nak yang terbaik dan kita orang juga nak yang terbaik untuk diri kita orang. So kita orang just focus on our kita orang punya impian ke EWC. So kita orang just fokus kat situ and do all the best. Apa yang berlaku biarkan. Yang penting kita orang dah buat yang terbaik and jadi diri sendiri.
Positive mentality. I sangat-sangat suka. And of course, last question untuk Sepat. Esok you guys akan jumpa Invictus Gaming di upper bracket. Now kita tahu Invictus Gaming adalah salah satu tim yang sangat-sangat konsisten sepanjang kita punya regular season. Siap dapat nombor 2 di dalam carta Liga. I want to ask you, Sepat rasa untuk perlawanan esok menentang dengan IG, adakah dia akan jadi sengit ataupun senang bagi prestasi Vamos hari ini?
Mungkin akan jadi sengit sebab dorang pun dah one step ahead. Dorang boleh tengok kita orang match lawan dengan RRQ Tora. So mungkin dorang lebih ke hadapan berbanding kita orang, and kita orang just focus on our punya, kita orang punya kekuatan, and just hadap je. Apa yang terjadi esok semoga berpihak kat kita orang.
Because esok ada 2 nyawa kan?
Yep.
Kalau kalah ada lagi lower bracket. So dorang takkan balik rumah lagi. Ada lagi chance untuk layak ke EWC. Thank you very much Sepat. And of course Claw Kun. Like Rose mention tadi, kita nampak ramai sangat super fans Forza Vamos datang ke arena hari ini. Is there anything at all yang Claw Kun nak cakap dekat fans-fans?
Mengucapkan terima kasih buat Forza Vamos yang udah datang, dan keluarga juga yang udah di rumah yang udah doain. Makasih banyak. Tetap dukung kita lagi besok.
Good luck tomorrow. Jumpa korang esok ya. Congratulations boys, amazing win. With that, mari let's show it back kepada panel kita untuk analyze apa yang terjadi dengan kemenangan bersih hari ini menentang dengan RRQ Tora.
And there you have it. Game highlights up on the screen, but thank you so much to Rose alongside Poji having a conversation with the winners and the losers of this matchup. It's sad to see RRQ Tora go, but happy times for Team Vamos as they get one step closer to their EWC dream.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of momentum for Vamos going forward. Very confident gameplay, exactly the style that they are known for, and it worked super duper well. A clean sweep as well with hardly any contention is going to give them a very good feeling about their next matchup. And I'm looking forward to that as well. We can see in Game 3, this was a very dominating gameplay from Vamos. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and the Zetian was just the bane of RRQ the entire time.
Yep. Just really couldn't do much, especially when the Fury of the Phoenix will come out hitting multiple targets. Again, great play coming in from Zekeef as well to communicate it back to Clawkun. But you see this happen many, many times. Every single catch, well, guess what? Fury of the Phoenix gets stopped and immediate counter-engage from the opponents. And that's why this Obsidia pick is so good in those moments to find that one lockdown. But it also helps with the new meta hero of Paquito. God, he's so versatile.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams just contest Paquito in general here. We know Vamos loves it because it's a Paquito, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of the more highly contested picks here in the playoffs, considering how much he appeared in MPL PH already. Other teams got to take note.
Yeah, no, I think he's just a little too good. He really is a little too good that majority, and so uniquely positioned in the meta as of right now. Does well against the majority of junglers except Fredrin. Is able to win out majority of his lane matchups with the biggest exception to only Phoveus. Everything else, you actually have a very clean and easy to execute style of laning phase.
And because of that, you get games like this, right? Not even 11 minutes long. The moment Vamos won that last fight, is like, okay, we just end, it's over for them at this point. Look, the itemization already leaning very heavily because of that gold lead, and RQ unfortunately still facing the same issues.
Why did Dyron get a War Axe for all intents and purposes? Wait, let's see the emblems. Maybe I could be wrong here. Okay, maybe he was trying to go for a little bit more sustainability, huh? Interesting, interesting. Sustainability when you into the Paquito, hard to say. It feels like he wanted to go splitsies on what he wanted to do in this lane, and that probably costed him a little bit more if he just went full damage or went full tank.
It's an interesting decision to go sustain Arlet. Like, it would probably help you out a little bit if you're trying to take very long 1v1s with the Paquito, where if you land like really big team fight ultimates, but I feel like that's asking for a lot when you don't really have other heroes that can force Vamos to group together.
Yeah, and not to mention that like the overall base damage isn't that high for Vengeance, so you're not getting as much spell vamp in comparison to like Sapaquito here, who just, I don't even need the War Axe technically. I just need to make sure that I have Festival of Blood, stack that up early.
Pretty much.
I can heal back to full off of a wave. So like, the comparison just doesn't make sense.
I do think that the synergy from RRQ Tora overall is still kind of lacking, where a lot of their gameplay is slow. It requires... It feels like their communication is happening in real time, where it's like they are actively still trying to tell each other what to do, while Vamos is just feeling it.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably a pretty good way to actually put it, because considering how quickly the responses was, especially between Kalkun and everybody else, because apparently everybody had to answer to Kalkun to get the Fury of the Phoenix, it kind of lines up. It lines up with what they want. And harder yet, nothing much I can say about our MVP supply here. Did a good job.
I mean, there's not much more we need to say about him. This is how you want your Paquito to be doing work. And he got a really good...
The bait, yeah.
Yep. Got really good setups early.
He didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
I think he could have closed the distance and then still got him as long as he... Like, heavy punch into it, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, you know, he's playing Terry Bogard, you know, it's a fighting game character. He's got a move. He's got a wave dash.
He's got a wave dash. He's got to, you know, play the footsies. Casual footsies. Look at him go.
He gets caught here, survives it all because he's so farmed. Heals it all back up with the shields and the jabs and
left. Yeah.
Actually insane.
So good. It's so good. Again, all you have to do, it doesn't like... What I cannot understand is why the developers decided, let's give him damage reduction on all of his empowered abilities. And not just his heavy left hand. Like, we could have just left it a heavy left hand and I think he would have still been relevant, but just not as, like, getting moments like that where it's like, how? How is he still alive?
Yeah, pretty much, right? Those highlights are just serving to be the antithesis of, like, whoever it was out there who said, like, hurting others doesn't heal you, you know? Apparently it does, you know? You just gotta punch them real hard.
Yeah, ever heard of spell vamp?
You just don't have the right item build.
Yeah, lifesteal, you know? Like, there's so many ways around it. It is a bit of a lackluster game, best of 5, unfortunately, but I think that maybe our upcoming one might just be a little bit better. Because again, Team Rey was looking to be the team that could have been in that upper bracket slot other than IG. And now they have to face off against BTR, who started off right at the bottom and are now looking much better with clear ideas of what they want to be.
It's so interesting to see how many ups and downs we have had this season among all of the different teams. But one thing that always stays the same is our daily TNT co-prediction activity, where you try to guess which team will win. You can write down your prediction before the match, and of course this is if you are here at the arena, and you can pass the card to the TNT Co booth, because 10 of those winners every day will be randomly selected to win 200 MLVB diamonds. And on top of that, t-shirts. We love t-shirts. We love MPL t-shirts. And you can use the promo code at the bottom of the screen right now to get free shipping, including East Malaysia. So even if you guys are not over here, you can still apply that for your online purchases. And if you guys are here at the arena, we have a special deal where you buy 2 pieces to get 50 ringgit off. So make sure you guys visit the TNT Co booth.
Yep, don't waste any time and come on over and check out all the cool things that are happening here at the playoffs. And if you unfortunately don't have a ticket, there's still plenty of things to do besides that. Now, in the meantime, though, I don't know how to feel about this upcoming game because, again, if there was a team that I think would, if they could invest in a hyperbolic time chamber, it would probably be BTR. I think they have the highest likelihood to show us something else.
They have been slowly improving across the entire regular season, so I don't think that's impossible, but we'll get to witness their match right after this. We're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, it's the second best of 5 of the day. We'll see you guys there.
Nice.
Lagi.
Nice.
Sabar guys.
Boleh lah. Awas pak kita.
Aku trap.
Ini sama gue ya 2 orang ya.
Mati. Lor.
Sini.
Ini. Pelan-pelan ya.
Mati.
Aku di mau guys.
Jom kita jom. Gua tengok aku. Lord tag. Gua jauh ya. Lord aja bisa enggak?
Udah mati.
Apa man? Gua ragu. Ini winter. Udah mati. Nice.
Bunuh. Nice one guys.
Nice.
Sabar.
Orang.
Tahun.
1 N 1 orang. Langsung kita orang.
Gue tor.
Udah.
Nice one boy. Lagi 1 game guys.
1 game lagi ya. Fokus.
Ini jom udah naik meta. Jom ready back kat sini guys. Aman. Guys gue bisa. Gold. Main guys.
Tengok alert guys.
Tengok guys. Naik.
Halo dulu.
Bye. Sabar, fokusin belum main.
Oke.
Let's go guys.
Dah kick.
Ready di belakang. Ready ya.
Nggak ada kick flicker.
Aku tarik alt ya.
15 bro. Nice try sih.
Let's go guys. Let's go,
Tak
guys.
payah taunting dulu.
Enjoy.
Respect.
Santai. Kita ada.
Jalanan masih panjang boy.
Let's go boy. Nice one boy.
Pastinya kita MY dibawakan khas daripada Kodak Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni. Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standing yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni. Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
RM10?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan. shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti jangan siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
RM10?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
shopping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Tawira Arena.
MPL MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa?
Adakah takdir mesti telan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, pakai bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahar di bumi. Yeah.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir mesti telan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
So food delivery, Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Tora.
Get your official MPL Malaysia merchandise at a Todak booth or online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak, empowering the next generation through Todak Academy and its industry-focused TVET and STEM education programs.
Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun.
Our strategic partner, Fairy, TNT Co., Obspot, PSM.
Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 17, live at the MPL Arena at Stadium Juara. The time has been very lively, in a matter of fact, here. Not only at the exposition happening on the outside, but also the combat happening on the inside. It's an exciting day number one to kickstart the playoffs with the play-ins, and of course, we've already had to say goodbye to one team as one more moves on. We have to unfortunately say goodbye to another to see what that upper bracket truly looks like.
Our top 6 has officially been narrowed to our top 5, and unfortunately the losses are going to keep coming because there is only one more spot in the official playoff stage with that 2-life bounty, and only Team Rey or Bigatron Malaysia will be able to claim it.
Thank you once again for tuning in to the MPL MY Season 17. You have Gideon as well as Hadafa here on the desk to keep you guys entertained and also to make sure you guys catch all of the action here today because we don't want to miss a moment of it. So far, based on what we have seen, that 1 week of break has done some good for some of these teams. Others, unfortunately, still trying to pick up on what this meta is going to be. I think it might be different for our upcoming game, though.
Yeah, I think this next game should logically be a closer fight because earlier we witnessed the third seed versus the last seed. So there's obviously going to be a little bit of a gap there, but here is the 4th versus the 5th, and we know Rey and BTRM have both have their ups and downs.
Yep, it's going to be a very close game overall, but it's going to stay very competitive, just like the Infinix GT50 Pro with HydroFlow liquid cooling, and not to mention that it's just smoother gameplay with 144 FPS at all times, pressure-sensitive GT triggers for fast and responsive times. For all MLBB players, this is the phone for you. Get it now at the Infinix official store and TikTok shop Malaysia if you want to get yourself a new landmark phone.
Indeed, it's a very good partner for you guys to be able to move on forward in your ranked journey. And once again, as a reminder to you guys, the MPL Malaysia Festival is going to be happening here from the 3rd to the 7th of June, brought to you by Esports Con. We've got our ultra giant screen watch party, finally got to see it. It is pretty big. Meets and greets, official team merchandise, stage activities, food, village, and more. You can even stand a chance to win an OBS bot camera and plenty of in-game diamonds through lucky draws. And well, we already know, but we've got a bigger stage. Our grand final ceremony is also going to get a huge upgrade as the Dream stage. It's bigger, bolder, built for champions, so you do not want to miss it.
You can't afford to miss a single second of the MPL MY, especially for all of our restreamers out there watching too. Thank you so much for tuning in and bringing in your audiences individually. Now, we have 16 minutes to talk about the upcoming games here, and Team Rey and Bigatron MY are the questions and the matter of the topic. And I think that Team Rey generally should be coming in with a bigger upper hand based on what we've seen in the regular season in comparison to BTR, because until I see BTR break out of the, hey, protect the president strategy, I don't see them going very quickly, or at least that far here locally.
I do agree with you somewhat in that BTRM's gameplay does feel a little bit fixed right now, but I also feel like there's something there. I can't really pinpoint it. It feels like there is a bit of a secret ingredient when it comes to BTR that allows them to actually take games off of teams you would normally assume to be stronger. Just to have a look once again at the brackets, for those of you who missed what happened at the start of the day, Team Vamos secured a clean sweep against RRQ Tora, officially eliminating them in the play-ins. They'll be facing off against IG next.
Yup, facing off against IG ain't gonna be easy, but before we even get to that, we have to see who the competitor is who's gonna be joining SRG in that matchup. Remember, all of these are best of 5s until we get towards the end. In the lower bracket finals, it's a best of 7, and finally the grand finals is also a best of 7.
Grand finals are gonna be exciting. We got the Dream Stage opening ceremony to look forward to, and our 2 teams who will represent us in MSC. We're still a couple days away from being able to figure that out, but that's not gonna stop everyone from thinking about who are the squads, the players who have earned that position.
Again, a lot of these players have been playing out of their minds or trying to at least put the best performance. It's really difficult to judge, so I'm curious to see how that plays out at the end of it all. But before we get into anything further, we have a little bit of a poster because it's a complete battle between the middle table. One fell from the top and the other rose from the bottom.
Indeed, Team Rey had a very strong performance in the middle of the regular season, with many even thinking that they may be the second place team in terms of power level, but then kind of dropped off towards the end, whereas BTRM has slowly been plugging along from the bottom. They've remained a little bit more consistent positioning-wise compared to Rey, but I also feel like there has been notable improvements, especially once they swapped out some players. The addition of Chibi and Z and Lynch really brought a new energy to the squad.
No, it really has, and also pretty much defined how this team likes to play their games. And there's no question about Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality on how they want to operate within the Land of Dawn, but Team Rey has that extra bit of flexibility, which is why I'm giving them a free pass here on why they're coming in with a bigger advantage. Overall, we've seen multiple playstyles. Siska as an EXP laner is very well suited for the meta. Lolios as well, but his performance is going to be a bit of a coin flip, as we always know. However, but then we start looking towards the mid laners, right? And that's where things get a little interesting, because I think mid duos on both sides have its ups and downs. Rasi, for an example, and even Martizi, at times have had their on and off performances.
Yeah, things have been not the most consistent overall when it comes down to these mid duos. I would actually say, surprisingly, the most consistent player of them all is Z, who is also the newest player of them all. It feels like he's been really, really solid. But this is his first time ever on a playoff stage. And that is a very different experience from the regular season.
Yeah, it's going to be completely different. But let's look at this head-to-head here, because when we're talking about regular season and their history, 0-2 victory for Team Rey on week 3. And on week 7, we saw a 2-1. So obviously there's some clear growth, at least from Bigatron's position. I think that for Team Rey, that win on week 3 really shows that, yeah, this is potentially what the peak could be when we figured out the meta. I don't know about now.
Yeah, I do think as well that Team Rey has higher highs. Like you mentioned, they have a lot of potential. They have proven that they're capable of having a more flexible hero pool, of approaching the game with different strategies as compared to BTRM, which has still been kind of a Chiku as the CEO gameplay journey. Now there has been a gap as well. We pointed this out before the first match. There has been time for these teams to kind of figure out, okay, what do we want to do? What is our identity? And also watch the other MPLs and MSLs to see how the meta is developing, how they want to switch things up. And we saw that improvement from Vamos. What kind of improvement can we expect from these two squads?
Personally, I think it's going to be tough, right? I think for Bigatron, it's the number of picks that we're expecting in the gold lane. I think Obsidia is probably going to show up. Irithel might not be the best situated hero for the particular draft. Who knows, right? The second one is EXP. Because I think that Siska naturally is more inclined to playing more playmaking style EXP laners, damage EXP laners, in comparison to his counterpart. And generally speaking, has been the go-to lead when it comes down to sandbagging. I mean, just look at the parade that's happening on Team Rey. The fact is, when you're talking about EXP, Team Rey is the first one who makes it out. But that's not all. We have words from Martizi himself.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan play-ins kedua untuk hari pertama playoffs musim ini, Rose actually nak interview Martizi daripada Team Rey. Hello Mar. Okay. Okay. Happy Happy. Dapat cuti seminggu. Apa you guys buat masa cuti?
Training.
Okay. So, Amar, Rose ada beberapa soalan tentang Team Rey lah untuk playoffs kali ini. So, kalau kita ingat balik di regular season, selepas minggu ke-6, Team Rey jadi sangat-sangat shaky di mana win streak mereka pun dipatah oleh... I lupa dah siapa patahkan. Vamos kan? Vamos, oleh Vamos. Selepas tu, it was a roller coaster, up, down. Ada beberapa kekalahan yang you guys hadap kan? So, I nak tanya bagi Amar, bagi Martizi, apa lesson terbesar yang Team Rey belajar daripada kesilapan tu di regular season?
Lesson terbesar bagi saya paling pun jangan underestimate orang sangat and don't overconfident. Yeah.
Sebab kalau kita underestimate, kita overconfident, apa akan jadi?
Lost streak.
Bukanlah lose streak, tapi dia lebih kepada macam tak boleh end, ada masalah in-game, lepas tu
tiba-tiba kena flank, kalah.
Exactly. Nanti benda tu pun boleh affect kita punya confidence di game yang seterusnya. Now, Rose nak tanya pula pasal your opponent hari ini, which is BTRM by Vitality. Kita tahu, beginning sampai tengah-tengah season, mereka memang shaky. Tetapi, mereka pun berjaya tutup regular season dengan 2 kemenangan berturut-turut. Maksud tu, mereka ada momentum kemenangan masuk playoffs kali ini. So, bagi Martizi, masa lawan BTRM ni, apa you rasa yang paling bahaya lah pasal mereka?
Paling bahaya bagi saya, paling bahaya pasal diorang ada 2 orang player legenda. Not that legenda bagi cara cakap dia Ciku kan, diorang ada Ciku dengan Chibi kan?
Yes.
So 2 orang tu saya respect sebab diorang ada pengalaman yang lama semua dalam sini.
Cici combo
Cici combo.
Memang bahaya lah.
Memang bahaya bagi saya.
Memang bahaya. Boleh kena flank dengan Ciku, boleh kena out jungle, out retry dengan Chibi. Sangat-sangat bahaya.
King of retry.
King of retry. And of course, kita tahu di dalam Team Rey sekarang ni, 3 local player berjaya menjadi line up utama di Asian Games yang akan datang di Japan, betul?
Betul, alhamdulillah.
Tapi kalau you guys akan jadi wakil negara, mesti ada beberapa pressure yang you guys akan face. Lagi-lagi, roster keluar sebelum playoff. So of course lah, orang di luar sana ada ekspektasi tentang gameplay you guys, playstyle you guys. So adakah itu bagi pressure untuk playoffs ini?
Bagi saya, personally, saya tak pressure pun. And I lebih enjoy being pressure while playing.
Kenapa?
No, just while playing, pressure plus nervous, I just enjoy it. That's it.
Oh, I rasa
enjoy
you
being
suka
nervous and pressure at the same time.
Adrenaline.
Yeah.
lagi hype lah.
Lagi hype
Kalau
lah, cakap.
tenang mungkin boleh overconfident, boleh overhype kan. Okay. Maybe ada beberapa player lah like suka lebih pressure daripada tenang, and Martizi is one of them. Now, last question. Sepanjang musim ini, ramai orang cakap di mana Team Rey actually pasukan yang sangat-sangat bagus untuk musim ini, di mana ada star player, ada potential besar, tapi pada masa yang sama, ramai orang juga cakap you guys kurang disiplin, kurang konsistensi. So bagi Martizi, bagi Team Rey, apa yang mereka nak buktikan di playoffs ini?
Personally kita orang just nak buktikan kat diri kita orang sendiri yang kita orang akan lebih konsisten, dan kita orang just main macam mana kita orang nak main lah. And semua orang dekat sini, semua orang kita orang target slot EWC kan. So we work hard lah for it.
Okay, mungkin kita akan tengok hasil of the training sepanjang of 1 minggu ni sebelum kita masuk ke playoffs. Terima kasih Martizi.
Sama.
Good luck untuk perlawanan ini.
Thank you.
With that, mari let's show it back to our panel untuk masuk ke dalam line.
Thank you so much, Rose. There you have it. It is Martizi here on the helm. First in lineup next to Loliels, Ivan, Justgard, and as well as Siska on their preparation building up to the play-ins.
We know that each of the players of Team Rey have very high potential, and while they started off the season pretty shaky, they quickly found their rhythm and became a force to be reckoned with, but unfortunately weren't able to push that envelope further towards the end of the regular season. They have wide hero pools, they have strong capabilities, it's just a couple of missing pieces that they need to work on to make things work. Siska literally got a Savage on the Paquito as well, so he's gonna be looking for that pick.
Yep, in comparison to Bigatron MY by Vitality, with of course Chico Guys, Rasi, Zay, Chibi, and Lynch. That matchup between Lynch alongside with Siska is going to be very interesting. I would like to know what Bigatron's solution to the Paquito problem is going to be, but we'll see in just a little bit, because if we're talking about drafting styles, I think that Bigatron is very textbook. However, it's that last gold lane pick which catches people off every single time.
They like the classics, right? Chico is a legend for a reason. He's been around a long time. He knows how to play older hero pickups, and he feels more comfortable on them as well, which is why you saw the Irritel so often. But you are right, not really as good these days, and will BTR still fall back to it?
They might. It might be one of the few solutions that they have. But with that being said, the games are about to start. Let us bring out and introduce both of these teams as they begin their walkout.
Seasons of waiting, 5 seasons of believing, 5 seasons to break a curse. A team that only knew what the top looked like from the bottom and knew disappointment better than success. They never stopped chasing the dream, and every defeat became fuel. Look who's standing here now on this stage as true contenders for the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, this team is the living proof that perseverance pays off. Let's cheer for Team Rey!
Team Rey with side laners that need not only to dominate but control the tempo of this game. Siska at the helm to make that play, but of course on the opposite side, Loliels has to keep up with the pace of the team if this team wants to stand any chance against their devastating competitors. The season began with stumble after stumble. Losses piled up. Critics growing ever louder. Many believe their season was over. But pressure forges champions. 3 new additions transformed their fate, rewrote the code, rebuilt the robot. Now the Red Robots stand on the playoff stage with a new mission: domination. Always programmed to win. This is Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality.
With the GG duo leading the road forward. Can they bring the Malaysian Red Robots to the next round? Can BTRM taste victory and find themselves in the top 4 of status befitting of the legends among them? And now it is time to bring up the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, who will be joined by our head marshal, Rez, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For Team Rey, we got head coach Caleb and assistant coach Saint DeLucas. And for BTRM, we got head coach Kenji and tactical coach Annabelle.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. True sign of professionalism and the last point of contact that our competitors will have before facing each other one more time in the land of God. This commences our best of 3. Only one of these teams will be making it out alive, and the other moves on into the upper brackets.
A dangerous mission has been placed in front of both these competitors today. Just like the match before them, only one will be able to survive, while the other will face the end of their journey here in the brand new era of MPL Malaysia.
Now, this matchup could go on in a bunch of different ways, but we're going to see that BTRM has decided to take first pick with a 40% win rate. Now, they're the one and few teams that didn't exactly have the best win rate on blue side. It actually preferred to play on red if they want to set up for Chiku.
And it does make sense. Like we mentioned, Chiku likes the classics, maybe not necessarily the most meta heroes, as long as it's comfortable, as long as it makes sense for the situation, which is why red side is something they prefer, since they can counter pick and keep surprises under tops.
Now, we do have a player quote coming in from the EXP laner himself, Siska of Team Rey, that top 3 isn't enough. This playoff feels like a redemption arc for me. Back in Season 15, I managed to finish in the top 3, and it happened right here in this venue. This time, I want to go even further than that. I also felt really inspired when I saw TLPH and Falcons secure their EWC slots. They look genuinely happy, and it seems like the best feeling in the world.
Honestly, it's a really nice perspective to see these sort of things, because you look at these players, we witness them as spectators, and you just don't really think about what has been happening behind the curtain, all the preparation and the setup, and the feeling of being up there, competing for pride, for your team, for the people who have supported you. And I think he's right. Even if I haven't experienced it myself, the feeling of knowing that you have made it, that you have achieved something with the time you've put in is such a life-changing emotion.
Yep, I'm sorry. I wanted to say something to follow that up, but then I saw the banner of the Upanipin Grand Final and I lost it. That was so distracting.
Yeah.
Now, player quotes coming in from Rossi. Experience gives us the edge. Finding scrims have been a little bit difficult because MPL Cambodia and MPL PH have already ended. But I think BTRM still has an advantage because we have more playoff experience compared to Team Rey. In our team, we have players like Chiku guys, Chibi, and myself. So in that sense, I think we're more prepared for the playoffs. Interesting. Interesting sentiment. So they've been finding their scrims around MPL Cambodia and PH, huh?
That does tell us something, and yeah, it's a kind of an issue we never really thought about. The other MPLs are happening, so you do have less scrim partners to work with. Though I think it's also interesting to point out that Rasi thinks they have more playoffs experience because he has literally played with some of the people over there, Siska especially, right? When they were back together as DXS.
Look, Rossi, he had a name for himself before he was playing with Siska.
That's fair.
He's still a person, you know? Oh, he's still the man behind the camera. And I think that unfortunately, in this particular matchup, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough. Overall, because I think that right now, Team Rey is a little bit more put together. And until Vitality kind of break the current pattern, teams that generally play around their gold laner or they play around one main carry generally tends to fall off. And I think maybe it's blue side, red side related, but I also think there's a good degree of comfort. So unless Chiku guys has a winning matchup, which is already hard to set up for, let's just see where this is gonna go.
And we will see very, very soon, because we are about to jump into the draft for game number 1. Now, as we set things up and choose the map that these players will be battling on, I will say, in my personal opinion, I feel like the team that has the most potential to surprise us with something completely different is BTR. I feel like they've really been setting up for something. And yes, they stuck to the Chiku CEO gameplay for a while, but there's a reason they play for Chiku. Man is a mad genius. If there's anyone who can figure out how to really bend the meta or shift the team in the time they've been given, it's going to be him.
But it's a matter of scope here, right? Like, sure, you can kind of bend the meta with it within your influence, but when you're affecting an entire team of 5, right? 2 or 3 of the roles, you would assume only 2 roles are affected by this. I think because of this, the way the gold lane is going to work out, supports and mids are going to get affected for sure. But I also think that even the EXP matters in those relationships. So that's already 4 roles for 1 guy, and I think that's just too many resources if we're trying to bend these rules.
That is fair. Chiku has proven on multiple occasions that it is worth investing those resources into him, but it also feels a little easier if you don't have to always depend on one guy to turn things around in the late game, because if Chiku just doesn't have a good game, then BTRM has a bad time.
Or just he doesn't have access to Irithel. Based on stats, right? I mean, unfortunately, Irithel is his highest win rate marksman by far. Even his Claude doesn't even come close to that, which is ridiculous. Now Marcel gets banned out. Leomord alongside with the Freya from the side of Coach Caleb. Kenji decides on Baxia. Gets rid of the Jushin alongside with the Gwen.
Instantly, the Fredrin lock in from BTRM. Also a hero that has been increasing quite a bit in pick rate among other MPL regions, even more so than the Baxia. And we know that Chibi has a lot of experience on Fredrin, but prioritizing it is an interesting choice.
Yep, I think here you need to see Team Rey take away carry. They need to get rid of carry, arguably even Harith. I would say it's better to take carry at this point because now you have a direct answer to the Fredrin rather than risking, oh, I happen to Chrono Dash in the wrong direction and get clipped by the energy eruption. I'm dead.
I'm also wondering about the Paquito. Earlier, Vamos prioritized Paquito every single game they had it.
Well, I was going to say Phoveus. It was supposed to be Phoveus alongside with whatever they wanted to go for. I would say Phoveus carry would have been nice. Yve, I think it's totally fine here. Probably the second best option that they have. The Paquito, not so much. This should be Phoveus.
It has to be Phoveus, logically speaking. Yve is a pretty good solution here. She's good at holding down heroes like Fredrin. Not too bad at melting heroes like Phoveus, but it is still a bit of 50-50 there, and Phoveus should definitely have the advantage against the Paquito. So it would feel very weird if BTR doesn't pick the Purple Man.
I think they are going to pick the Purple Man. The question is whether they pick Claw.
Okay.
That's exactly what Team Rey wanted to see. This is why they did their opening. We want to know what your gold laner you're going to have straight away and then start adjusting for it.
So what is going to be the pick here? Do you want to select Chiku's hero early on, or do you want to keep it? Looks like they are going to keep it. They pair up the high-lows with the E for the big team fight setup.
I don't know, this is starting to feel like a blunder right now. This is really starting to feel like a blunder, and it's making me uncomfortable because they're starting to take away the important characters. The only thing that really bugs me is this Paquito. That should have been carry, I think. If not, at least take away the Phoveus. Either way, Team Rey just didn't want BTRM to have access to this true damage-dealing marksman. So dealing with the Claude is a lot more manageable. And now they're getting rid of the bigger tanks on their side, knowing that this could still be the issue.
Well, Glue also going to be one of Rassi's signatures, so Team Rey starting to show a little bit of respect in the bans. What does BTR want to get rid of at this point? It should logically be the carry, since they have quite a lot of front line now to work with.
Probably junglers, right? Junglers that can either completely outscale the Fredrin and get around him. Ooh. They get rid of the Akai. Okay. So they want... Okay, so they want Team Rey to go on a damage-heavy style jungler. They've already taken away the 2 best... Sorry, all the best tank junglers in the meta so far. What does that leave him with? Maybe a Suyo? That's not great.
They will ban the Atlas as well. So putting a lot of priority onto that mid duo, but not necessarily even for the laning phase, specifically for team fighting. Which really...
I don't know, because the team fights probably won't go the way that Team Rey wanted to, right? Because Team Rey at this point have no real means of dealing with any of this other than Eve just trying to poke him out and getting like a Wishing Lantern and then playing right? It's almost guaranteed that Paquito's going to lose his lane. Hylos and Eve could control the mid lane to kind of alleviate the side pressure, but there's no guarantee the side pressure is going to get much done anyways, right? And now that Carry's gone, they've basically lost the major answers and they need a Trinity build that doesn't dash.
A Trinity build that doesn't dash. Obsidia, I guess.
And that's probably the closest one that they could get to.
If they're willing to be risky, they could also go Clint for early game. But no, it is Obsidia. It's basically the only thing they got left.
Real easy to predict what the next couple of things in this draft are going to be, especially with the ideas so clear in their minds with very obvious problems. I don't know. There's the red side drafts are kind of bad for MPL MY teams based on what we've seen so far.
At the very least, we know Obsidia is one of Loliel's best picks. So they can at least rely on him, but they gotta be able to create enough space for him to get that scaling up. They've left jungle for last. But we know that while Jesgar can play assassins, his specialty has always been more of the tank side, which is why BTRM puts so much focus onto getting rid of those heroes.
Yep. But there's not a lot of good options for the side of Team Rey, if I'm being perfectly honest here. I might end up on like Leomord just to be safe.
It's banned.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I guess all he's got is Suyo to kind of like keep up the pace. That or Nolan.
I would have said that Leomord would be the next best thing, but they banned it themselves, so... yeah, things are going to be tricky for them. Meanwhile, BTR is playing CEO Chiku. It's just basically the same. 3 frontline tanks, then you got the 2 backline DPS.
This, I mean... the way the Vitality loses is if Chiku, he goes in with a Blazing Duet and then gets hit by the Hunter Bone. That's probably the only way he dies here. Right?
Export jungle? Kind of slow these days, but...
against Fove, Gord, Gator, and Fredrin, I don't think you can really push them out. With what they have? Oh, actually, maybe. You might be right about this one. Export isn't the worst thing in the world. It's just that it's slow.
Yeah, that's the problem, but... a lot of the meta options just don't feel quite as good. I guess they will go with the Suyo anyway.
He would rather the mobility, rather than... at least he has a safer means of poke. He has opportunities to force gangs, something that unfortunately Export just doesn't have. This is going to be a tough one for Team Rey.
It is.
I think that the end game scenarios, if we get there, BTR has an opportunity, and that's based on the performance of Chiku. So their entire composition really is riding on how badly Chiku plays in the late game team fight.
And we know that Chiku generally does do a pretty okay job, though he can kind of overextend himself on Claude. It's happened more than a few times.
Hey, take that from Loliel's on the opposite side. He knows what an overextension looks like. But based on everything that we've kind of lined up here, I think that Loliel's, he needs to win this lane. If he wins this lane, he could win the game by default.
He definitely could, especially with Chico going sprint as well on the Claude. I wonder if he intends to pull Loliel with him, but we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're hopping into the land of Dawn. BTRM on blue side versus Team Rey on the red.
That's such a funny image in my mind. Run, Chico! Yes, sir! And then you just see Loliel take back behind him. Oh, boy. All right, the early levels are going to be pretty rough for a majority of these laners. We currently have one winning lane on the EXP, a winning lane in Chiku, guys, a winning lane in Zay and Rasi. For the most part of it, well, actually more of a sandbag lane, if I'm being completely honest, but Team Rey, on the opposite end, is making things work because of that early pressure through their mid. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Go walk out, harass people, don't make them feel safe.
Pretty much in this game, BTR has the very safe option of just playing front to back, whereas Team Rey are the ones that kind of have to make things interesting. They've got heroes that can gank the backline and take out the DPSs, and then work on the tank slower afterwards.
Most ideal, most ideal. Luckily, while all this is happening, Chiku guys is actually doing pretty good in the lane. The best he's probably gonna see from him for now. We'll see the results later if we do see the conversion. But so far, Siska having the time of his life. Poor guy. Oh wow, he
lethal ignition.
He wants to hurt, but he already missed the proxy, so there's no way. There's no way to set this up.
That is a potentially risky choice, but I guess it makes sense. Meanwhile, TB comes in, pops the retry on Ivan. Revitalize comes out. I think TB was expecting to hit level 4 a little bit sooner here. He doesn't have retry for 20 seconds.
That's fine. They're going to drag this out anyways. They kind of want to team fight it more than anything else. And I think more importantly... Wait a minute. How is Zay How is Zay completely out of this? He is nowhere close to 4.
I think he's just been getting zoned out constantly. Well, it's now a 1v2. Siska surviving. Revitalize comes out. RWM locks down all the tanks, and Ivan front lines. Good separation from Team Rey. Free turtle for Jaskar.
Yeah. Minimal loss, though, at the very least. Nobody ended up dying. No big battle spells other. Then the Revitalize had to be used there. All things considered, not the worst. Not the worst. As long as Vitality ain't giving up big leads, should be fine.
So far, so good for now. Team Rey holding on to a very slight 500 gold lead. The gank actually dodged down bottom by Chiku. He saw it coming since he was in the bush already. So they are slowing down Jaskar from getting any sort of early game snowball.
Yeah, but they can't really punish this right now. Unfortunately, Ivan will not get one shot for the full combo coming in from Zay. Not yet, at the very least, right? The true damage is going to be relevant, but it's not going to kill him. He'll walk away with about 20% HP. So realistic targets: Marquise, Loliels, Siska. I think Siska is most likely going to be that target. But then this awkward thing happens, right? Where Rossi is trying to go for the taunt, and then the knock-up strike comes. Whichever comes out first will win.
Thing is, I feel like even if BTR throws everything they have at Siska right now, they might not have enough to fully burst him before he just gets the shield back. So I don't know. I feel like even Zay, I guess if you really throw everything, then yes. But it's a lot of conditions to me. Glorious Pathway comes in from the flank to slow down the backline. They connect the Blade Surge onto Rossi, push him back. Revitalize ain't saving you this time. First blood for Siska.
Good call from Rossi. He told everybody else, yo, I'm dead. Like, we're all gonna die or only me just die. And he's told the captain of the ship, no, it's just me today.
Going down with the ship.
Going down with the ship, man. Make sure the rest of you just crew it well, because look at this pressure that BTRM is doing right now, right? Chiku, guys, yes, he nearly died there. Hold on.
Careful, Chiku. You don't want to... Wait, does he have BMI? Okay. If that connected, he'd be dead. Meanwhile, up top, RWM, Lynch goes down. A 4-man gank from Team Rey, and this is the proactiveness I want to see.
Yep, BTRM fortunately making the mistake of losing their lives early on. They really needed Lynch for this fight. And now, with it being obsolete, they're backing away into their own jungle. Not even a contestation here as Team Rey gonna happily take a free turtle. Are they gonna re-gank him?
They could, honestly. Jaskar is... Okay, no. Looks like they're gonna take it easy on him for now, but Siska gets a lot of gold off this tower.
Yeah, he's so far ahead now. Oh, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I want to see what Lynch is going to build at the end of the day. Hunter Strike already completed by Siska. It looks like it's full tank coming in from Lynch.
We should expect Siska to go at least half damage build here if he's going lethal ignition. So, and his goal is going to be just the same as everyone else, basically. Hunt Z and Chiku guys and then deal with the tanks later, which can work so far. Team Rey hasn't been going too far for kills because they know the goal is just to outfarm.
Yeah, but also it's going to be a bigger issue later on because Siska is going to lose relevancy, right? With Rossi, Chibi, and Lynch being so huge as tanks, it's just not worth Siska's time to keep trading against them. Unless they have, like right now, where he's by far the strongest. And I think this is going to happen for the next 5 minutes or so.
Pretty much. It's up to Team Rey now to decide what they really want to do because they are the ones holding on to map priority. They can try to gank side lanes, take advantage of Siska's 2 early kills to make things happen, but looks like BTR also gonna put some resources up there to make sure he can't move too freely.
Shouldn't be able to move too freely. Gotta keep them locked in, locked down. More axe purchased by Just Gar. And now these invasions are becoming a freaking occurrence for Bigatron, right? This is starting... Oh,
Just Gar, he got the buff. They're gonna taunt Ivan in place, but Hylos is pretty darn tanky.
I don't even know what they're supposed to be doing at this point, right? They've only lost very few interactions, but they don't want to push it any of their agendas further. Kind of allowing Team Rey to kind of do whatever they please.
Gonna be a 1v2 up top. Lynch is able to fight back, but he'll lose his minion wave. Mystic Gush gonna be used in the... feels... that... questionable.
I don't know what they want to do now. I don't know what they want to do. They're getting a little closer here, but good luck.
They're missing a lot of ultimates. Ivan gonna get taunted, but he just pops to revitalize. Arden comes out, a complete collapse. Meanwhile, Lynch trying to stop this guy, not really able to do so defensively. Blazing Duet comes through, but Chiku actually doing a lot of damage here. JB secures the turtle, and now Team Rey falls one by one. A single move from the CEO turns it around.
Yep, they just couldn't keep up with him. There's no way, and he could maintain that distance forever with the help of that sprint. Good stuff coming in from Chiku. Looking at his item build, DHS first item makes a lot of sense why he had the damage. So let's look at this one more time. Because don't get me wrong, Siska had an incredible angle, but unfortunately gets locked away by Lynch. By the time he keeps Chibi away, he's used all of his cooldowns before the turtle is actually low. So the timing got disrupted heavily by Bigatron.
I think Team Rey may have initiated a little too early there, and now BTR are the ones in control. Chiku gets his tower down bottom, which means this Claude is officially unlocked and can start participating.
Well, on the opposite side, we do see a tower trade at least, right? Siska gets one back in there. So now it's not just a free turret for Chiku guys to run to the top side and farm some more. They're going to work mid first, then eventually set up for that top wave.
500 gold lead for Team Rey still, but it's definitely smaller than what we saw prior. Siska gonna go for that War Axe, so seems like your more standard fighter Paquito style.
Pretty sure he's gonna go for like Queen's Wings after that, right? Just to make sure that he can sustain a little bit longer.
Or Oracle.
I don't think he needs Oracle at this point. I feel like now that you all... Well,
there is a Revitalize.
There is a Revitalize on the opposite side. You're not entirely wrong. But I think that he needs to be able to tap his buttons more often. And the only thing that really gives him that is either cooldown reduction or in this particular case, just Queen's Wings. It's so free, right? You talk about sustain, that's the go-to.
That is fair. For now, we can see that Team Rey no longer able to walk up on the map like they used to just a couple moments before. TB able to act as a much more notable presence in the front line after that previous fight, and the first Lord now going to be spawned with BTR in control of the river.
Okay. They've got everything that they've wanted, and they're making sure that Rossi doesn't get spotted out early on. They want Rossi to come in late here. Gonna take their time with this very, very, very slowly. And they're even getting the Paquito to come on over. They're not gonna make him hover over one more wave. They're worried they're gonna rush this.
Yeah, Lynch is gonna spot Jaskar. Ivan trying to walk forward, but it's difficult. And now Jaskar is gonna be zoned by Lynch. Glorious Pathway gonna be used, but awkward. Chibi misses the Appraiser's Wrath on the Lord somehow, but still secures it. Hunts a bone, hits Rossi. Art of M comes out. Mystic Gush to zone. They pick off Rossi. I think that's all Team Rey is gonna get.
Yep, that's as good as it gets. And honestly, doesn't matter whether Chibi missed it or not. As long as he gets the Lord, he just needs that extra bit of damage because he knows that Jaskar, with the Soul Sever, has a higher chance of stealing it away while he is a level up. Wait, they're chasing this. Oh no!
Uh-oh, Lolil, why are you this far out, sir? Flicker's already used, is able to dash away just in time. That would have been disastrous for Rey. They need him to clear the Lord. Siska waiting in the lurch. Glorious Pathway zones them out. Siska comes from the flank. Jaskar as well. Connect with Z. Blazing Duet from Chiku. Z's the first one down, but the damage building up from BTR is actually quite high. They lose Jaskar on the Team Rey side. Siska's gonna be picked up. Chiku burns away to Martisi. And it ends up being a 2 for 2.
What was that? It was going so well until it wasn't. I mean, I gotta give it to Chibi. He literally saved the situation single-handedly. Finds the intercept onto Siska. Let's look at the instant replay. That was gonna make more sense. Just watch, right? Siska comes. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Boom! Energy eruption onto 2 targets while still being able to cancel out the Suyo Soul Sever hold down. Really great stuff there.
Yeah, if not for that taunt, that fight would have been even more disastrous for Bigatron. So Chibi definitely the savior in that position, but you end up losing multiple cores on Team Rey as well. So far they're not really doing a good job of keeping their gold.
Well, I mean, as long as Triku Guys doesn't die or like decides to be disrespectful or literally try to live at 1 HP, because I feel like every season that's his goal. How low can he bring his HP bar to the point where you don't even see the sliver?
It's one of those, like, how close can you stop the clock to 10 seconds?
That's basically it. He's doing that on a constant, every 6 months.
He's practicing so that he can get, like, a free meal at, like, some restaurant out there.
I don't know. Another fairy watch, who knows?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that's the challenge. If you can get it exactly down to 1 HP, you get a free fairy watch or something like that. $1 million IDs, fairy. $1 million IDs.
That's what CEOs do in their free time.
That's what CEOs do. Oh, boy. Now they're going to slowly walk up on this. I don't know if Siska can find another scenario where he gets that deep into the backline. Because by all metrics, that should not happen. Like, Bigatron should be controlling more of the space.
Yeah, you literally have 3 tanks. You are protecting your backline. Just have someone stand behind them to check for the Paquito as well. And then you won't have to risk those sorts of situations. But 12 minutes in, net worth difference is still basically 0. So it is anyone's game since both teams have good late game scaling.
Yep, it's anyone's game though. I don't know. This Yves is becoming more and more relevant as the game takes on by. I am curious what Martisi currently is running. Does he have what I think he has? Oh, Divine Glaive as well as the Glowing Wand.
The screen behind us is so much further than before, so it's... Oh, Chico goes in, blazing to it by himself, and somehow not punished! He takes out Martisi, he flicks back out, AOG comes through, they connect with everyone, Team Rey caught with their pants down! Siskar gonna be knocked up, able to iframe out just in time, Lolil still working on Lynch the entire time, Siska still alive, looking for an angle of entry, but this is a 3v5 situation, I think you gotta give this up. Lolil tries to re-engage, but I wonder if that's a good idea, he has to flicker back out to safety. Siskar just barely dodges the Appraiser's Wrath.
Yep, they cannot fall into the triangle of influence. These 3 tanks are just pushing them around. And now that we've come into the the late stages of this game, it's starting to become very, very clear that space is a currency for Team Rey.
And right now they're having a hard time earning more of it. You can see in that instant replay, Chiku literally just says, yup, time to go. Doesn't matter, and actually succeeds with it. Takes out one, zones out everyone else, and then BTR follows up.
I'm trying to figure out, did Ivan have the stun or not? Did he have the stun, or did he already use it before or after in that clip?
That's a good question, actually. We're gonna have to consider that a little bit. At least they are able to clear Lord, but Chiku is just gonna slowly whittle down that top inhibitor. Very close to taking it out already.
Yeah, I gotta make sure that he's clearing up these waves as soon as possible, as Justgar is trying to keep up with Chibi. He was leading a majority of the game when it came down to the EXP, but now it's come down to that even state and coming even harder. He can't get through anybody, and he hasn't been able to find a clean angle other than that last flank we saw from Siska.
Chibi literally dashes into the base. He knows he can sustain just fine. Allows his carries to take that tower, and they'll just back this up. This is now Bigatron's game. They're gonna play it standard and steady.
All right, let me take a quick look what Loliels is currently running. Loliels is opting to go no Sky Piercer this game, by the way. The Sky Piercer is on Just Guard instead. It's going to be 4 items already complete. I'm not sure whether he's going for the Winds of Nature, but it looks like it based on that dagger.
I wouldn't be surprised. He needs some way of surviving Chiku since he knows the Claude can just jump him. And there's not much he can do about it.
I mean, I'm surprised that he's able to jump into 4 people the last time with not a single person having the right tool to stop it.
You really would think that there was some way of stopping it, but no.
But then again, this is all speculation, right? We don't know whether the Law and Order was used. Like, was there a signal like the stun is used and therefore you should go in, or we just saw Suyo also use his tap first skill, right? I feel like they were paying attention because it doesn't feel like Chiku just goes in and is like, you know what? I'll roll the dice. Let's play some backgammon.
I think it's a pretty funny concept to think that Law and Order is the only thing stopping Chiku from gunning you down in a dark alleyway.
yeah, that's the only. Oh my goodness! Wait, who's Batman in this situation? Because if Chiku guys is Joe Chill, like this,
we need Lolil to be Bruce Wayne.
He needs to be Batman.
Like, his goal is to farm anyway. He needs to be rich.
That's true. That's true. All right.
But then Chiku is the CEO.
Well, let's see. This could be oh darn! I immediately forgot the name of the movie. Starring Tom Hanks and Somali pirates.
I know it. I don't remember it. Right now, we're focused on the Lord. Gloria's power comes out of Gloria. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Once again, the gun in the dark alleyway. TV secures the Lord. They get the knock-up into the backline. Look at Lynch go. Ivan goes down. Lynch still chasing. Lolil literally cannot do anything right now. He doesn't have the riches of Batman to depend on. And BTR takes another.
Yep. And again, tempo in favor of Bigatron MY by Vitality. The lead was just not big enough for the side of Team Rey to kind of push them over the edge. And right now, Bigatron, this is their ball game. They're having the time of their life. Their front lines can't walk up as confidently anymore as Lolios finally has enough.
Oh, Lynch actually connected with just guard. That's actually insane. But decides not to chase because guess what? The Lord is pushing up top. Could be an endgame angle here. BTR pushing into the base. Only one wave of minions, but it's a pretty big wave. This guy gonna be collapsed on. Man, you should not be there. Blazing Where comes out. Chiku literally. Oh, he does get blasted down though. The CEO is dead. Bigatron though, they have access to the crystal. And they're gonna make sure his sacrifice is not in vain. BTRM takes game number 1.
Interesting game at number 1 here. And BTR showing that they have more control. And what they have learned is tempo control against Rey. It's a matter of time. The question is whether or not the opposing side break the doors open. And if they can't, oh boy, that door stays shut.
And BTRM just sticking to their guns, right? Protect the president, and he will carry you through. 3-tank lineup is pretty easy to play. You know, you really get compensated for a lot of mistakes, and Team Rey, unfortunately, a much harder to execute lineup, not able to pull it off.
I mean, I would say that at the very least, they needed to be brave. And I think that the times that Team Rey unfortunately felt brave, Bigatron shut that down. And they turned that feeling of being brave into hesitation. That's the whole idea of controlling the tempo. I need time. I'm going to create time. You need space. If I deny space, take away your confidence, then you play on my time. That's the BDRM stratagem.
I guess that's how a CEO invests.
Yep.
You get your resources by denying them from your opponents. And in this case, Team Rey were denied at every opportunity. The game started pretty solid, and they were being very active on the map, which we liked, but at a certain point, they just kind of lost that sauce once BTR hit those items.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it just comes down to like who's gonna stop Chiku guys. And every single time he gets away with like so much. This one, luckily, Lynch was able to do something with the Dark Wave before Chiku guys was going to get into a lot of trouble. But on the opposite end, you can tell that Loliels, as this game continues to progress, is slowly getting stronger. Like the front lines, they can't hold on as long as they could before. They're constantly rotating upon each other, right? Switching the aggro between each other, redistributing the damage out. So again, if this is a business, Chiku guys is doing a very good job at managing the collateral damage while still putting himself at high-risk environments. And because of that, he profits. And he wins big because of those.
Not to mention understanding when it is time to pull those investments out. He knows that Lolil is starting to hit a power spike. His tanks are starting to melt quicker than they did. So you focus him down, you win a fight, you end the game. You don't give him that chance to outscale you.
Can't give him the opportunities, man. Really can't. But a learned lesson from Team Rey. can't be drafting so boldly like that. You can't just be saying it is good, therefore I will throw it in. There's always a counter pick. I promise you, nobody's beneath the counter pick. If not, just ban it out.
Yeah, Vamos was picking Paquito first every game because the Phobius was banned every game. This is still a problematic hero. And while Siska had a good start, as long as Lynch is tanky enough, he just stops that right in the water. In fact, he catches everyone on top of that, and then you just have Chibi there getting those taunts as well within the team fight. Team Rey wants to play fast and control their skirmish timings, and Chibi's just like, no, you're standing there and fighting me right now.
Yeah, that's honestly, it's pretty accurate. Yeah. Pretty accurate how this all kind of boiled down, but I do have a couple of criticisms. Number one is really when I looked at the items, like Siska, I get the War Axe. I don't think that the Sea Halberd was necessary. I think that unfortunately with the anti-heal and the amount of health that's being distributed, unfortunately, I think Ivan needed to be the one holding on to it, and he needed to be the one holding on to some tankier items. Either maybe a Chastised Pauldron, or I would argue just having a higher base health, because my god, what do you deal with the Mystic Gush?
Yeah, it's a tricky place to be because I do kind of understand the Sea Halberd. It is meant to allow you to deal damage to tanks, but Paquito is still kind of bursty, so it's hard to say whether it can work. Like, yeah, if it's against 1 or 2 tanks, all right, sure. There's 3 of them. You are not really out-sustaining that.
Yeah. I mean, you're already not winning the matchup into a full tank Phobius, so you might as well kind of double up upon your strategy. If I am going to poke out that front line, make it hurt, right? Go for the Malefic Roar. Arguably, if you want something a little bit more in between, a little bit of damage, gives you a little bit of utility, go for the Brute Force Breastplate, right? I don't see in any world why having War Axe alongside with the Halberd is going to be enough. There's no world where I see that, other than Suyo being the exception to that rule.
Yeah, You are right. Probably a shift in itemization would be needed. If you wanted to go full damage anyway, then you could even argue, skip the War Axe, go into Sea Halberd, Malefic, just to really go through the tanks. I don't know. It's hard to really tell.
I would say that his best options was to go truly traditional, like trying to think of a really good. The old Yuzong build of. Oh wait, no, that wasn't even that old. That too long ago. But basically, what you go for is Hunter Strike, War Axe straight into the Malefic Roar. And if you don't have that kind of lead, then you go into the Queen's Wings.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, those are the usual ways you kind of build it in. Here, I understand that his lane matchup is like difficult, but unfortunately, buying that one item doesn't make enough of a difference. It makes a difference against Esme, but not against Phobius.
Team Rey also kind of depending only on Ivan to get that lockdown, and you only have a single law and order as well, which is why Chiku is able to go sprint. He doesn't need Purify. He's like, yeah, there's not much I need to Purify here. I just wait for the high-low stun, then I walk in, I blitz my way through the entire enemy team. You know, I start their superhero origin story. And he is our MVP of Game 1.
Understandably so. He is coming in and making these like crazy epic moves that look like it's epic. Like, oh yeah, I see an angle, the 1v4, I'ma do the 1v4, and yet getting away with it at the highest level.
Somehow he finds a way. Honestly, the CEO title just feels more and more accurate every single time.
It's so right. It's so right. The Chief Executive Officer, it makes so much sense. Considering his history with CG as well, even more so. Even more so. Either way, well done to Chiku, guys. Let's look at the MVP highlights here, because in this game itself, so many things could have gone wrong. And I would argue that Zayn probably played the weakest amongst everybody.
I guess so, yeah, but I can't really blame him too much either. Kind of difficult to position in this game as a Gord when you got to worry about Paquito or Suyo coming in from different angles. He did make some mistakes, especially with that Mystic Gush being placed down sometimes for not really guaranteed kills, but it could just be playoff stage jitters.
Maybe. I think that definitely he is playing a little nervous, right? He's not as like clean and crisp with the abilities. And I think the most obvious one is that he is not catching people when Rasi already taunts them. Because that's the combo. You CC somebody, you hit the projectile instantly into the gush, right? But you should be able to nail the simple CC into projectile. If you can't hit that one combo, boy, does this not work.
You really should, logically. Yet still, they made it work because Chiku guys somehow finds a way. This man cannot be permitted to have this sort of freedom. Turns out the sprint against the Obsidia is also not that bad of a solution. Because
honestly, pretty surprising. Yeah. Other than the 2 times he nearly died in lane because of it. The 2 times he's like, if I don't sidestep,
we don't talk about that. Well, we only look at the good statistics in our company report.
You're right. We gotta spin doctor this. True PR terms here in this business. But yeah, I think that the CEO so far, he got away with murder this time round, but let's see whether the competition is going to get tighter, right? I can only imagine on the opposite side, Loleos is thinking about it. It's like, dude, I was supposed to be the replacement to this guy. He was cultivated by Tora, and now he's losing to him as well. And you guys could be also... I wanted to say collaboration, but honestly, it really is cultivated by Todak because that's the tagline. But Todak x MPL's collaboration merchandise come visit the Todak booth at MPL MY Arena for more merchandise and more detail. I thought there was going to be more on that, but
no, you have to go to the booth.
Check out the booth.
You need the booth for the details. There is a code down there though, so you guys can use that. Make sure you guys do grab some merch for yourself. Always feels good. And then we want to tell you guys about Mobile Legends Adventure as well. The relaxing idle RPG. That's a great way to spend your time when you're a little bit tuckered out from your ranked games. You can collect over 100 heroes, level up with ease, and enjoy idle rewards anytime. Build your strategy in auto battles, explore endless game modes, and fight players worldwide in global PvP. Download Mobile Legends Adventure and start your idle adventure today.
Yep. Gotta start your adventure somewhere. Better now and better while you're still idle. Still plenty of games to be going on. And honestly, this is only the very first taste of this best of 5, right? First taste to see what it's going to feel like between BTRM alongside with Team Rey. But we do have Poji on the opposite side. It looks like he was able to get a bit of an interview. Let's see what he's up to as we throw it over to our boy Poji, I think on the stage.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak rakan-rakan custom dia kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga Women's Call bersama Geng Garino. Apa khabar Geng Garino?
Hello, khabar baik. Hello Poji.
Baik, sihat ya? Apa khabar? Macam mana game hari ni semua okey macam? Berat hati ke? Apakah ada tim yang kalah ke? Happy ke hari ni?
Audio. Okey. Alright. Sekali lagi. Sorry. Dengar.
Oh, tak apa. Saya ulang semula. Macam mana hari ni dah tengok game daripada awal? Game match 1, match 2. Best ke? Mencapai expectation ke? Macam mana?
Game match 1 tadi mencapai expectation tapi not in a good way lah. Tapi match 2 ni best. Okay, game 1 best.
Sedap mata memandang lah.
Sedap.
Alright, untuk match 1 ni kan, pada pendapat awak lah kan, bagi awak sendiri kan, apa benda yang paling mengejutkan awak untuk game yang kedua ni? Dan juga pada pendapat awak, di antara kedua-dua pasukan ni, pemain mana yang buat paling banyak kejutan yang awak tak expect langsung?
Kalau kejutan ada tapi tak expect tu tidak lah. Pada saya, konsisten performance daripada Chico guys memang tak boleh nak dinafikan lah. Dia salah satunya goal lane yang walaupun dia maksimum duduk goal lane tapi playstyle dia tu macam bersifat initiator. Initiator ni biasa roamer tank, ESP tank, EST fighter. Tapi kalau kita tengok balik game tadi, dia yang open perang, dia yang buka jalan untuk tim dia kan. Sebab dia faham power spike Claude ni bila dah ada winter. Dan hero-hero matchup belah kanan tu pun dia tahu tak boleh buat apa dengan dia. Lepas tu mudah untuk tim dia cuci-cuci.
Tak, awak kena faham bila awak cakap macam tu kan Garino. Ciku pernah main roam masa dekat Todak juga. Mungkin itu pengalaman.
Betul, mungkin.
Dia dibawa pengalaman, dia pernah main roam, dia pernah main ASP, goalie. Senang cerita apa lane yang ada, apa role dia dah tapau dah.
Betul, dan lagi satu Team Rey pun sebenarnya kalau dia memang nak main Pakito tadi, dia kena buang apa obvious tu. Itu kesilapan besar Team Rey lah, lagi satu.
Kacau sangat. Tapi Geng Garino, hari ni kan awak, kami perasan, kita orang check awak dah stream daripada awal opening match dan sebagainya tadilah kan. Pada pandangan awak, macam mana ke? Macam opening match tadi, best tak best? Kita kan ada opening ceremony kan, ada lagu-lagu semua walk in masuk. Happy tak? Seronok tak? Ada tak benda yang macam wow, MPL Malaysia gahnya?
Especially season ni saya sebagai seorang restreamer, sebagai penonton MPL memang sangat happy dengan MPL sebab bukan saja stage, malah crowd. Saya sangat happy tengok crowd walhal dia baru peringkat play-in. Okay? Belum semi-final, belum upper bracket final or whatever, tapi crowd penuh. So kita orang, saya dan viewer saya mention di rumah tengok, online pun rasa vibe playoff tu kuat-kuat, strong. Okay,
Terasa
adalah macam sandu je kan.
Nampak hidup lah eventnya gitu kan.
Betul. Ya betul.
Alright. Jadi bila awak cakap kan vibe-nya dah terasa, timnya semua pun main best kan. Pada pandangan awak juga Geng Garino sebagai seorang penganalisis online kan, untuk untuk tim yang bermain di playoff kali ni kan, siapakah tim yang boleh kita label sebagai dark horse sebenar?
Kalau saya season ni saya akan pilih Vamos Tapi to be fair, tim-tim selain SRG, tim-tim yang masuk dalam playoff kali ni, to be fair, ceiling dorang semua sebenarnya lebih kurang je. Tapi bukanlah ceiling lebih kurang tu maknanya dorang ni macam tim biasa-biasa ke, tidak. Pada saya semuanya dah above average. Definitely kalau kita banding dengan season-season sebelum, kesemua tim selain SRG season ni semua memang memuaskan. Memberikan kita keyakinan yang mungkin dah ada tim baru boleh teman SRG dekat international dalam level-level top team kan. So saya akan pilih Vamos for now.
Vamos mantap. Nanti register Forza Vamos. Alright, kalau macam awak cakap tadi kan, mungkin Vamos kan. Maksudnya sekarang, sebab soalan yang terakhir saya nak tanya awak adalah kan, pada pendapat awak, di mana yang boleh pergi ke EWC?
Kalau saya memang obviously SRG, okay. Jauh sebatu SRG. Dan kedua, kenapa saya pilih Vamos? Walaupun saya sangat peminat Ciku guys, saya minat Hazel, saya minat Chibi, okay. Tapi overall saya akan pilih Vamos sebab Vamos ada satu benda yang tim-tim lain dekat playoff ni masih tak ada, iaitu sinergi sebagai dalam satu pasukan. Kalau tim-tim lain tu mungkin dia punya trio mid kuat ke, duo mid kuat ke, ASP goal line dia kuat ke, tapi Vamos somehow dorang dengan kadar masa yang sama, training time yang sama, tapi boleh capai satu sinergi level yang setakat ni tak ada tim lain boleh capai lah. So saya suka dengan benda tu.
Maksudnya tim lain tak jumpa jalan nak melembikkan dia orang macam tu.
Belum lagi.
Terlampau strong lah Vamos ni. Terima kasih juga sebab untuk vote Vamos dan sebagainya ni kan. Alright Geng Garino, kita dah pun sampai ke penghujung soalan kan. Terima kasih banyak-banyak Geng Garino. Anything awak nak ucapkan kepada penonton-penonton kita, penonton-penonton awak yang tengah tengok sini live?
Okay, terima kasih semua. Terima kasih juga penonton-penonton MPL MY, terus support datang venue and everything. Okay, kalau korang tak datang venue, kita orang yang kat rumah tengok ni pun jadi macam boring-boring tak. So terima kasih Terima kasih juga kepada semua geng Bas Rino saya ya. Last time diorang marah saya sebab tak mention. Nanti saya dah mention ya. Ada rekod, ada receipt. Okay, terima kasih.
Alright, terima kasih. Bye.
Okay, terima kasih.
Itulah dia panggilan istimewa lantas saya dan juga Geng Garino. Dan kita nak pergi berehat sebentar untuk maghrib prayer kan. Kita nak solat-solat lah kan. Ingat Tuhan sikit kan. Berdoa insyaAllah. Itu saja. Jom berehat.
Pasti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I made, fearless ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya.
Welcome back, everybody. The MPL MY Season 17 continues here at the play-ins. One of these teams are going to make it through, and so far, BTRM have shown and have drawn first blood. 1-0 in this best-of-5 against Team Rey.
But they achieved it by sticking to their guns, just playing the same old style that they know and are familiar with. The triple tank front line, protecting our CEO Chiku on the Claude to achieve basically a mid-game comeback since Team Rey were actually leading initially. Now that we're going to be jumping into game 2, I hope that Team Rey will be able to switch things up in preparation of this kind of idea.
Now, let me tell you, that 5-minute break already passing by their player booths, I'll tell you right now, BTRM are feeling the momentum. They're already cheering at that first victory. And coming into the second one, I think they're just as amped to take a 2-0 over Team Rey early on.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the blow if Team Rey finds themselves that behind that quickly, since it is a best-of-5 after all. First, the 3 wins, and remember, it is their tournament lives on the line. The chance to represent us at MSC. BTR going to be on blue side this time around.
Hopefully Team Rey has a plan for this. So far, based on what we've seen, it just feels a little odd, right? A big blunder in the draft already has put them so far behind, and that's how small the margins of mistakes are allowed to be. Oh, honestly, pretty good pull there. 4 of them with the regular like playing cards one, but that fourth one was nice.
You always want to get those big and nice fancy art cards. So if you guys want some, make sure you guys grab some of those cards for yourself. But for this very next match, we really gotta keep an eye out on things. Let's talk a little bit about that goal lane, because a lot of things are being determined from there when we compare Lolil and Chiku.
Oh yeah, when it comes down to the fine print in terms of game played, unfortunately Lolil's had to play just a little bit more, and he comes off the better KDA, meaning that the victories with Team Rey are very convincing. The numbers that we do see that Chiku guys does beat him in actually starts from DPM and not even GPM. He gets, again, you heard it from the interview himself, he plays like an initiator, which explains why he has a 2% higher, well 2.5% higher kill participation and a higher average DPM.
We literally saw it in game number 1. He's the one starting fights, the Claude, the marksman. All of a sudden, in the middle of your team, blasting you to bits with that blazing duet before you're even prepared to actually start things off. You anticipate a regular Lord dance. Chiku guy says, nope, we do things differently around here. So you can't really allow him to have these sort of heroes that have that carry potential.
Yo, is that the full SRG? I've never seen that in my my life.
I didn't know that was possible.
Huh? I thought they only came in just like one-off cards.
That exists?
I didn't know you could get like a full team. Why didn't Prod tell us that? Wait a minute. This whole time, we've been looking for these individual cards. 5 cards for each of these teams where you could have just gotten one.
We could have been getting a 5-for-1 deal.
That's so funny. Oh my God, Pochiaski are going to be fuming. They're going to be fuming so hard. That's good stuff. All right, draft's about to begin in the next 15 seconds or so. Excited to see, first off, what map are you hoping for?
Ooh, what map am I hoping for?
Because I'm hoping as long as we don't get clouds, we're good.
Generally, my favorite map is Rivers. I think it just accelerates the game state, makes it more fun.
That's stall. I don't know. I hate the fact that all the seats look the same. I can't pick them out from the crowd anymore. It's just there's
no landmarks.
There's no way to tell. I don't know what exactly was behind him other than a gray floor, and everything is gray. Oh boy, let's jump right into it. The drafting phase begins right here, right now. Random map draw. Please, please don't be clouds. Yes. All right, wait, hold on.
Wait. It is clouds.
Dang
That's
it.
not the picture it landed on.
Yeah, that freaked me out. I was like, wait a minute, Saber, it's dangerous. Clouds?
Dangerous clouds?
Man.
Desire sensor working at full power.
Desire sensor.
Even without gacha. Are you aware of that term?
Yes.
You do know, right? I'd be
do.
surprised if you didn't, yeah.
Sorry, the FYP is, for 30-year-olds, it's all getting there. It's all getting there. Either way, it's still a 45% win rate on either side, blue or red, for Team Rey and BTRM on opposite sides of this matchup. Now, the bans have been quick, and I've yet to see the answers.
They do ban the Claude to make sure that Chiku can't do the same thing, but BTR just gonna go ahead and snap up the Fredrin again. Now is the time to shift.
All right, what now? What now? What are you gonna do?
We need to see heroes
Team Rey?
like Carry. Zusin's already banned, so BTR definitely intended for this to happen.
Because they've swapped it out. They got rid of the Claude instead of the
Leomord.
The Leomord. I'm trying to compare the draft to see if there's anything out of the ordinary. Other than order, it's basically all the same. Okay.
All right, not bad. Can Z play Faramis?
I wouldn't put it past him.
I wouldn't, yeah, but perhaps this is something Team Rey is contemplating as well, because if they do pick Faramis, then RWM ends up working better.
But that's the thing. Instead of going Yi, we go Vixana instead. We take Vixana, then we can say whatever our mid lane, whatever our support can kind of be whatever, because Vixana naturally clears the lane fast.
I guess so, but she is also very immobile.
Yeah, so is Gord.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, that didn't stop him before, I guess.
I think it's probably going to be like kind of Gord set up here. Why? Now just pick Phoveus, you're good.
It's got to be Phoveus.
Okay, but then mid's already been picked. All right. So that kind of limits it. That limits it. That limits all the problematic possibilities. What?
For real?
Really?
Is Juskar that concerned about playing Assassins right now?
Really? I mean, I get it. Like, I get it. It is tough to deal with 3 tanks without having a tank of your own. And I get that the composition kind of wants to make sure that he doesn't get locked down here. So Akai is actually really, really good, considering they've already got a bit of a setup in terms of a combo.
Yeah, Akai can just pop the heavy spin to get out of taunts, get out of the Mystic Projectile stuns. So I can see the answer to that, but you are giving up the chance to counter with the Phoveus.
Oh,
surely BTR will ban that now. Then what do you play to deal with Lynch?
Dude, this is so stressful. How did they get such like a skewed idea? Okay, they go into Kalia, so they want to set up for Harith, but they can just ban Harith out. They get rid of Bene?
It's got to be Bene and then Phoveus, right? You gotta ban Phoveus.
Do you really want to limit Siska like that? Because, like, at the end of the day, if you're worried about him beating you in the lane, that shouldn't be the problem. It's about control, right? So even if Siska decides to say, like, whatever, I'm gonna play Ruby for all intents and purposes, that still gets the job done.
That's fair, actually. Maybe they want to limit the gold lane instead, then.
That's what I'm thinking. Get rid of the Obsidians, get rid of the Harith, put him on something useless, and you've won.
What would you want to ban ideally here?
I think...
Would you prefer to ban like carry since you have Fredrin?
Personally, carry goes really well on either side. I think carry is most likely going to get... Gatot ban? Okay, okay. So now that Gatot is gone, less likelihood to get a secondary tank unless we see maybe Atlas.
Atlas from BTR?
Yeah. I don't think they should be afraid of the Atlas as well.
Doesn't feel that good for me,
Yeah,
for BTR.
Both Tigreal and Atlas get countered by the Sakai. So does that mean they have to play off a single target, like maybe Cho?
It's time to play Diggy.
It's the only answer.
Yeah, definitely.
How else are they going to walk out of the RWM without any crowd control whatsoever? I don't know. This is a particularly tough one. Mainly because it feels like Team Rey is responding with their own... What's the best way that I can phrase that? Because it's clearly not an answer. But at the same time, it's not
just
really
their brand.
Is it their brand? I don't know.
Not really.
I feel like now it is starting to become their brand because they're looking for all the purple characters and they're like, ah, man, I don't know what to put in the jungle anymore.
We do have a lot of purple in MLVB.
Yeah, a surprising amount.
But Obsidian making an appearance again. They don't have a Claude to worry about anymore, but there's still a lot of heroes that would easily outscale Obsidian early.
Or does this end up being Irithel again?
It actually is not a terrible Irithel game.
Yeah. You go sprint. Oh, no, wait, hold on. If you get caught by glue, Akai I'm less worried about because at least with heavy spin, flickers always are important. But now that you have access to Purifies, what do you do? Yeah, there we go. The Atlas, and then here's the carry.
Okay.
Carry pick should have been within the first 3, at least for the side of Team Rey. I don't know. I don't know what Team Rey is trying to do here, especially since like this Fredrin first pick this is like a reenactment of the goddamn grand finals with a bit of mixing and matching TLPH and
a little bit.
And I was about to say Brent, but Falcons, yeah.
Well, at least this time around, BTR is not just turtling their way through with a Chiku victory. They have more heroes that can set up, more heroes that can output DPS, which means that they don't need to be grouped together as much, which gives Team Rey angles to attack. But when it comes to their composition, things are still a little bit concerning. I feel like you ideally want some good burst for the early mid game, because right now you only really have Eve to play with.
The sky, all of it.
What?
No, I don't think this is the right.
Excuse me?
Dude, this is so bad.
This is the second time we've seen Edith this season.
Yeah.
I can't remember if the first time was used. No, it wasn't used against Paquito.
Yeah.
It was just SRG messing around.
I know, yeah. That's why I was like, don't worry about it. It's one of those...
Is Edith a Paquito answer?
It is... Let me really...
I wouldn't really say so, right?
No. If he's expecting to win the lane, no. But I definitely think there's an opportunity coming level 4 where if Paquito messes up, you could get a potential solo kill. But that's the only way. And I think that Concussive Blast is most likely the case for Siska. So good luck. I mean, there's got to be some logic behind it. I'll try and figure it out.
Team Rey is definitely cooking something. I just hope that it ends up being an actual edible meal at the end of all of this, because they need points on the table. We're looking at the play-ins. Game number 2, Bigatron Malaysia currently 1 victory up. Can Team Rey stop their advance?
Oh, we'll find out here. And honestly, they've got all the tools to not only disengage from an advance, but completely stop an engagement. In a lot of situations, they won't be able to do too much here. Oh, okay, this level 1 is not going the way that Zay wants to, but, you know, good enough.
Both roamers just gonna be smacking the enemy mid. I'm kind of surprised that Rassi's allowed to smack Martisi that much.
Yeah. Especially when...
Atlas level 1 is so...
I know, right? That's why it's like, huh, he's taking a lot of damage here. Like, you gotta calm down trying to get those Void Blasts onto Zay. Like, you're taking a little bit too much. But to answer the question, which team has the better draft, and you can come and vote, I think I gotta give it a Bigatron here.
I agree.
I feel like they've got very simple answers. But at the end of the day, I think that Team Rey, they're banking on that late game. Siska has said, you know what? I'm done with the playmaking. but I want to be able to tank. I want to be able to peel more confidently, and I want a better lane matchup. I don't know if he got those things. The most that he has is peel.
This guy's just like coming out of nowhere saying, you know, I've always wanted to be a marksman. They're gonna initiate on the Atlas. Rasi is able to dash away. I really don't know what the purpose of the Edith is for. There's definitely a reason. I just cannot brain it.
I think maybe there's like a clearer target on somebody who's allowed to get caught. Like if Sissa gets caught now as an Edith, it's not that bad. And especially when you have, when Siska has his ult, there's a chance that he gets away from the combo if initiated in time.
I don't know. I feel like if you just want to like catch and escape, even Cho EXP would.
Look, I'm pulling at straws here.
Yeah,
I'm trying my
I get you. You're trying.
There's really. Oh wait, hold on.
For now, Rasi will go ahead, stun Ivan, freeze him in place into the Mystic Gush. Ivan has to flicker out of the way. Meanwhile, Jaskar able to get that heavy spin pin onto the Vaquito. First blood to Ziska in the RWM, and they get the onward on Rasi. Force the flicker from him. Hunterbolt connects. TV still secures the turtle, but loses his life.
That's why I was worried. Siska was turning the wrong direction. You should be looking towards the jungle side because you want to get the turtle at the end of the day. The zoning was a very good idea, and engaging upon Lynch specifically, even better when you know that Rasi is at level 4 and Chiku guys ain't here to save the day. So turning that 4v4, very win. Oh.
The Scar a bit out of position here. About to show us why pandas were endangered. Not anymore, actually, so that's a good thing. Unfortunately, Jaskar still is.
Are they really not endangered anymore?
I think so, if I'm not wrong.
Have they confirmed that?
Someone's gonna need to confirm that for me, but I think I'm right.
PETA?
Not again!
We're back at it.
I'm committing crimes against animal kind today.
You know, it's kind of strange, right? We always make that. We always make the joke of like, oh, animal cruelty, PETA, but just
There's the fatal links. They're gonna grab RTZ forward, Mystic Gush, everything on the even. He's dead.
Very nice combination here, especially since Martizi was still a couple of seconds away from his flicker. But facts are facts, right? In terms of better grab, BTR by Vitality doing a very, very good job at showing that they've kind of won the game from the get-go.
Okay, actually, there is one thing that Team Rey's draft specializes in, and that's just like very long-term single-target pickoffs across the board. Right? Because you Hana bone someone, you grab someone, you heavy spin someone, then you onward air chat someone.
You can't just... Okay, let's get to this next fight first.
Yeah, the CEO is being pinned against the wall and will actually go down. So far, the Kaya is working.
So in terms of that pick, unlucky for Chiku guys, but also because he's running Purify and not Flicker, he's unable to kind of get out of these tiny situations. Or in many cases, situations where most marksmen would live if they had the right battle spell. But the important thing here is that right now, BTRM, sure, he goes down, but it's not the end of the world. It's about this turtle, and Team Rey, they can push him up, but Chibi has been so good at securing it, even when it's not in his control.
Rasi is doing a good job of stopping this Scar. Meanwhile, Lynch comes from flank, Flicker out from Martizi, fatal link from the Akai, locks him down. Chibi secures the turtle, Rasi falls, misses the gut zones. Team Rey tries to fight back, but Biggitron's already out of there.
Siska's playing kind of hot. He's playing really
yeah, actually.
Like, he is making Jaskar's life like he's so much easier to play.
Heavy spin's awkward, but Lynch's flicker also a little bit off. He is able to dash away since heavy spin runs out, but Siska with the flicker onward gets the catch. The Edith actually. Oh wait, Lynch 1 HP.
That's so sad.
That's insane.
That's so sad. Lynch showing Chiku guys how it's done. Living with just 1 HP. God. And it costed Siska's flicker as well. Man. If only he had his ult. If only he had his ult.
Everyone knows fighting game characters become stronger when they're low on HP.
Well, I mean, did you know that most skins in Mobile Legends actually give you a stat buff when you...
They do, actually.
So, Lynch wanted
so if you
the extra 5 armor from the...
If he wasn't Terry Bogard, he would have died.
If he was regular Paquito,
yeah.
God. Ah, the thought alone. Or it's the fact that Siska was using the default skin that he didn't have enough damage. One or the other.
Is Siska on the... Oh, yeah, he is on the default skin.
Yeah. He's not... Or is he on the... No. It's a different color. It's a different color. It's
that extra 8 damage would have killed him.
Imagine that. Imagine that's the reason
It actually
why
might have. That's one of the few situations where MLBB is pay to win.
Oh, it's so funny. So funny. But with that being said, the trades are coming through. It's so odd seeing how this game has so many similarities to game number 1 with completely different heroes.
Well, it's the same teams in the end, so I guess the pilots really are just the thing in the air. I couldn't find the word, but you get me.
The pilot, not the plane.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the Top Gun Maverick quote. Sorry, Top Gun quote.
Is that an actual quote?
Yeah, that's what Maverick says. He's like, it's not the plane, it's the pilot.
Now I'm wondering if I've actually seen that movie before.
I guarantee you probably have. There's a very high chance. Got to dig into the memory bank because I think this is about to fall into the hands of Team Rey if this continues.
He's coming in from the side. Just Scar pops that heavy spin. Chibi once again, the king of retries himself. Gets the turtle. Ivan grabs him on top though. Pushes him forward. RRQ going to be used as well. Treatment. 4-man fatal. Links Rossi. But the first damage. Where's the damage? There's no damage. Glitch comes in, finally finishing off 2C, finds the shutdown double kill as well. That could have been a lot cooler though.
Oh my god, how do you get a 4-man? Oh, dude, I hate it, I hate it. It just goes to show that it was a reactionary motion from Rossi. Let's see. I'm making an assumption here because when that Fatal Links ends up going through, look at where Chiku guys is, right? He is dealing a boatload of damage, but he doesn't want to stay within the RWM. And as he shifts his angle to get on top of this heave, the spinning light wheel was still on cooldown that entire time. If he had the spinning light wheel, everybody dies there.
Yeah, and not to mention that Lynch actually went to chase Lolil, which is the right choice, don't get me wrong. But if his damage was in there, he would have killed everyone too. He just made the choice that, like, yeah, Lolil's more important.
Yeah. I mean, Lynch's overall playstyle is just the zone, right? He is your tried and true traditional EXP laner. I don't necessarily have to kill you, but the possibility of it is enough to keep you away.
Team Rey in a bit of an awkward spot. They definitely still have the damage. They can definitely still fight with all their catch. But Juskar is not hitting these retries, and that is adding up over time to give Bigatron the slight goal lead.
Yeah, and he really needs to win these retributions. Especially since that Bigatron's the one walking away with the lead, despite Team Rey actually having advantages 2 out of the 3 turtles. And yet, 3 out of 3 of them fell into the hands of Bigatron. Now, looking at the item list, let's quickly analyze what we have here. I don't really like this, but then again, you don't have a dedicated Dom Ice user. So I think this is probably the best to go for Lynch. Considering that he's also 3-in-1 as well, he's got relevant damage, especially against the tanks.
I think it's okay to go for that Sea Halberd on the Paquito, but it does mean he can't really frontline as much. He is definitely the cleanup guy. Right now, he is doing split push down bottom. Team Rey knows they have the numbers advantage. Bigatron trying to slow it down. Rossi flying forward. Does he want a Fatal Links? He does. He grabs 2. Heavy spin can be used as a defensive measure. Rossi flickers out of the way. He managed to force the Akai ult.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Who's not talking to who? Is Zay not talking to Rossi or is Rossi not talking to Zay? Because this combo, one way or another, needs to come out, and I am getting real tired of not seeing it pulled off yet.
I think it's possible that they decided not to full commit there. Use the Fatal Links to buy time so Lynch gets a free tower because he's now going to make his way back over. GB on half HP. Mystic Ghost comes out on top of Ivan and he burns to death. Lolil with Hunterphone connects and Juskar finally finds the Lord. They take out GB to take out Z. But Chico, guys, the CEO, he's still doing it along with Lynch. The mega kill for the Paquito. Team Rey get the Lord, but they lose the battle.
What a last-second save coming in from Zay. The Mystic Projectile to hand Chiku, guys, a delivery of Lolios on a platter. This now converting into a very, very large gold lead for the side of Bigatron and MY by Vitality. T2s are now going to start collapsing down. Luckily, the Lord is in the hands of the right people. But at the same time, it's not like BTRM are going to be losing this lead or losing a lot of money in the first place.
Yeah, they're still in a perfectly comfortable position since Chiku, guys, is still out farming the Obsidian currently. Both gold laners have been aimed quite a few times by now, so it's not the cleanest for either side, but Chiku still finds a way regardless. Though, heavy spin gonna be used. They pin Chibi, try to surround him, but here comes the Atlas from behind. And Mystic guts his own. Fatal Links catches two. Mystic projectile goes wide. Bigatron in an unfortunate position. Lynch gonna trade for Siska, but loses his own life. And the shutdown gold goes into Lolil.
Zay, he needed to land the Mystic projectile there so badly to save his teammates' life. Now that it's all been said and done, they actually get a T2 down on that top side, and they are willing to use the Holy Shielding to make sure that they don't get much value. However, that second wave is already coming in.
Siskar gonna be able to run away from Rasi for now. Holy defense up top is gone, so all of them will disappear pretty soon anyway. And Team Rey will be able to regain control over the map state. 1k gold lead for Bigatron.
It's the lead, but now it's a matter of what the late game looks like for both gold laners, for the Subsidia and as well as Chiku guys. And keep in mind, both have some incredible single target damage when they unleash absolutely everything. So the real advantage comes down that Chiku guys has true damage on top of the fact that he has one extra slot. It looks like Lolios has opted to go for the Sky Piercer to try and guarantee that 1v1 victory.
I don't think it's too bad an idea. Team Rey definitely funneling all their resources into him right now. We got 3 chastised pauldrons being constructed as well, just to try and slow down Chiku's advent. But he is slightly ahead on gold currently.
It's not a bad idea. Very good idea, in a matter of fact. Just to make sure that you can start rotating these item passives around for each person so that at least you buy yourself 2 seconds per. So that means if there's 3, a total of 6 seconds can be bought if Chiku guys is in position to attack back. Now, how are they going to create that 6 seconds worth of space? Especially if you're in Team Rey's corner, right? Opening up the map is scary enough, and the possibility of getting blown up by true damage from Chiku guys or Zay is still very, very high. They need to look at where Rasi and Chibi are going. Lynch is less important because he's looking to peel.
Now, 13 minutes in, both teams on top of the river. It's gonna be a bit of a tense Lord dance. The marksmen are reaching the endgame power spike. Chiku already full on his level. We can see that Ivan is just gonna eat everything to the face. And what's that? A flicker! Fatal Link touches 2, but one of them just got, and he misses. But Lynch comes in from the side, forces the flicker from Arteezy. He's gonna need to back up for now. Lolil's still in the safe spot, and Siska jumps forward, finds the onward, lands the Earth Shatter. Siska goes down to the Appraiser's Ramp, but RWM locks down Rasi. Still, BTR come out on top. 1 for 2 trade.
Yep, the front lines on both sides have already taken significant damage from each other. Now it really just boils down to who gets their ults first, and Loliel's, he's looking for a target.
The Lord is dropping low. Do they know that Jiskar is still waiting? Lynch gonna try and engage on Marteezy. He fights Jiskar instead. Why would you walk out like that? Jiskar throws his life away. Chibi gets the Lord.
Oh my goodness, thank God for Marteezy's body block. A surprise! No Hunter Bone was used from Loliel's that whole time. He was getting some good damage down. He could have guaranteed a singular kill on Lynch or Chiku guys. He had to pick one, but he was guaranteed to die after that. He's got 31 stacks so far, and he's already maxed out to 25 on his bone shards. So things could not be going better for Loliel's, and yet he decided not to.
I think he just wanted to make sure the stacks were preserved here. Risking his life for a kill didn't feel worth it. Trade-wise, especially since they need him for the Lord defense anyway. So a choice was made. I actually think it may have been the correct one, but Team Rey is still gonna have them out of defense.
Now they have to just slowly take their time. Looking time after time for an opportunity. Winds of Nature finally purchased by Chiku guys. Now he has a legitimate chance against Loliel's in that 1v1 if it does boil down to it. Question is, who's going to make that first attempt? Is it going to be the RWM? Jiskar with the heavy spin. Oh,
RWM does catch quite a few people. Draws Rasi low. Mystic Gush catches Jiskar. He survives on literally 5% HP. And the Lord will be taken out. A solid defense from Team Rey, but they still got more minion waves to deal with. 15.5 minutes in. Bigatron not looking to force the end yet.
Yep, looking at the items. Reevaluating them, only one person has a Radiant Armor, and that is Rasi's Atlas. We don't see it from Chibi just yet. It looks like he's going to go for a Guardian Helm based on what he's building. It's rather surprising, but still, it's only good for it's only terrible against DHS users, which again both sides have anyways. max HP. Does he want to just to live a little bit longer, or is it purely because he wants to stay in the fight?
It is a good question. I think it does just buy more time for him. It's the most universal item that he can grab at this point, since there's a good mix of damage coming from Team Rey and multiple factors. So having that sustain is going to be very useful, not to mention that it does translate into offensive pressure for Fredrin too.
Rapid Boots finally completed by Rossi, and with 37 seconds left, let's see what the lane states. Top side already pushing in to enemy territory.
Concealed play used very far off. The flicker forces a Purify from Loleo. And that's about it.
All right. The timing of it, though, literally roughly about 30 seconds away from that Lord. So Chibi knows his Retribution should be back up in time because Team Rey can't blow it up within 6 seconds. That is known as fact. But they also got the Purify out of Loliel's. The next engagement here is crucial.
Bigatron definitely have an angle here for a really big team fight victory. Loliel has the position very, very safely without that battle spell. Meanwhile, Lynch literally waiting on the other side of the map.
This is a really, really hard fight for BTRM. A lot of their winning conditions is based on whether they can catch Martese or deny value from the RWM. And so far, Martese has found good ones every single time.
They're blitzing it. Heavy Spin gonna use the pin Chibi, and Jescar secures the Lord. Ivan doing a good job of zoning. Has to use the grab, but will sacrifice himself here to make sure that Team Rey gets that objective. Thing is, can they do much with it without him?
I think it's fine because ult should be coming back up in a bit.
Rossi, does he want to Fatal Links just the Handa? He might not even need to because Jescar gonna get taunted into Mystic Gush. RWM gonna be used to save him. Chiku dropping low. Z actually lands the final blow with the Injunction. Team Rey just has to accept their losses.
All right, and then they just back off. They just start backing up, and they make sure that the entire jungle is going to be cleared out before they do. Spring comes early for these boys, and the cleaning is already done. 4.6k lead, but the goal of the lead doesn't really matter except for item swaps. Bot side is already stacking back up, but yeah, at this point, Guardian Helm already finished here by Chibi, and everything is falling into plan, right? Team Rey, as well as Bigatron MY by Vitality, are just attacking each other's front lines. Ivan as well as Rossi have been so proactive that they're dying the most.
They kind of have to here. When you've reached this stage of the game, the tanks are just sacrificial pawns. The idea is whether or not you can get something done before you die. Both gold laners were compared before this game started, and this is about to become their playground. 19-minute mark. Gold lead starting to become less and less valid. It could still go either way.
We'll see. Because again, the fights are looking even. The range advantage from the Subsidia definitely helps a lot, but now the Chiku guys also has a Malefic Gun on top of it all. Not the worst in getting that free space, free auto attacks. It's just about the initiation. Both sides, whenever the initiation feels a little botched, it goes terribly each and every time. Ivan has made that mistake, Rossi has made that mistake as well, and at this point, the next person who makes that mistake is pretty much going to lose the game.
Both teams have to be very, very cautious. We're still a whole minute away from the next Lord spawning, so kind of doubtful that either side would really try to force anything at this point. We should be looking at max item builds for most of the cores as well.
Yup, and the items are already through. Martese is doing something interesting. He's not thinking about poking out the tanks. He's opted to go for Lightning Truncheon as his last after the Blood Wings. Now, the only explanation I have for this is, yes, Wishing Lantern gets countered by specifically Radiant Armor really, really well. The Lightning Truncheon, even with Athena's shield, you still deal a decent amount of damage.
It looks like he might be trying to melt the squishier targets instead of focusing on slowing down the big ones. And it does make sense. We know how CEO-centric Bigatron can be. And if they can take him out, Team Rey have a pretty solid advantage.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen until the Lord actually spawns, which it does. And now both sides on the move, but also very wary of who shows up at the long lane.
Now we can see Loleo actually being sent up there with Siska, but Team Rey means that they're going to have quite the number disadvantage. They're going to try and not show this for as long as possible. Loleo is showing on the way, but Siska's whereabouts are still currently unknown. for the side of BTR. Jesgar holding on to the Lord, but for how long?
They're going to be dancing around here for just a while. And now they see that top wave finally start collapsing in. Team Rey slowly starts to show themselves.
Yep, they're trying to reap their benefits with a macro. Heavy spin, gonna pin Chibi inside the burst. The Lord knockup, is it gonna be enough to get grab and Chiku guys picks up the mega kill. Lord is so low, Artemir locks him in. Jesgar secures the Lord, but Chiku guys is online. He's got the double kill already. Siska goes down, Jesgar exposed. They collapse on Lolil. Purify use, hunts the boat, lands the killing spree, but he's surrounded. 1v4, immortality will only delay the inevitable. Lolil falls to the shutdown from the CEO. Monster kill! But Chiku guys, Lynch somehow survives, doesn't even need to use his immortality. Martizi is the final man standing. This Lord will not hold a candle to the carry. BTR looking to end it right here.
I'm surprised that Loliel's decided to swing right into it. He got impatient with the hunt of bone and got punished for his A try.
Martizi trying to dodge everything. He'll pop that winter crown, but the crystal is right there. They'll just slow him down. BTRM, one step away from sending Team Rey home.
Woo! 2-0 so far, match point for Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality, and Team Rey really need to look at the drawing board. They've got plans and comforts that sort of work, but they are more optimal solutions here. Really, they gotta work on that first half of the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think that right now Team Rey may need to revisit some of their fundamentals, because we know they can play. We've seen what they're capable of, but there is just missing a link. Those gaps are what BTR is taking advantage of. They're not necessarily doing anything overly fancy. They're just keeping it standard and close to the chest. But by making less mistakes, they are eking these victories out.
Yep, significantly. Even the casters or our panelists on the outside were watching the games on the big screen. Can't believe what they just saw. I mean, let's keep it simple here and start showing you guys the highlights of this game and recap everything that just happened. Because again, we first started in the draft and we were already like, okay, maybe something's gonna happen here at level 4. And then, oh, this Edith is actually kind of cool. Every single time Siska has his flicker available, he's making plays. If somebody's slightly out of position, he punishes them. Reminds me a lot of how Kirk plays his version of Edith, not only in the laning phase, but also in team fights. But what they cannot forget every single time, dude, Chiku guys, he doesn't care if he's hitting front or back. As long as you trickle in one by one, it's a free fight.
It feels like sometimes Team Rey were a little bit desperate to try and make something happen, and as a result, feed themselves into the BTR machine. Chiku knows how to position. You cannot hope to just randomly execute him, especially when you don't have heroes like the Paquito on your side. I can see the idea of the Edith, certainly. It worked early on, but I feel like having a Phoveus would have been a little bit more of a universal stopgap.
Yeah, probably. You know, Phoveus and even the carry, both of which, again, they decided not to go with. It's strange. I don't know what the idea is exactly, but you can definitely see that they want to play around two things. One, control. Two, lane priority. And the important thing is, hey, we've seen both sides now. We've seen Team Rey decide, you know what, we're going to be playing for our lane prio. We're going to be looking to win lanes. That's what we want to do. Now we've seen, hey, let's play a little bit more mid-centric, mid-trio-centric to help out the side lanes. Both sides didn't seem to work. Now we need to see something else.
Ooh, what else is going to be in the pockets of Team Rey here? If they're hiding any strategies still, they gotta pull them out, because another loss will end their journey, and it would be a very disappointing end for a team that looked so promising before. It really does come down to having a more solid draft. I'm a little worried that they're overcooking somewhat.
Maybe they could be overcooking, or maybe they didn't exactly get what they wanted in the earlier stages. Because again, level 1, we're already seeing that Martizi getting chunked out into lane. That reduces the speed of their rotation. Loliel's even finding a couple of moments where he almost lost the Chiku guys in that lane as well. So more and more, I'm feeling like Team Rey just not on their best just yet.
Oh, but when will they be? Do they have enough time?
I mean, hopefully by game 3, they start showing where the ceiling is.
Like, you gotta at that point. Backs against the wall. It's time to really put it all on the line. But yeah, I think this game there was a chance. We got some good pins, some good catches. They were clearly trying to funnel into Lolil. But I feel like Team Rey attempted to do a similar thing to what BTRM is known for, but are just not as used to perfectly executing it.
Yeah, I think overall, best executors had to be Siska. I would make an argument for Martizzi or even Lolios, but both of them made mistakes in that game. Overall, just a tough one. It's a tough pill to swallow after 22 minutes of gruesome combat that BTRM once again comes out the victors.
It could have ended differently, but Team Rey, unfortunately, still missing that connection, that singular secret ingredient that can get them to that finish line. And BTRM is just playing the same way they always have. I think having that identity, that confidence in that identity is becoming a pretty crucial measure in these playoffs, because it was a very similar case when it came down to Vamos versus RRQ. Vamos knows what they want to play, knows what they're good at playing, and knows how to draft for it.
It makes sense that right now that the clear self-identities is just giving better direction in terms of the mental load these players are carrying when they get into the game. Because you're thinking about, all right, level 1, what do I do? Level 3, where am I rotating to? Where does everybody need to stand during these team fights? And the possibilities of counterplay from the opposite sides. A lot of that kind of occupies a lot of the spaces in your mind. So having a clear direction of, oh, I know what our team wants to do. I know what the enemy team wants to do. I can start filtering out the useless information.
It's a lot less of an what's the word I'm looking for? There's a much lower chance of overcooking if you already have a fixed boundary to work with. It's not what is the best solution for this problem, it's what is my best solution for this problem. And that already solves issues of maybe not being as comfortable with things. But of course, once again, Chiku, guys, our MVP for game number 2.
Yep, and he's already VOD reviewing. He's already looking, hey, where are the holes? Where are other exploitations that we can enact upon this team to get our 3-0 victory and make this Wednesday real fast?
6, 2, and 8. Purify was a spell that cost him a couple times in the early game, but once he figured out what Team Rey is attempting to do, just play it safe, trust the team to hold the front, bait out resources, and then he can just walk on in and blitz everyone down with those light wheels.
Yep, and as expected, that's what he did. Man, I don't know. Let's see whether they give up blue side for Team Rey. Or is there anything better that they can do? I don't know. The fact that they gave out blue side twice, 2 times, I don't think it's enough. I definitely don't think it's enough.
Camera's a lot closer up than I remember it being.
Hey, man, gotta make sure to put the spotlight to all of our talents here. Of course, Dodo as well, up on the stage here with us.
Well, yeah, what we're talking about, I got very distracted by it just being me on the camera.
Hey, no worries. We're just talking about the problems that Paquito is facing. Well, not just Paquito, but this particular matchup. I don't know. Some part of me is starting to feel like unless we see something different, like not just something as simple as like blue side, red side, I'm sure as hell hoping that we do see a completely different side of Team Rey. Like they're gonna go back to comforts here. That's what I think is gonna happen.
It just feels really weird to see, because like I feel like Team Rey was one of those teams that understood like, okay, this is what our players are good at playing. You know, their drafting was pretty solid in the middle of the regular season, and now it's just, you know, what happens next, right? Why are the first halls of the draft so weird in some way? But I guess we will find that out a little bit later. For now, I realize why we actually needed the camera on me. It's because we need to swap out someone on the desk. You know?
Yeah, you know, it would have been nice if we could have just cut to the camera, cut to this camera later once the call was given. But you know, this works out just fine. I can't believe I'm doing this again.
Yeah, I heard that someone's coming up to replace you in a moment. In fact, they already have.
Hey, you know who it is? It's Hot Takes with Eb and Grab, all the way back from New York. I gotten to 3 divorces and married 2 extra wives in the meantime since the last time we met. But this time, we've got some hot takes. Fulvius, what a problem, am I right? This Paquito guy keeps on punching me through my ranked games and through the screen, especially when I'm in the middle of dealing with my 2 ex-wives, which I mentioned earlier. Maybe 3, I could have lied about that. I forgot. I mean,
the lore expands.
The lore expands even further. But other than that, I think the most important thing right now is that EXP laners understand the relationship with all the heroes compared to everybody else. Because before this, we weren't even talking about Paquito. We were talking about Fulvius the entire time. And nobody had a real answer to him. Even the Uranus was struggling against him. Now that Paquito has kind of come into the meta, it has opened up a whole new plethora of possibilities. Especially when we start thinking about mid laners. Because let me tell you, mid lane really, man, there's a lot of things that kill the mid lane right now. It's not a fun time to be a mid laner. But the most important role, besides your jungler, overall, I think right now the MPL needs to move in a direction which gives more options to the EXP lane, and hopefully, I'm guessing, brings out more options in the jungle, because there's just not enough. Now, don't worry again. Keep in mind that Alban Grab is going to keep you guys nice and covered, right? Full stomachs, full focus. Use the Grab Food code from 9 p.m. till 4 a.m. and keep that late night grind going strong, because let me tell you, my bank account is completely axed out. There is nothing inside of it anymore. And they call me Alban Grab for a reason. It's not because I'm rich.
That is true. That is true. But you know what you are rich in? You are rich in experiences of delivering great food to deserving people. Thank you very much to our Avant Grab. Wow, where did he go?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably
that was fast.
Probably giving street justice to his ex-wives or something like that.
Or finding a new one.
One way or another. The lore expands further. I don't know what else I don't know what else I can come up with that's still like borderline okay. Either way, we still have a potential one more game here for BTRM to close out in a 3-0 fashion. And that'll be one of the few times, well, I don't want to say one of the few times because play-ins hasn't been around for that long, but one of the few times that we're having a complete sweep day on the play-ins.
That's true. We used to get that a lot, not so much these days, but who knows what could happen. For now, we got a section with Rose prepared for you guys, so let's throw it on over to her.
Hey guys, selamat datang ke Game Break interview bersama dengan Rose. And of course, kita ada tetamu yang sangat-sangat special daripada Philippines. It is Storm.
Hello MPL Malaysia.
Hi Storm, welcome back to MPL Malaysia. Did you miss us?
Rindu Malaysia.
Rindu kan, the vibes dekat sini memang unmatched and unbeatable. Now, I saw on Facebook that you were posted in an inactive roster by TNC. So Storm, are you coming back to MPL MY?
Right now, I'm having a vacation only, and maybe if Malaysian team want me, who knows? But yeah, I'm open to everything.
You want to come back?
Yes, I think I really want.
What do you miss most about MPL MY?
The vibes, I think, and the people, of course.
Yes.
So mostly that.
Yes, guys, we have one of the best fans in the world. Now, Storm, let's talk a little bit about this match. After watching 2 games, and it's currently 2-0 to the side of BTRM, how do you feel? What are your thoughts about it?
I think, because right now I'm supporting Team Rey. I want Team Rey because have my boy, Siska, and Lulil. Have Brasi, but 2 beats 1, of course.
2 beats 1, okay.
So, I think Team Rey is still struggling because of basically what their problems are in regular season, they are still showing here. So I hope that they can change that at least in the next games.
So are you saying that you feel like during the 1-week break, the problems of Team Rey has not been resolved?
Yeah, I think that in the macro part, in the early game, mid game, they can do that. But in crucial parts of the game where they have to execute the lore dance, they really fall off.
Really towards the execution. I honestly don't know what is happening, although right now it is looking very BTRM coded. So I'm going to ask you, do you think it's going to be a 3-0, a 3-1, a reverse sweep? Storm, be honest.
Probably a 3-1. I think Team Rey will still put up a fight. Maybe they have a draft that they want to surprise BTR with. So, but overall, the gameplay, I am still leaning towards BTR, so 3-1.
Oh, it's now 3-1. 1. Ooh, that is very tough. And you know what? I see that, your ex-teammates are now on stage. Like you mentioned, there's Rasi, there's Siska, there's El or Loliel. Is there perhaps any message that you want to give to them before we continue this series?
Siska, jangan kena aura dari Rasi. Rasi.
Jangan kena aura dari Rasi.
Yes.
You think Rasi punya aura kuat ke? Strong?
Yeah. Because in Untitled before, Rasi like the big brother. He just do this to Siska. So Siska may be aura against Rasi. So he needs to be braver lah, Siska.
He needs to be braver, yes. Dorang actually sangat-sangat rapat, for your information. You guys are very, very close. Rasi treats Siska like his little brother back then. So you know what? Aside from a message to your ex-teammates, is there a message for the fans here in MPL MY, Storm? A lot of people actually do miss you.
A few people have recognized me here, even though I'm trying to hide with my hoodie. So to all fans of MPL Malaysia, thank you for still welcoming me and loving me. And I hope maybe I'll see you guys in next season or next few seasons.
Harap-harap kita boleh jumpa dan ketemu Storm balik di MPL Malaysia. Terima kasih, Storm.
Terima kasih.
With that, Mari, let's show it back to the panel. Will it be a 3-0 or will Team Rey be able to put up a fight?
Thank you so much, Rose. That was Storm from TNC Pro Team. Used to, play in MPL PH, came over to MY, went back to PH, and now it's like I'm on vacation, I'm having a good time, and maybe could be coming back to MY?
That could be interesting. He does have several teammates, old teammates up on stage right now. Gotta choose who he is here to support. But BTRM in a pretty good spot. Who was first pick? I think I missed that.
It was supposed to be Team Rey.
Okay, so they did decide to go blue.
Yeah, they did decide to go blue, which again, I'm just hoping, fingers crossed that they've got the draft down. Because again, a lot of it just comes down to whether or not they have the winning draft or not, or at least a draft that goes even. Especially when you're seeing that a clash of styles now. Most people, it's either I can play the early game really, really well. I can play the game.
Is so good.
It doesn't get old. It really doesn't. And I'm surprised that the bigger troopers didn't come up with this in Indonesia way earlier.
Actually, thinking about it, it's always been hanging there, right, for people to grab. But we did reach out to Chiku guys in the MPL MY Insider about how his prep was over the break. And he said, it's always like this. On Mondays, we play like we don't even know MLBB. On Tuesdays, nothing goes right too. It's only on Wednesdays that we start warming up. But wait, today is Wednesday. And he's like, yeah, Wednesday, let's go.
Woo! And then starts all over again. And then Thursday, they just start sucking.
It's Wednesday,
and
but
Friday. And it's Wednesday. It's the only time we're going to be doing great. I mean, if this is how they feel, and it's just purely on superstition, by all means, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But they better have some real solutions to some very real problems coming up to this game.
So perhaps the strategy for Team Rey is to wait for tomorrow.
I think I have a better solution.
Okay.
I think that BTR, if I'm in Team Rey's position, I'm saying the Lucas right now. I'm looking at head coach.
Okay.
I'm looking ahead. Oh, wait, hold on. We got a Chico fan here. Wait, I've seen this guy. He was on the outside. He came from Terengganu, supporting BTRM, and he's straight up blind. He came all this way despite his impediment, and he's got a caretaker who's sitting right next to him just to see Chico guys. I literally met him on my way outside.
Yeah, I think I saw him walking around as well. It's so nice to see that he's here to provide support. Even without the gift of sight, you can still be here to watch and enjoy the atmosphere. Because right now, Chiku, one step away from making it to that next stage thanks to the support of fans like him. Let's jump into the draft.
All right, let's find out what is it going to be. Don't be flying clouds. Anything but flying clouds. Anything but flying clouds.
Maybe you need to just not say anything.
Maybe it's like solo queue. That as soon as I start complaining about the queue time, I get into a game.
Exactly, yes. Honestly, that happens a lot.
It happens too much, actually.
And not even just in MLBB and other games. I'm like, once you complain, then things happen.
Yeah. It's like a natural body timer.
It's like they're spying on us or something.
Oh! now, look at what Team Rey's doing. They take blue side and they ban out the Claude alongside the Frederick. Ah!
This is literally what you talked about during the break.
I literally told you. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go on red side and ban out Claude and Frederick. Claude or Frederick. Cut to them going to the worst possible scenario. We're on blue side and we're banning both of them.
There's so many things that slip through because of this. The Freya is open.
So good.
The Zeusin is open.
I mean, I gotta give it to Kenji. He doesn't fall for it. He gets rid of the chip, gets rid of the Guinevere because there's not a lot of things that deal with the Guinevere, leaves everything intact. It says, you know what, Team Rey? You did us a favor. You get to choose
Pretty
what
much.
the power picks are going to be. Go ahead, pick your one power pick.
If Team Rey goes Freya, instantly you will see the Phoveus. They can't start with Paquito for the same reason. If they pick Phoveus first, then you will see heroes like Carry show up since there's no longer Claude to counter them.
Oh, yeah, baby! There's a lot of different ways to do this. A lot of different relationships. And they're keeping it messy, which I like. I like it. It makes the coaches and assistant coaches have to work double time here, and they start off with the Freya. No surprises. Great pick.
So it's got to be Phoveus. 100%. Like, you can see how quickly they lock him in. But what else is the question?
Yep, because keep in mind that despite Phoveus being on the opposite side, is Freya really going to be the EXP laner, or is
That's
it going to be
true.
the gold laner? We'll never know until the very end.
You will need to be prepared to potentially pick a gold laner that can still go toe-to-toe with that Freya. But the Leomord is going to be the choice of BTR for now.
Interesting. Interesting. Wanted to go Leomord rather than your traditional Suyo. Doesn't show gold laner, doesn't want to reveal anything about the mid lane either. What are they waiting to see from Team Rey? Are they thinking about whether they can set up glue once again for Rossi?
It's not impossible. It is a pretty solid solution to the Freya. You just need someone that can lock her down, basically. Glue doesn't even need to be the answer. You can see like the Cho and things like that. Looks like Team Rey will be the ones to grab Glue instead. So now the question goes to BTR. Do you counter this with the Faramis?
Oh, that's so tough. That's so tough because the temp HP is just way too small. All the burst damage coming out from both Freya and as well as Gord basically chunks out that temp HP for free. I don't think it's worth it, but neither is it good to just go Vexana and just pray that Freya doesn't get on top of it somehow.
I think that if you're not going Faramis, then you just go for your typical tank burning mage like Lilia or something.
Maybe.
So they do go Cho.
Okay. Cho gives you the opportunity to kind of set the combo up. They need damage dealers. How are they going to... yes, Leomord can sort of scale into the later stages of the game, but it's still not beating like a Gord combo. A Gord combo, you're still going to get 100 to 0. What else could they possibly go for? They could still go for the carry again if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Never mind, the Obsidian is going to get banned out. I'm assuming they also want to get rid of the tank killers too.
What other tank killers? Well, carry would be one, but I feel like BTR were the ones that were thinking of getting it, so Team Rey will remove it from the pool. I think mage-wise, Lilia is actually not bad in this game for BTR.
Not the worst. Definitely has to take Purify. Huh. Can you even... No, not with glue around. Definitely not with glue around.
Yeah.
Even with Sprint, it's just not worth the effort. Either ways, 2 marksmen have already been axed and still 24 seconds left on the clock. And now we see Yisha Chin. Honestly, pretty smart of them. Pretty smart. I would have liked to see whether Yishin Chin was going to be the pickup for Team Rey, and then they can start they can start doing some wild stuff with it.
We know how quickly Yishin Chin is able to snowball. BTR wants to be the ones in control of the map. They have a Cho, they have a Leomord. Team Rey bans the Moskov. I feel like they're overcommitting bans in the wrong places.
That's the thing. But then again, this is a much better scenario for Chiku, guys. Yeah.
Well, you could argue this is not a bad situation for Team Rey, though. Chiku has thrown a lot of games on that Haru.
He has thrown a lot of games. But is it going to be enough? What can Loliel take that actually beats Harith in this lane?
Well, normally it'd be Claude, but they banned him themselves.
They banned out like 5 marksmen at this point. Yeah, no.
What do you play?
Both, like,
Granger? It might be Granger.
I think it might just have to be. But then,
or you put Freya gold, I guess.
There goes gold. You take glue. And then what? No. What else can you go for? Maybe a Kalia? No. Dang,
It doesn't feel as good.
Doesn't feel great. Yeah, Akai into highlight. Yeah, this just does not feel great for the side of Team Rey. There's no answers to any of the major problems.
Oh, this
BTRM.
I will protect
What is this? Whoa!
Unnecessary.
What? Angela?
That I think that was unnecessary.
Where? Angela mid? Angela mid.
Yep. They could have gone for the Lilia, and I think it would have been fun.
Yeah.
But I guess risking it, even going for like a Eve isn't the worst as well. I don't know. Either way, these teams have their comforts and they have their directions. It looks like BTRM, though, for the first time, really doubling down on that identity over potential flexibility.
I think they're just kind of cooking with it a little bit. Just kind of...
Really? I don't know.
As in, like, they're already 2 games up. May as well take the chance to try something out that maybe they've been preparing. Because I'm going to be honest, I think Team Rey also has a big problem on their hands. They're trying to play the CEO Chiku-kan with no marksman.
And a Freya.
Yes.
I don't know, but good luck, Barbarian War Chief. Hats off to you.
This is going to be an interesting one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hopping into the land of Dawn because right now is the potential final nail in the coffin for Team Rey. 2 games down, 1 loss away from ending their journey in Season 17. Is this the answer they've been looking for?
Maybe this could be the answer. Loliels, please don't die here. Dear God, please don't die.
Oh man, he's playing a dangerous game.
Okay, and he's out. Good thing, good thing. He didn't try to go for the steal. He got the information that he was looking for and forced the movement out of Rasi, which is great because now the rest of TR are going to start moving in onto the small campus. They give up Little Wanderer for this. Stun. Oh, good. Oh.
They will still steal it. I don't think there's much Rasi can do alone to stop them. Chiku also gonna have to deal with his lane being cut most of the time. But this is what Team Rey needs to be doing. With 3 tanks and a fighter goal, they are trying to dominate early to mid-game. If they're not able to close things out before Chiku or GB come online, they got a big problem.
I mean, I feel like they already got some big problems if they don't even get there. Secondly, it's like, the Freya is so risky. They have a lineup that can actually create the space for the Freya, which is the amazing part. But whether Freya can actually stick, it really depends on the performance of Loliels. He misses an ability, he's going to be out of position, jumps too far, jumps too short. So many ways to mess it up.
And we have to remember, back in the day, Loliel was an EXP laner, so fighters are not out of his ball game. Used to be a pretty good one as well. Got that Warcry, typical emblem setups, I think, across the board. Bigatron going to have a bit of trouble keeping up early as well, since Angela mid wave cleared is eh.
It is but at least he's got Rasi to help him out, right?
True.
That Concussive Blast just kind of helps smooth over the early game until you actually hit 4, which he does right now. Now, I'm guessing that the target's going to be Chibi, but for all intents and purposes, they really should not contest this.
Yeah, there's no real reason to. BTR plays this game. They're gonna commit the Phantom Steed and the Heart Guard. Grab gonna be used. Lynch in trouble. Surrounded. First blood over to Loliel. Jescar secures the turtle. They'll get the stun on Chibi as well. Pick him up. And Z is just a bonus on top of that. Double kill for the Freya.
Man.
So unnecessary.
I don't know. I mean, I got no words for it, right? I got no words for it. It's one of those things where it's like, they made an attempt, they thought this was a good call, even though they clearly saw that Lolios left the lane. So like, I mean, if they thought they could beat, technically they tried fighting it 3v4.
But you're not beating this team regardless. Even if Loliel is not there, the best you can do is try to steal.
Yeah, well...
And even that's difficult.
I think the main problem is that if they team fight, the unfortunate situation is that they're technically always down a man. The Angela is like, I can only double down on one guy, but they got a Kai on the other side. So basically, you get a free 2 for 1 for whoever you hard guard.
And they actually picked Angela into a Kai.
Again, wild, right?
So wild.
So wild. They could have gotten Lilia here. He could have gotten Lilia here.
Lilia would have been
like,
so good.
He could have gone. Oh no, he can't go for Farsa actually.
Lilia would have won that last fight alone.
It would. Valentina would have absolutely demolished this.
Even Valir would not have been terrible.
Okay, I don't know about Valir. Valir is like kind of a, wait, no, you can get out of the projectile with your ult.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, for now, Team Rey can enjoy their control over the river because they are just 3 big bulky boys that don't need no man to tell them what to do.
Taxman's here. Just Gar. You can take your taxes. Ooh. Sweet income. Or Rossi just has to just stick around, right? Because kind of don't have a choice. Chiku Guys is already... And honestly, first time we're seeing that Chiku Guys actively losing the lane.
Oh yeah, it's a Freya. Freya basically beats anyone in that lane. Bigatron does have the solution in the Phobius, and that is specifically why Team Rey decided to put her on the opposite side of the map. 1k goal lead for now. Again, don't think BTR should contest.
Well, they might be able to. Now they might be able to, but we'll see, we'll see.
Feels a little messy. Phantom Steed comes out. They're going to engage on Ivan in the front line. Just Gar secures the turtle. Heavy spin's going to be used. Gets the pin, but it's a little bit of a mess right now. BTR actually regains control. Rossi finds Martizi in the backline. They get the 2-man push. It's a Phantom stop. They pick off 1. And that's actually Lolil, the most important target. But the grab lands on top of Chibi. He's got 2 people riding him right now. And that's a little bit too much for him to stand. Chibi goes down. Just got to be traded. Siska falls. BTR turns the fight.
Wow. Dang. Wasn't expecting that much damage overall coming out from GB on those last few moments there, but Chico Guy's still getting a good chunk of damage. I'm going to quickly look at his items because I'm pretty sure he doesn't have what I think he has. Okay, just the Starlium Scythe. And to be fair, the Starlium Scythe wasn't a recent purchase.
Well, I mean, once you take Lolil out of the equation and Martizi's used his cooldowns, it really is just 3 tanks, so you can take your time a little bit with it. And that is exactly what happened with BTR. Kind of messy at the beginning, but I think that's what Bigatron was attempting to achieve. Split apart their forces, force them to use resources in weird ways.
I feel like Bigatron is just trying to stat check them.
That's possible.
Really? They're like, okay, you're going to take out 1 person away from this game? Well, guess what? If we give him enough stats, you can't kill him.
Oh, well, speaking of, let's see if they can save him this time. This is literally everything thrown at Chibi. He's not surviving that one.
Say that to my face, Bigatron!
It's like, eat your stats.
Take that! True damage, don't care about no stats. But Just Gar might be able to set up another one. He doesn't have a heavy spin for this. So I don't see him... So again, I don't see the purpose of this movement, but it has been following a simple rule of thumb. Oh no.
They're gonna engage on Chiku. He's kind of oh, he actually dodges the projectile!
No, the projectile just missed! It went into the wall!
Did it? I think it went behind him.
It bounced. He's standing here. It bounced into grass over here.
Yeah, it would have hit him if Chiku just walked backwards. But he dashed the other way around.
Oh.
So I think that was a dodge.
All right. That's true.
Oh, Chiku's actually trying to force this fight. He's got hard guard now. Meanwhile, they get away with the dragon. They land the kick. 1 hit away. Martizi falls. And Angela actually kind of doing work.
Doing a decent amount of work here, especially into the Freya. Also knowing that Freya doesn't have ult gives you so much confidence.
That's true.
Because God, is she so strong with that ult on.
Oh, Lynn's trying to fight in the pit. Heavy spin actually kind of messes up, but Just Gar is still able to get that turtle away. Do they want to fight this? They'll flicker forward. They land the knockup. They're surrounding the panda, and they're putting him back on the endangered species list. This guy's gonna try and re-engage. The glue gonna jump on top of Chibi. No heart guard. It's actually gonna be used on Chiku. Instead, they basically sacrificed Chibi for this one, and now Rasi has to use the kick to try and get away. But Lolil surely finishes this off, right? Yeah, Rasi's dead.
Yup, they got him. They got him by the throat. Now they start opening the map back up. Even game from both sides. It's been a struggle to actually get this fight down.
Lane's doing a good job of keeping them off the tower, while Chiku gets a free one down bottom, so pretty good, actually.
I don't get why they try to contest knowing that there's people there, right? They know that the closest person to actually make this rotation is going to be Lynch as well as Zay, and the closest tower is going to be mid. So why not start splitting your resources, give Gord the minions anyways, and then send Freya back up to your tower? Or if you're double waving, have both of them show up and then send Freya as soon as you're done. Don't even try to contest for the mid turret.
I have a feeling that Team Rey just doesn't have enough brain cells left right now to actually think that far ahead. It's just... do what needs to be done when the moment calls for it. Because I feel like that's what their actions are showing.
It may be, but I also think that we're starting to see it get a little sloppy, right? Because all the movements are just like about a second and a half later before after it's done, right? Oh, I cleared the mid lane. Now I'm gonna wait like a minute, about a second and a half before I start moving to the top side. Luckily, he still is able to capture all of the minions, which is the most important part. His item build, going for the golden staff, very traditional. Alongside, decides to go for the war axe this time around, and it looks like he wants to go into the halberd.
I could be. Well, it is an Angela, so it would make a lot of sense to get that anti-heal for now. Chiku has rushed that Holy Crystal. He actually has it done already quite early on. And Z also just finished that Flask and Fleeting Time. So the Angela Harif combo is pretty scary right now.
Yeah. I love Chiku's optimization of this because he knows he's not that far behind. So therefore, at least he can build up enough attack speed to make the motion smooth of having essentially infinite chrono dashes when you do eventually unleash the Zombie Force. It's about how smooth you can get it to go, right? Oh no. This looks kind of dangerous. They see Rossi clearly.
Yeah, feels a little awkward. Does Team Rey really want to force this? Lane's gonna engage to get the kick. I really can't see who they kick because it's such a mess of bodies in there right now. Lane's gonna engage. Hard guard gonna be used on top of Chiku, guys, but the Diamond Force. Lynch will go down first. Heavy spin used as well. Wasted a little early, I would feel, because GB is still around, but the Phantom Steel will run out. Rossi buying time, but he's dropping low on HP, and they land the stun. Grab onto GB, but Chiku, guys, is still alive. The CEO is still here. Team Rey, you gotta worry about him. Diamond Force comes over. GB! He steals the Lord! And Chiku, guys, gets the triple kill. The hard guard comes out again. GB trying to run away from Siska. He's sidestepping. He's sidestepping there for so low. Siska will get the kill eventually. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, though, Martizi just gonna be abandoned in this situation.
Yep, and the extra help coming in for the hard guard. Now Chiku is at full fighting force. He is very, very strong. Look at him go. Look at him go. Pew, pew. Fears nothing. Can't take any damage because of the shields. So strong. Such a fun, balanced marksman. It's great. But, I mean, look at this fight, right? The initial kick ended up on the correct targets. And yet somehow Martizi gets to walk away for free through it all. It was a perfect kick into Dark Wave. And yet they couldn't find it.
They couldn't. But even so, Megatron's just playing for the CEO. They're setting up for Chiku, guys. That's why they're popping the hard guard on him instead of GB. They don't care about the leaderboard anymore. It's just this guy. Turns out the way you stop the CEO from throwing on Harif is to give him a secretary.
It's the only answer. I mean, they're doing really phenomenally well with it, right? We wanted something new, we wanted something else, but it looks like Bigatron are the ones who are showing that. And I think this is a very interesting way to really emphasize that they're playing for the CEO. Because very few compositions and very few teams actually find success in the mid-Angela. And we saw it like, what, a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
Where it was very meta to put Angela in that mid-zone. So many, 80% of our mid laners here at MY all hated it, or they're just awful at it.
And that was a time when mid lane was basically support number 2.
Yeah.
Dark times. I think a lot of mages will agree. But now, Angela is not supposed to really work. You want to have that secondary damage core. But in a team that wants to play off of one guy anyway, why not?
Makes a lot of sense. It really, really does. And I would have imagined that early game, just work with your mid-trio, dude. Work with your mid-trio. Get Martizi to the right level. And then start looking for your optimal targets. Because again, I feel like Team Rey, if both sides were playing, both sides, OpenAI, they figured it out, right? Best players in the world. There's a lot of tools on Team Rey's side to bait out a lot of resources from Bigatron MY.
There really should be, but the problem still remains that they don't have a consistent enough damage source. It's just Lolil as your main carry, and he's gonna be in the tick of the action a lot of the time. That's why he can get picked off, and Chiku can dash around him, especially with Heart Guard. So Team Rey has ways to delay the fight, yes. But if Lolil isn't able to chunk people out, then it doesn't matter how long they delay. Chiku is just gonna take that time willingly.
And get his ult again.
And again.
Times.
Z too.
See,
He's got fleeting time.
It just keeps on going.
He used hard guard twice in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous on top of the fact that there's the Ice Queen's wand already purchased by Zay. So not only are you struggling to get away from this Harith who's already great at chasing you down, but you have the added peel coming in from these love taps.
It feels bad. Team Rey is actually vulnerable to this since they...
What is this movement from Team? Whoa!
I am the assassin now.
Whoa! He didn't expect this flank. And look, Jaskar, he's reacting to it. Oh my god.
Oh, why are you giving up your positioning wave? The dragon lands on Jaskar. He drops the half HP. He's not going to be able to contest so easily. Hard guard being... Look at Z. He's pushing so far for free because of how much time is being given here.
This is ridiculous. And it's just Lich and Rossi. They're the only two ones just hovering around, right? They see the Leomord up on that top side, getting that free push. And now they've set up a free pushing wave down on the bot side with Harith potentially collapsing upon it. And they just don't have enough damage to rush down this Lord. Look at them, they're held hostage!
Team Rey's trying the zone, they're trying to start things, but Lynch can just accept all that damage. Honestly, even if he dies, it's fine, because look at the waves they're pushing. He's still alive, he flickers away, they'll re-engage on TB instead. So TB will probably die, Lolil pick up the kill, but look at the base! The CEO! He's in the base! He's in your base! That's not his base! He's trying to take over your company right now! He gets 2 inhibitors for free with C, but now they might get caught on the way out. Chiku's gonna be surrounded, Hardcore gonna be used, not able to save him, so they get the shutdown at least, but... What is happening?
Dude, this is so embarrassing. What is happening, dude? How do you get away with 2 inhibitors? Still have Purify? They end up dying to the full combo anyways. Like, what? What?
I mean, sure, okay. It actually isn't too bad. 2 inhibitors for Chiku's life is kinda worth it there.
I don't know, they're gonna lose the Lord for it.
I think they can clear the Lord.
No, okay, alright, that's fair. It's better that Team Rey takes the Lord than giving it over to Bigatron because they literally have no solution to the Lord when it starts walking in.
Yeah, because they gave up 2 inhibitors for it.
I don't know. I've never seen a trade of this caliber.
This has been the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals.
Forms 30 under 30 against Tiku guys right now. Put him on this. I give you Lord. I take 2 inhibitors. Deal? Oh, and not to mention, oh boy,
I gained my riches by acquiring Team Rey's base.
Oh boy.
It's my shell company now. Chiku in 1v1 against Lolil. Hard guard gonna be used. Now he has to dash away though. Team Rey going for the full collapse onto the Hari. Lolil gonna flicker forward, try to jump on him. Everyone's just ignoring Rashi because that is the correct thing to do. But Chiku honestly getting away really well thanks to that hard guard movement speed. Here comes Jaskar. He's trying to surround. Saman Force comes out again. Hard guard runs out. The rest of the team is here to back him up. Chiku's still alive. Heavy spin. Whiffs completely. And now the red team holding them back. They get the grab on top of Chiku, but look at the rest of the team. Arteezy's already gone down. Chiku's perfectly fine with this grab. Lynch doing his job so well. Immortality burns. They're gonna try and re-engage, but he just flickers away, and now this guy's gonna be caught. Another hard guard, another Saman Force, another CEO walking into the base like he owns the place.
He is Jeff Bezos. That's what he's trying to say. He wants to go for BlackRock, and now for the end, as they're looking to close it out.
Do they want to close it here? Can they close it here? Chiku's got the hard guard again. Actually, no, it just ran out. They've already lost Jaskar. Lolil doing a good job. He finds a killing spree. He takes out Rasi. He takes out Lynch, but Chiku is still there. TB is still there. The Chi-Chi duo are still here. And Z is there too. You just don't see him. But no minions, unfortunately, so they're going to have to end it there.
It's the Chi-Chi duo. And Zay's there. It's just I love the thought of Chiku guys and GB have such a strong relationship that like, Z, stay out of this. Just heart guard. I need nothing else.
We don't need you here.
Puppet on a string.
Just your shield.
Don't even bother with the puppet on a string. Just love tap and heart guard. That's all I need. Z tries to say something. Your comms are too loud, Z.
That reminds me of that, like this post I've seen on internet before where someone shared like this wedding invitation they got. And it said like, your presence is a gift. We don't need any gifts this year. And the person who receives is like, so do they want me to come or?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, that was too good. Oh my goodness. That has to be one of the funniest 6-minute sequences I've ever seen. And I've watched a lot of Mobile Legends. Oh my god. Woo! That's one of the more bizarre ones, definitely. But now, come into the Ultra side, the Ultra late game. And for some reason, Just Gar has so little money. He is nowhere close to his final build. He is still 2 items off.
Oh, they will actually find Rasi in the jungle, but that's not the target they want. They really need to find Chiku, guys, of all people. I will say, Lolil as the solo carry actually not doing too bad a job. Freya's damage output a little higher than I may have given it credit for, but it still is basically a one-man show.
He's got the full build already down. It looks like for Lolil, it's just how can he work with the rest of his team to buy those micro stunts, to buy those little pockets of space so he can keep chaining his abilities. He's not susceptible.
Oh. Concealed play, surely they see him. Yeah, they saw him. They get the kick on Martizi, and now Chiku goes in. He's trying to get the kill, but Ivan just walks in between, so he's not going to commit yet. Lynch, though, already in the thick of it. He has to flicker out of the way. Siska tries to chase, not able to do so, but Team Rey retains the river control.
Okay. So now they go for the reset, right? They go for the early cancel, trying to make sure that the cooldown is as short as possible. Chiku already has his Ivan cores, big whoops, but there's no way in the Dragon, and the hard guard, I'm guessing, needs 20 more seconds to come back off of cooldown.
Yeah, as long as they're not getting kills, the hard guard cooldown is still a little bit long. Rasi gonna show himself once again. He gets a free kick onto the Panda, but Heavy Spin will come out. He gets pinned on Lynch, so the Phobius will be the first one to die. Ivan's gonna be the main target for Chiku, but he's able to walk away to Gore's pathway. Meanwhile, Chibi gonna freeze things in the mid lane. Chiku kind of in an awkward spot. Lolil gonna try and jump on him, but he's still alive. Chibi doing a good job, still gonna be grab. It is complete chaos right now, by the way. There is no team formation at all. Monster kill for Lolil, but again, the CEO is still here, and he's being escorted by his knight in shining armor, walking forward, paving the path for him. Too bad there's no glorious pathway. This guy can be a target. Chiku doesn't have the hard guard. No more Salman Force. He might be in trouble. May get punished for this one. Lolil has the Valkyrie's descent. Does he have the Salman Force? He gets the Salman Force! See! My God! Chiku! Why? How is he allowed to do this? What the face! The minions!
What did I tell you? He's about to get his Salmon Force, and he pulled it off!
What is that? What is that victory? With the Angela, the CEO, he really is too much.
He's too much.
He is too much.
The stocks
oh my God,
through the roof. He has evaluated this company to be just another extra million. Add 6 more zeros to that number. You know what? Make it 7 because he is just that good.
And he got so rich with his investments that he could outsource ending the game to the minions.
Oh my.
He could hire extra resources.
Team Rey.
Oh.
Did they overthink? Did they overheat? That is such a devastating blow. What a devastating loss. 3-0 fashion as well to a team at the bottom, just barely making it into the playoffs. And now they are in the upper brackets.
I think the bigger hit is losing to an Angela in such a manner. You lose 2 inhibitors to a Harry split push. And then the minions end the game because you just can't kill the CEO. There is a method to the madness, and Chiku remains that guy.
Truly crazy. We're going to throw it over to Poji to have a conversation with our competitors. Poji, take it away.
Sepanjang regular season, Team Rey merupakan pasukan Dark Horse untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-17 ini. Mereka menjangkaui jangkaan semua orang. Namun, pada malam ini cabaran di pentas Dream Stage, mereka terhenti. Siska, kali terakhir awak berada di pentas Stadium Juara ni, awak dapat tempat yang ketiga. Pencapaian baik. Namun, untuk malam ini, bukan sesuatu yang baik. Apakah perasaan awak untuk kali ini awak tak mencapai satu tempat yang lebih tinggi berbanding yang sebelum ini?
Perasaan mesti sedih kan sebab kalah. Tak dapat. Sorry pada fans sebab tuan tak dapat. Lanjut ke next terus lah.
Martizi, mungkin awak boleh kongsikan sedikit sebanyak kepada saya dan juga penyokong peminat apa yang berlaku dekat dalam game tadi. 3-0 bukan satu benda yang kita boleh terima dengan hati yang terbuka sebenarnya. Mungkin awak boleh kongsi dengan peminat supaya mereka lebih faham apa yang berlaku.
Apa yang berlaku dalam game kita orang pun tak tahu lah. Saya pun tak tahu kan. Saya just dah cuba yang terbaik untuk menang kak. Tapi still.
Mungkin Ivan boleh kongsi sedikit sebanyak dengan saya. Mungkin sepatah dua kata-kata untuk menaikkan semangat semula kepada pasukan dan juga kata-kata terakhir kepada peminat yang berada dekat sini.
Paling dari gue, terima kasih untuk fans yang dukung kita. Yang pasti ini bukan akhir dari segalanya. Pasti ini pasti baru permulaan lah buat Team Rey juga kan banyak player-player muda yang potensial kan. Udah pasti mereka bakal bisa panjang lah di MPL MY ini.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Remontada Boys hadir dengan impian namun harapan terkubur di sini. Saya berharap dan kami semua berharap pasukan Team Rey akan kembali semula dengan harapan semangat yang lebih membara untuk musim yang akan datang. Rey akan kekal menjadi Rey. Buktikan mereka adalah pencabar kejuaraan untuk musim yang akan datang. Maka dengan penuh duka cita, in 3, 2, 1 dipersilakan untuk final bow. Itu saja daripada saya dan juga Team Rey. Maka saya akan terus hantar ke mini stage untuk Rose dan BTRM. Dipersilakan. Stadium Juara, give it up for BTRM by Vitality! Wow! Satu lagi 3-0 bersih di play-ins hari ini. Ciku, I nak tanya you secara jujurnya lah, masa musim bermula, did you see yourself here today? Adakah you rasa you boleh pergi sejauh ini di playoffs ini and mungkin even further than this?
Kalau saya, selagi saya main, saya rasa saya confident je saya boleh pergi ke playoff lah. Ya.
Mentality yang sangat-sangat matang. Now, Ciku, kita tahu di mana di game pertama, Claude Chico ada 100% kill participation dan juga MVP sampai dia kena ban di game kedua. And of course, as we all know, Claude adalah salah satu hero signature Chico di gold lane dan ramai orang respect ban hero ni. Tapi bila your signature hero kena ban di pentas, adakah itu memberi satu impact di dalam BTRM or tak kisah pun nak respect ban sebab you banyak je hero yang boleh keluarkan?
Kalau perspektif saya, sebenarnya diorang buang ban lah. Sebab kalau tengok pun hero-hero saya, mostly hero macam Iritel, Harit, Clean. Saya tak main sangat pun Cloud tu. Ya. So saya pun tak tahu kenapa diorang ban.
You rasa it wasn't worth it lah? Tak worth it pun nak ban?
Bagi saya, tak worth it lah. Ya.
Okay. And of course, kita boleh nampak dari 3-3 game yang kita saksikan hari ini di mana BTRM punya playstyle hari ini actually sangat-sangat agresif. Adakah ini yang BTRM tengah cuba train selama seminggu break ni ataupun tak sengaja keluar aggressiveness hari ini?
Sebenarnya selama seminggu ni kita orang training very hard and masa Raya Haji pun kita tak cuti. Kita orang kalau macam contoh scrim tu 3, kalau kita orang tak cukup, kita orang sendiri minta kat coach, we want scrim more. So coach sampai cakap no need.
Weh, sampai coach yang stop biasanya coach yang nak lebih. Wow guys, ini memang dedication dan juga kita boleh nampak banyak sangat sacrifice daripada BTRM untuk mendapatkan their dream of course to represent Malaysia di EWC yang akan datang. Honestly, good job. So, selain daripada scrim dan training, you guys tak buat apa-apa lah kalau hari Raya Haji pun tak ambil cuti?
Kita orang fokus training and kalau macam training tu teruk sangat, malam tu kita orang akan cuba pergi GSC ke macam tengok sinema lah apa-apa.
Oh, tengok movie adalah cara untuk relax and distress. Tu sahaja. Tak ada bowling season ni?
Tak ada. Sebab mostly diorang lagi suka tengok cerita.
Oh, okay. Of course, kita pun nak borak dengan Chibi.
Hello.
Wow. Chibi, Rose just nak tanya. Kita semua tahu di mana Fredrin adalah salah satu hero signature dan top pick Chibi untuk beberapa musim lepas ni. Tapi last time yang kita nampak Fredrin was musim 16 and tu pun sekali je pakai. Tapi musim ni kenapa playoffs baru pilih untuk keluarkan Fredrin?
Sebab Rasi suruh pakai. Rasi suruh pakai.
Kenapa Rasi suruh pakai?
Tak tahu lah. Tapi Rasi yang paksa pakai.
Oh, dia just Chibi, Fredrin macam tu?
Betul.
Kenapa?
Nampak?
Kenapa?
Betul.
Dia tengah berpeluh tu.
Sebenarnya macam ni.
Okay.
Sebenarnya sebab kita orang tengok MPL punya team yang di mana pendidikan topik, so kita orang cuba bawa Freddy tu dekat MPL MY lah. That's all.
Daripada tengok MPL lain lah, region lain. Now, Rasi, speaking of Rasi.
Yes.
You pernah cakap di mana BTRM ada advantage lebih besar berbanding dengan Team Rey sebab you guys ada lebih banyak experience. I nak tanya you, Rasi, how important is having experience di dalam MPL MY?
How important?
Ya, betapa pentingnya ada experience di playoff dan international scene dekat sini.
Bukan di MPL MY aja sih, di region manapun ketika kalian ada player yang lebih banyak experience itu pasti bakal lebih bisa menguasai stage lah.
So mungkin boleh handle pressure and of course the crowd lebih elok, lebih pandai kalau ada banyak experience lah.
Ya, betul.
And of course thinking outside of the box, all that kind of stuff. Betul ke?
Ya.
Okay. Kita tak nak kacau Rasi banyak. Kita tengok dia berpeluh-peluh dengan stres, I rasa, adrenaline of the game. So guys, kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan 3-0 bersih. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the match. Bigger Troopers, apakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in a count of 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Chiku, guys! Chiku, tadi masa you guys menang kan, I nampak your wife tengah lompat-lompat.
Mana dia?
Dengan your baby.
Yeah.
Is there anything yang nak cakap dekat dia first of all?
Untuk wife saya, terima kasih kerana setiap match datang support and insyaAllah saya akan main sampai hari Ahad.
Oh, kalau main sampai hari Ahad, maksud tu BTRM akan layak ke EWC. Now, sebelum kita nak layak ke EWC, kita kena jumpa beberapa lagi pasukan di MPL MY and your match for tomorrow. You guys akan jumpa SRG. Chiku, Rose nak tanya, selepas beberapa minggu training di regular season, di preparation untuk playoff, how ready are you guys untuk jumpa SRG esok? Once again, it's not an elimination match. Tapi kalau you boleh buat yang terbaik dan boleh bagi saingan yang terbaik, it means that you guys are practically almost ready for EWC.
So untuk saya lawan SRG, saya tak nafikan ni ada orang memang the strongest team dalam MPL Malaysia, dalam sejarah Malaysia lah. So even orang the strongest, diorang still manusia. And bila diorang manusia, diorang boleh kalah dan menang lah. So apapun terjadi, kita kena cuba yang terbaik lah. Ya.
Alright guys, I rasa perlawanan esok menentang dengan SRG akan jadi sangat-sangat sengit. And I hope Bigger Troopers pun boleh hadir ke arena and of course bagi sokongan dan support yang sangat-sangat bagus kepada BTRM by Vitality because they will need it. Lynch, mungkin to wrap up this interview, Lynch boleh bagi kata-kata dekat fans yang hadir dan support mereka hari ini.
Buat Bigger Troopers sama fans Team Rey, thank you sudah datang support tim kita. Match ini nggak bakal se-hype itulah kalau kalian nggak datang. Thank you buat supportnya.
Thank you very much boys and once again congratulations. With that, mari let's show it back to the panel untuk discuss pasal perlawanan bersih menentang dengan Team Rey.
Thank you so much, Rose. Oh my goodness. What an ending. What an ending to say goodbye to Team Rey, our third place regular season finisher, somehow dropping over to Bigatron, who ended the regular season at 6th.
What a story.
It is insane. It feels like now it just feels like all the work in the regular season was kind of for nothing.
Sometimes it just be like that, right? The regular season is long. You have to play so hard. You have to do so much just to claim that spot in the playoffs. But when you are here, it is do or die. A single mistake can be your undoing. This game, the draft, a little risky. They hedged it all on a single Freya core. And honestly, it could have worked as well if Chiku wasn't on this Harry. Such a ridiculous hero, especially once you get that CDR. Popping Zaman forces left and right, having that Angela keeping you topped up. He really should have died in that last engagement. And somehow the CEO, he's just there.
It's just short cooldowns. This is why everybody believes that Harith is OP, and they're not wrong.
Yep.
He's not a fair character. He was not designed to be fair. And now with the buffs, even more so why everybody has their eyes on this little Leonin. But at the same time, right, you can just see every single time these fights actually occur, I think if they were going to change Harith, I think they should give him a maximum cap of how much shields he can generate. Like, the damage can be discussing. Just don't let the shield be that big.
I think so as well. It's just so difficult to get a handle on him here. Chiku did effectively solo this game. Lynch and Chibi were just sacrificial pawns to allow this Harith to survive and do his thing. Lolil, he got close. He really did. But not quite enough. And Team Rey bows out in a very interesting way.
Yeah, it really... we still can't get over the fact that 2 inhibitor turrets was traded for Lord.
Yep.
Crazy.
And not even by like a split push hero.
Yeah.
By Harith and Angela.
I can't believe it myself that they got away with that. I really can't believe that Team Rey really got that distracted, but it just goes to show how high the stakes are, how easy it is to get lost in the lights when you're up on that stage, feeling that adrenaline, thinking that you're one step away from turning it into a game 4, and then realizing that your base is already gone before you're out of the battle trance.
Yeah, it's such a rough way to end the journey of the season for players like Lolil, like Martizi, like Siska. We know their potential, their capabilities, their experience. And yet you are right. Team Rey clearly lost themselves a little bit at some point where the focus was just gone, where they were just reacting and autopiloting in some ways that allowed BTR to take advantage.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of the teams. It happens to the best of the players every single time. Look at the numbers. Wow! Oh my God! He did that much damage? Wow! That's crazy! Oh boy. Now I'm going to do some quick math here. 90, 120, 120. Yep. No, it doesn't even... It just barely, he barely just outdamages his whole team combined.
The entire rest of the squad. That's why he's the executive officer, right? He lives up to the title. Double the damage dealt of anyone else on the board, including Lolil, who is basically his team's main carry as well.
Hey, let's not forget about CFO Zay. He's important too.
That's true.
Without him, he can't get the operational cost down to 0.
He got demoted to secretary this time.
He got demoted to secretary. It's like after his Gord performance, they were like, no, you can't do that.
Like, we just need you to help Chiku. That's it. Just give him a hand.
Just give him a hand, man. Oh,
I like to think that at some point, like, just look at this. Look at the way Chiku plays.
Wait, that's not even the craziest one. I hope that they get the last one just so we can watch the cooldown. He lives here. No surprises. Yep. The kick goes through. Oh, he tries to go for a stun. Stuns the wrong guy. Too bad. Dives him anyways. Doesn't care. Is this one? No, it's not.
No.
Look at him go.
Oh yeah, actually, wait, I forget that the map is always flipped.
Yep.
This actually might be the one. I think this is the one.
This is the second Salmon Force he used, by the way. Oh wait, no, this is the third one.
It could be.
That was the third one. We were watching the clip between the second and third Salmon Force. How ridiculous is that? Because there were so many of them.
You know what I'd like to think? Earlier in the game, Z was using Hard Guard on like Chibi. At some point, someone was just like, no.
It was Chibi.
Only Chiku.
Chibi, he took the CFO position.
Don't care about me.
Yeah.
He is the lifeblood of this company.
Madam Secretary, don't you dare put that hard gun on me. You put that on me one more time. By the way, here's the final bracket. The upper bracket quarterfinals is officially over. We now have our upper bracket semifinals set with IG facing off against the one and only Vamos, SRG facing off against BTRM. And don't worry, at least no eliminations will be done when that happens. They will have a second life. They will have the losers will meet each other down below.
Pretty shockingly quick day though. Like, I think match 1, a lot of us were expecting Vamos to dominate. But match 2, to have it end like that is...
It is wild.
Very...
I wonder how many life savings we've either casted for, well, how many life savings somebody has lost or has earned potentially off of this game. I don't know, but BTR is sitting real good right now.
They're looking solid. We knew that they would come into this probably with the team with slightly more momentum, but man, they really show us what they are known for. And hopefully tomorrow we will get closer games because they will be up against the top seeds.
Yes, of course, in between though, we will be having the award ceremony to really be thankful to everybody who is going to be around within our scene, outside of our scene, who contribute to us. So we want to make sure that they have their time in the limelight. But immediately 30 minutes after is when SRG faces off against BTRM. And that's what, oh dude, it's going to be so packed tomorrow.
Yeah. It's going to be a very exciting one too, because BTRM just came off of an impressive victory, but this is going to be the return of Cram to the main lineup after so long.
Right.
Can SRG return to prime form? Have they improved even after learning what it's like to play without him? It's a good question.
Well, luckily Lich plays the way that he does. Defensively, sandbagging. It's perfect for Crab, who's coming out with like literal brass knuckles, like I'm ready to throw down, like I'm so
He's been
ready.
waiting a while.
Yeah, he's waited for so long. Guys, if you like the show, please let us know. How can we improve? How we can make it better for you guys? Scan the QR code down below and answer the survey to give us those ideas or at least lead us into the right directions. Of course, we're not going to be taking terrible feedback from anybody who's just like, the colors are weird. What about the colors are weird? Be a little bit more specific with it, you know?
We need explanations.
Yes!
If you really want to see some change, you gotta tell us what you want.
If I remember correct, you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to get into it. But that being said, we're going to be closing out today. Thank you so much for watching the MPL MY season 17, 11, 12, whatever. We're closing it out here. We'll see you later.
Aku boleh slow. Pakai tu shot. Maju. Aku elos guys. Bos, aku elos. Gas. Dah. Pakai tu cik dekat mid. Elok belakang kita ramai elok. Aman. Jangan habis. Tengok aku guys. Tengok ni apa? Aku elos. Aku mati. Tolong. Fokus kat belah api guys saja guys.
Dekat bisa kita orang. Ni aja. Gas aja.
Yang fokus dah.
Atas ya.
Aku tak.
Jaga bisa nanti, terus dia bisa nanti.
Mati dia.
Aman gua.
Gua diangkat.
Baku.
Aman ini. Gua TP Tora. Nice one. Masih ada bawah mid aja yuk. Aku glue. Di baku.
Hero. Mati.
Aku stun dua. Apa? Aku stun kai. Aku slow. Kak.
Aku opsi.
Kelu guys.
Opsi guys.
Dah menang enemy. Guys. 3 belum mati oi. Menang habis.
Bagi main.
8 second guys. Lagi aku guys.
Guys, kalian enggak doti guys.
Aku nanti. Jom. Hati-hati. Jom.
Nah, closing. Itu dia.
Alah.
Ulti telah kembali boy.
Boleh. Belasi.
Tengok wave awal.
Har. Pokoknya harinya. Bosan. Ada bawah kita banyak. Hari kita ada. Pada wave. Ya, sakit tahu. Bisa beston. Kalau mau. Ente guys. Belum. Besok.